Good morning, everyone. It's 9:05. I'm going to go ahead and call our PE.
Zoom to hear we get an echo. Can you hear the echo? So somebody's got their laptop microphone on. Thank you for turning it off.
I guess we can see who's on Zoom in this room right now, and we can figure out who the culprit is. Okay. Did that go away then, or is it still happening? Okay. Great. Marquita, welcome.
All right, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be before you today. I am going to give you a brief update on the charter school financing program that was authorized by the legislature in 2022. This is a kind of a standard slide deck, so there's going to be a couple of pages where I'm telling you more than you know, more than I know, and you know more than I. So I'll skip over a couple of those, so I apologize for giving you some redundant information. In your presentation materials under, I think, item 2A, you'll see a slide deck that I've got. And I'll start from page 2 of that slide deck just to give you a little bit of understanding of who the New Mexico Finance Authority is. I don't know that we've had a lot of interaction with this august group, so I wanted to make sure you knew who we are. We are a broad-based finance agency that was created back in 1992. I'm governed by an 11-member independent board of directors who approve all of our rules, policies, and projects, oversee our operations, approve our budget, and do so through a really active committee process. You'll see our board members on the left-hand side there were chaired by Kathy Keith and have as members a number of government cabinet secretaries. We have expansive programming at the Finance Authority. About 24 programs are authorized to be operated through 13 different acts. There's 2 specific statutes that govern most of our activities. One is through the New Mexico Finance Authority Act, which is handles our public projects, and the other is through the statewide Economic Development Finance Act, which allows us to finance certain kinds of nonprofit and for-profit businesses. And then, of course, we're overseen by a legislative oversight committee who's chaired currently by Joy Garrett, and Senator Michael Padilla is our new vice chair. So that's a little of who we are. Page 3, I will just give you some sense of the breadth of what we do. Again, a lot in both the public and private side. That's the most I'll say. You'll see at the very bottom of that list, second from the bottom, is the Charter School Facility Revolving Fund. So in 2022, 4 new programs were authorized to be operated. The charter school is one I'll be talking to you about today. This is the one, of course, page 4. You know more than I do about charter schools, so I will not go through the basics of charter schools, other than to say that they are a public entity, and so from our perspective, they have access to some of the public programs that we operate. Page 5, I'll spend some time on. We've been working with Matt Paul at the New Mexico Charter School Association to determine what kinds of needs exist from a facility perspective for charter schools. The legislature in 2022, when they authorized, it's a very simple act. It allows us to enter into loans for charter schools to finance their and refinance their projects, their facilities. But $10 million was given. And while that's a lot of money on its face for a charter school, as you know, that is not much money. And so there's not a lot of program that can be really developed and highly leveraged or effectively leveraged with a $10 million capitalization. So we've been looking to see for the while to see how we can most effectively use that money to leverage additional capital to be made available for charter schools. And we've taken a couple of different stabs at this, but ultimately we keep coming back to the fact that the way that that law is written, it's very limited in what we can do. We can't finance projects that are owned by foundations, not through that law. There's another law we'll talk about later, but not through that law. So all of the funding that we can do with that new law is to charter schools themselves, which are then limited to the kinds of instruments they can get into. So while it was a great step forward, and for me, a very clear policy message that the legislature was interested in having us provide funding for charter schools, the law itself didn't do very much for us to be able to really fill a hole there. So what we found out in that educational survey that Matt Paul entered into is that, I'll just go right to the bottom, lack of affordable financing is one of the biggest issues. And of course, with the interest rates rising as they have, this has become a much bigger issue. Charter schools have some unique credit characteristics that make them even more expensive when they go out into the market. As a result, it strains the finances of the charter schools themselves. And then because of the statewide nature of this, some of these charter schools will end up in areas, they're in very rural areas, which of course is one of the hopes. But from a financing perspective, that just makes it more difficult from, again, a credit perspective. So a number of highlights by that charter school survey found, kind of highlighted what the difficulty is in funding these charter schools. Let me get you to page 6, where I think we can talk a little bit more specifically. Again, the unique characteristics of a charter school financing make it difficult to fund through many of our current programs. Our Public Project Revolving Fund, which is the largest program that we operate, we fund anywhere from $200 to $300 million a year at AAA interest rates or less. We have a lot of subsidized lending that we do down to other public entities. Public schools may issue their general obligation bonds and we'll buy them into the PPRF. We finance fire trucks, road projects, water systems, any kind of sort of public facility can get funded through that program. Charter schools have been authorized under that program since 2009, but it's not a very good fit in terms of the program itself and the needs of the charter school. And let me step back a little bit. Charter schools aren't authorized to just enter into a loan. That's the difficulty that you have. So the issue is that we have to enter into these purchase agreements, which is great, except that as a finance authority, I then end up owning a school building that may or may not have an additional use if the charter school doesn't operate within that facility. So as long as the charter school is in there, and as long as they're successful and have kept up their enrollment, and the MEM distribution that goes down from lease assistance continues at a consistent rate, we're all good. What happens if one of those things goes sideways? The charter school runs into issues with its rechartering, or they've grown at such an extent that that facility no longer fits their needs and have to move to a larger facility. I'm left with a building that I own in order to pay off the loan that I've made to them. I may not make back the money I've loaned them because it might not have value outside of its school. And if you're in more rural areas, that makes it even that much more difficult to recover the cost of the loan from the sale of the building. So these are some of the complications that enter into our thinking. And then you go to the last one. The school is successful. It's keeping consistent enrollment. They continue to get rechartered, but the MEM distribution for lease assistance drops, because that is something that could happen. As a lender, I can't control that. As a charter school, the charter school can't control that. To a certain extent, the Public School Capital Outlay Committee can't control that. It's dependent on a distribution down annually from the legislature, and then policy decisions are made to send the money then to the charter school, which then has to use that money to operate and in that operations pay their debt service. So those are the things that make it difficult for a program that otherwise funds fire trucks or roads or water systems. It's just the unique characteristics of that charter school make it difficult. But they are an authorized entity, and we have taken very seriously the direction from the legislature to look to see how we can fund those projects. So the PPRF is one of those programs that has the greatest amount of capacity to serve charter schools, without a doubt. We enter into the market regularly to reimburse ourselves for loans that we've made to public entities for public projects. And we go in 3 to 4 times a year. As I said, we make $200 to $300 million of loans each year. We have a AAA from S&P. So this is a well-rated, very liquid, highly secured program from the perspective of a bondholder. That means I can keep getting additional capital into the PPRF. If I make these kinds of loans into my regular PPRF, that gets disrupted because the characteristics of me owning, having land risk, having appropriation risk, having operational risk by the school district, put that into flux a little bit. So we're looking right now at whether or not we can create additional capacity by technically sort of creating within the PPRF a program for charter schools. And frankly, there's another kind of land secure transactions for infrastructure development, for housing and things like that, that could also fit into this. So it would not solely be for charter schools, but frankly, charter schools are the ones where we see the most demand, pent-up demand for a program to be developed. So we are looking into that, and I'll be talking to you just in the slide about what we would need to feel very comfortable in offering this program and increasing the capacity that we can lend. So the second is the Statewide Economic Development Finance Act. Told you at the beginning that there are 2 primary acts that guide our operations and authorize programs. This is one in which we can issue bonds on behalf of tax-exempt entities. They'd be conduit bonds, and there's potential for us to be able to enhance them, but we can issue conduit bonds on behalf of the 501c3 foundation that owns the building and leases it over to the charter school. So there's a potential for us to do that kind of programming within the Statewide Economic Development Finance Act. It's the only way in which we could fund the foundation. Again, right now it would be a complete pass-through because we have not developed any other sort of enhancement to either help buy down the interest rate or cover some of the costs of issuance. We haven't done that yet, but there is a potential, should the need exist, that we could develop that mechanism. Again, the Charter School Revolving Fund sits there. The language for the Charter School Revolving Fund is very similar. It doesn't offer us anything new that the PPRF doesn't authorize, but it it does have the advantage of not being a bond-funded program, and therefore we wouldn't have some of the constraints that keep us from actively using the PPRF. The downside there is there's just $10 million. So we could do part of a school. Your schools are big, they're expensive, and I understand what goes into them. And then we could also do through the Statewide Economic Development Finance Act, loan participations. If a bank is willing to do that funding, we can come in and buy a portion of that loan to help buy down the interest rate and take away some of that risk. It doesn't really get around all of the issues because you're still going to be looking at market rates. There isn't, and there's not a huge ready market from a bank's perspective, we're finding, to fund these things because of the risks we see at the very top of the page. So that's where we are in terms of the kinds of things we can do. Page 7 again is, I think I've gone through some of the things that that I just discussed, so I won't spend a lot of time talking about that except to hit that second bullet. If there is a way, either from policy or statute or rule, for us to lock down at one place or another the MEM distribution, then you've taken one of those many risks off the table. So if we could assure that the PSCOC that sends the money over for MEM distribution doesn't drop, it always will stay at least at the level it is when we've entered into the lease purchase agreement, you've taken one of our big risks off the table. So we have, again, collateral risk that the value of the school may decline. And if the school isn't occupying it, that's a problem for us. So that's a big one, and we can mitigate that. We can monitor that. We can structure around that. The thing we can't really, and operational risk, we can look at the underpinnings of a successful charter school when we do our underwriting and see if that's really, how much of a risk we really have there when we look at the loan. But the one we can't control is that MEM distribution that we rely on to get paid ultimately. So if there's a way at any point to lock down that MEM distribution for lease assistance at any point so that it doesn't drop below the amount that we made at the loan, that would significantly increase our capacity to make these loans. Even if we create a brand new program within that PPRF for charter schools, the capacity is going to be limited by our bondholders and rating agencies' perspective of the risk. And this is a risk that you can't underwrite. This is outside the control of the school. It's outside control of market factors. It's solely within the control of entities that we don't have a relationship with. So that single thing, if we could lock it down at any point, and better yet, get an intercept of it, that would be one more thing, because we wouldn't be then, the fingers of the charter school wouldn't be necessarily touching the distribution, and that would take one more risk off our hands, because there's a lot of hands in that distribution of the MEM, from the legislature to PSCOC down to the charter school before it makes a payment for its rent. So if we could lock it down and even eliminate one of those finger touches, we are going to substantially decrease the risk of the one thing we can't underwrite. So those would be, if we could make those changes, and I would seek your assistance or direction, or I look for your help, because that's something that's going to need advocates to support. I'm a financing person. We don't advocate for policy one way or the other. We need a policy leader in this area to help us develop this program, because I can only come up with the financial structure, but to make it really successful and to have it really serve a need, it does need advocacy support from the people, from you all and others. So that is, that's the biggest message I want you to take home today from this, is that we are poised to create a new program. It would not start off necessarily at a place that's AAA. We'll have to build up to that, but you're still going to be talking about substantially lower rates than what your charter schools are currently facing from either private landlords or even other public finance agencies from other parts of the nation that come in and finance some of these projects. Those rates are high. Last one I really want to touch on is 8, and I know that you don't have a lot of power over this, but the other thing that comes into play with these charter schools is that you have to take these loans out 30 years because the lease distribution rate is so low relative to consumer price index. So you'll see that top line, that gray area is where you see the consumer price index, and you'll see where that peach line at the bottom is where the actual lease distribution rates are. So you can see that the rates are staying relatively stable, but CPI and other sort of market factors are increasing. So we're losing our buying power, which means we're taking these leases 30 years to get repaid. And that's not a really, I would suggest that a higher distribution gets a shorter lease, which means the school district or the charter school owns that facility sooner, and we're paying less money in interest overall. So that is, again, I know you don't make those decisions, but that's certainly a level that could reduce the strain from the school's operational expenses, is if they could control some of those costs. And the 30-year lease is a very long time. They're going to be needing to make improvements well before 30 years. So this is another really big issue from a school district's perspective. In order for them to thrive with one of these finances, this is one of the other issues that needs to be addressed. Again, we can help bring down the cost of financing. We can help make it much more accessible. If we have a program that's developed and is liquid and is rated, then it's going to be a monthly application cycle to the PPRF rather than whatever it takes now to get their financing done. And it would not require necessarily a financial advisor, which they currently have to do. They have to enter, they have to hire legal counsel, which they would have to anyway, but the legal counsel would be doing a much more limited scope of review. It would make it simpler for PSFA, who has to look at the underlying facilities and look at those leases. It would simplify in many ways the transactions that are currently happening and open up many more opportunities for financing. So that's really all I wanted to share with you today. Again, most of this is stuff that you know. The last page will just show you on page 10 that we think we could get as much as $250 to $300 million of capacity in this program, depending on the number of things that we can enhance or lock down. All of that, the shorter the loan, the better. All of those things lead to how rating agencies and bondholders see the strength of that program, and that's ultimately what will drive the capacity. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have, but I wanted to just share with you, haven't gone very far with the 2022 law because it just doesn't offer very much new stuff other than $10 million with no real clear understanding of how we might prioritize those dollars. So we are, I think, going to come back and ask for an opportunity to maybe use that for enhancement. But anyway, that's my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Ingham.
Yeah, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. When you said locking down the MIM, it seems to me there's two issues. One is that the legislature has to approve each year or each session the lease distribution, and the other thing is the actual population of the school. So those seem to be two separate issues. Which one were you talking about locking down? I mean, is it something we need to advocate for from the legislature to make it permanent, the lease reimbursement, that it wouldn't require I don't know if that's even a possibility, probably not, but or are you talking about the actual population at a specific time, guaranteeing that population? That's going to be very difficult for a school to do.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would suggest it's the middle one. We can't tell the legislature what to do, and even if we could, we can't tell them what to do. That's an appropriating power that they will have, and it's an appropriation risk we can at least monitor and stay on top of. And we're not advocating that the charter schools population be frozen, but the amount, the per mem, is subject to fluctuation, and maybe they haven't exercised that, but they certainly could. And so that uncertainty is what I'm talking about. So if PSCOC, either through rule or policy, were to say if they're in a lease purchase agreement, then the MEM distribution will not dip below X amount. So that is what we really want to get to, is that middle part. They're going to get what they get from the legislature, can't do anything there. And market conditions may, or the schools operations may drop in population. And that is an underwriting risk we'll take. It's the middle part.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson?
So thanks for coming and this information. So I guess I need a little bit of clarity because I don't think the per mem has gone down often through PSCOC. I think the problem is it hasn't increased. So it hasn't kept pace with CPI or inflation, or it hasn't kept pace with anything. It's just stayed stagnant. That it's my understanding that, and I could be wrong, that PSCOC is the determiner of what that mem will be. It gets in the general appropriation bill, but that's never, to my knowledge, that's never the fight that the appropriation is there. That just gets put in. The fight is at PSCOC with the per mem not increasing. So, and I appreciated that chart, and I don't know whether you can answer this now, but I'm just wondering, has anyone, or maybe we have to look at it, what would be and I know Commissioner Robbins brought this up to us a number of times about, the per mem has to increase, and there's been great reluctance. Do you have any guesstimate of what that per mem would have to increase to make it more palatable for lenders to buy in? And then just a second quick question, what the general loan term is for a school district when they engage in construction.
So let me just say that I agree that they haven't, I think, frequently, and maybe it's just rare that they do it, but they have the capacity to lower the MEM distribution. And that is what we
They
want.
do, right.
That discretion we need to see locked up, because that
Gotcha.
enters a level of uncertainty. Again, we're entering into 30-year
Right.
lease agreements. And so that's a long time for us to be worried about what the PSCOC may do. We'll have to
Right.
continue to monitor and be worried about appropriations that come down. But again, that's something that's much easier for us to monitor. So wanted to just say that. I don't have a number for you for what it would have to get to. Again, if it's increasing, that allows them greater opportunity to put together money for improvements, anything else that might have to happen. So we would suggest that, that has to happen for a number of reasons. Shortening the term of the lease agreement would also be quite helpful. But I've yet to see one of these that is not 30 years.
Right.
And that, as interest rates tend to be, you pay more for interest at the end of the term than you do at the beginning for
Right.
these kinds of transactions. So I don't have a number for you. I apologize. We've done one pilot program, one pilot project in the PPRF back in 2015 or 16, and it was for the data charter schools. And unfortunately, we didn't learn enough from that transaction. The data charter schools is one that's operated within the Albuquerque Public Schools. They're chartered by Albuquerque. And they ultimately ended up buying out that lease pretty quickly because Albuquerque did. So Albuquerque Public Schools acted as the lessee in that transaction, and then they leased it down to data charter schools. They ultimately paid that off. They wanted more control of it. So that was not, again, a good learning experience, because Albuquerque has a program where these things fit in. It's in those instances in which, the local school district does not have a program. That's where it really becomes an issue, or if they're a PEC chartered.
Right. And so I'm just wondering out loud, would it be easier if the chart, because we have state charters that lease to the local district, that the local district has, made improvements, built buildings for some of our schools. So I'm just wondering if that purchase, if it would be easier if could a state charter do that whole lease purchase but only if the school district already had that program in existence in their district so that they would be able to do that. That might be an easier route for a school to acquire a building if the local school district was amenable to engaging in that agreement with them. Just like they have the lease, why couldn't it be a lease purchase agreement that they made with the local school district? I don't see any substantial difference, and I'm not the financial person. If you were here longer, you'd fully understand that. If you're in a lease agreement already with that local school district, would it be easy enough and easier for the school to engage in a lease purchase agreement with that district? Could the district then do that for that, even it's a state charter? Would that be an easier process to get a building than having to go out independently?
Mr. Chairman, I think the way I would answer that is that it worked really well for data charter schools in Albuquerque because Albuquerque Public Schools has so many educational facility needs.
Right.
If you get into smaller school districts, that becomes less of an issue, and you go back to your collateral problem that you had before. So it doesn't really solve that many issues, and it does take in one more body that maybe is harder. It's just harder to manage. So from my perspective, I need to have a program set up that serves all the charter schools out there, whether or not they have an engaged large chartering entity that has a number of facility needs. I mean, those are the easiest to make. That's why I say we learned very little. Doing a charter school through Albuquerque was too simple. And so we did not learn enough from a pilot perspective. And until recently, there was no policy direction from the legislature or otherwise that this is something we ought to be doing. So it just sat there. The pilot went away without learning anything and without developing into anything more.
Would it be, I'm just trying to figure out how we go about the process of figuring out what a reasonable per mem would be. So would it be you folks that we would engage with, or who would we engage with to do that study?
I don't know that answer. I'm going to have to defer. I have a colleague who's unavailable this week, so that's why you get me. And she's been working directly with Matt Paul on trying to develop this program. Answer for you. I
Okay,
apologize.
thanks.
Other comments from commissioners? Vice Chair Burt?
I just want to say thank you because this is really good information for me to even be aware of because it's so far out of, the realm of what we do, but having a liaison that works with you all, makes it feel important to at least know what our charters are struggling through and be able to have that knowledge base is, I feel like, really important as an authorizer. So I just appreciate your time and wanting to come and Commissioner Ingham for coordinating that you're coming and teaching all of us. So thanks.
You have a strong advocate on this commission, I can assure you.
Commissioner Creel?
Just want to echo what Commissioner Burt said. Just thank you very much for being here. A lot of new information, and I'm really grateful. I was really grateful for David, and I'm very grateful for you, Stuart, because the amount of work that they put in their dedication to this piece. And so thank you very much for being here this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Marquita, thank you. Also, I want to echo those sentiments. And I also know that $10 million is not a lot of money these days. But it would be really great for us to collaborate to figure out how to actually show that we are utilizing that. If we need additional funds, I just know how it works. If we're not using the funds that we've already been given, what's the point of adding more funds? And so I think it'd be really great for us to kind of think through how can we get some of this stuff set up so that we can actually show that, and this is much easier said than done in terms of an equitable distribution of $10 million. It's super, I can't even get my head wrapped around how to set up a model for that. But I do think it would be great for us to do our level best to figure out how do we get some of this out to schools that we know could benefit, that we know that students would benefit from having facilities align really well to the programming that all of our beautiful schools are doing. And so I would love for us to not make this an episodic moment for us to talk, but to really start to put our heads together around how can we really figure out something that could be really game changing for our kids for sure.
Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Great, thank you. All right. Well, can I have Amanda and Antonio come on up, and thank you also for joining us today. And I know things are always busy, so thank you for waiting out there in the gallery for us too.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Antonio Ortiz. I'm the Director of Finance and Operations for the department. I also am the designee for the Secretary Romero on the Public School Capital Outlay Council. And with me, I have my colleague Amanda Lupartis, who is our Director of Transportation and Capital Outlay. So I'm going to give you just a very high-level, brief overview of the lease purchase arrangement process. Just a little background, as you all know, in 2000, I believe it was 2007, there was a resolution that went out to the voters. There's only a few ways school districts or charter schools can enter into debt, and the Constitution required that it requires voter approval. So a resolution was approved in 2007 and enabling legislation in 2009, which enacted the Lease Purchase Arrangement Act. And what that does is allows both school districts and charter schools to enter into lease purchase arrangements, which is essentially a debt. And that's why I needed to go to the voters to get that enabling legislation. So really briefly, if you go to, if you look on the screens above here, that's the Capital Outlay Bureau website. If you go to the right-hand side, there is a link that says lease purchase. We can click that link there. And we'll scroll down a little bit. And that's going to give anybody, the public, any charter schools, don't need to click to it's basically a checklist, and that's they move into one contemplating getting into a lease purchase arrangement. The first time getting government board approval or school board approval, the PSFA, basically the PSFA will go and review the facilities to make sure that they're not minimum average. And in the lease purchase arrangement, which is in the Lease Purchase Act, is that the actual lease purchase arrangement has no legal obligation, or if there's no funding, that the lease can be terminated. Also on our website, we have some samples of these purchase arrangements that have been approved for school districts like to take a look, been processed before. And with that is been approved, it'll come to the Capital Outlay Bureau, or to come to Amanda Lupartis, the General Counsel. We'll look at the lease purchase arrangement to make sure it's legislative intent, and when the Capital Outlay Bureau also take a look at it. Basically, what we do is we take funding sources to make sure that those are funding sources, and that the amount that will cover the that debt. I'll stand for any questions. The process is pretty simple when it gets submitted. They take a look at the whole Public School Capital Outlay Act, and every year that task force takes a look at everything to recommendations to improve or to make any amendments to the act. And part of the Lease Purchase Act isn't part of that, but you guys are talking and referencing the Lease Assistance Program, which is part of that this commission reached out to maybe get onto the agenda to, if you want to look at amending any sections of the statute. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
To them, so we probably talking to about whatever abilities we might have to change the arrangements so we can make this more useful for charter schools. Do we have somebody that goes to the task force? Do we need to have?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson, they are public meetings. They are staffed by Raul Busuriaga with the Legislative Council Services. They're public meetings, and it's just one avenue. It's not the only avenue, but it is an avenue. If you could get on the agenda to talk about what, the issues you guys have at hand that you would like to maybe amend.
Would it be reasonable to ask Matt to also, Matt Paul probably, is who we would probably want to have available with us, you think? I'm just, look, I'm very new to this and trying very hard to get a handle on how we can address this. Seems to me we have a very serious matter that we have to get attention of people. I know Matt's been working on this, and so I'm just wondering, can he address or have an opportunity to address the task force about the problems that we have, or should we contact Raul and see if we can get on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ingram, yeah, I would suggest to contact Raul to see if it's possible to get on the agenda. They're having actually their first meeting this Friday, which is their organization meeting.
I mean,
Just attend.
Wayne, do you know, does Matt go, or do you know? Okay.
Thank you guys for coming. Like I said, I have a lot to learn, but I'm gonna try to go up that curve as fast as I can.
Vice Chair Burt, then Commissioner Gibson.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Good morning.
Good. It's good to see you guys. My question is just what I mean, you all have been doing this for a long time, and I really appreciate you all having the expertise you do of having years of working on lease purchases. Do you see any, like, if I could just be super direct, are there any challenges or inequities that you see charter schools having in that process versus a district or traditional public school? Is there anything that's is there anything in that role specifically that you notice that's more difficult or is different for charters than it is for the traditional schools?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burke, if you're referencing the Lease Purchase Act, I don't believe we've had a school district that's come to the department for approval for a lease purchase arrangement. Well, they are eligible, but I don't think in my tenure, I don't believe one's come through.
Yeah, there were, well,
Eunice was on there.
Eunice on the list,
Is there? Okay.
but I don't know. I just didn't know if there's anything
That
like
might have been a
that we
sample,
need
but-
to know about. Yeah, it's just, it's a sample, but I just didn't know if there's something like specific that we would need to know about so that we could advocate for like more equity with charters, if there's anything that is more challenging for charters than it would be in any other way. I just don't know if this is this may not be the area in which it's difficult for charters. Like once they get to you all, it's smooth sailing. Like once they actually get through the whole process to you guys, then it's not.
Mr.
Problem.
Chair, Commissioner Burke, I don't think school districts don't come to the process because they have the ability to go out to bond. So that's one of the things. So that's why it hasn't been something that school districts are really taking advantage of. So I believe probably the biggest hurdle for charter schools is funding, is their inability to go out to bond like a school district.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Gibson?
That was kind of my question, because you mentioned that, the act allows certain pathways for a school district to be able to acquire debt, and bonding is sending it to the voters. Charters are supposed to be able to do the same thing. The problem is they have to tie in to the district's bonding, the bond question. And Albuquerque recently changed it, but most school districts don't allow the charters to be part of their bond question. That's, to me, that's what I see as the hurdle, that the act allows for the opportunity to do that, but there's that, you have to say, mother, may I? And the answer is always no. So to me, that was my question. Is that something that we should be, to me, that's the area that we need to be working on for legislative fix, to allow a charter somehow, either the school district not to be able to say no, that they're allowed and they have to put the charter bond question on with them, or allow them to have that separate ability to say, and go through the bonding process, which I don't know, but that school districts do, and have a bond question, just like the school districts do, have the local charter be able to have their own bond question. So, so I'm not sure if that's through this group, that's where that, request would be for the change in the legislation, or is there another pathway that we have to take to get the legislation changed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson. So to your question, for the general obligation bond for a charter school to go out on their own, I think there's issues because referencing the property tax code. So there's not any land assessed to a specific charter school. So that's one issue with actually them going out to bond by themselves. There was some amendments that were made to the Public School Buildings Act and the Public School Capital Improvements Act, SB 9, HB 33, which does require school districts to include their charter schools. So they are getting a portion of those fundings. That was some help that charter schools did receive.
So here's my question. They're getting a portion of it, but I don't know whether the district is putting fully the funding for that charter, or they're just allowing them to have a little cookie of the bond that they put out. I don't know whether that's, and I don't know whether you can answer that or not, but I think that's where the difficulty lies, that they may do this bond question, but they're not fully including what the charter needs to accomplish their goal of acquiring the building. They're probably getting a little bit of money, and it's not enough to probably do much of anything with it. Because if they're in a lease, they can't make improvements on the building.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson. So in the general obligation bond, it's not a requirement in that one, but for SB 9 HB 33 a statute, the way it gets distributed is on a per mem basis. So it's not the discretion of the school district to send. Actually, we actually send the percentages to the county treasurer, and the county treasurer distributes those directly to the charter schools, and it's all based on mem.
For the HB's monies, but not for the general obligation bonds.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think that's what that's what the charters, it is that bigger pot of money that's coming from the general obligation bonds. Because let's face it, they need a lot of money. Thanks.
Director Chavez, then Commissioner Creel.
Commissioners, Antonio, and Amanda, what I've noticed is that really, I think one of the biggest challenges is the timeline and when the documents need to be sent to the proper people in the proper format and that sort of a thing. And do charter schools have an awareness of that timeline? And since the entities that receive those don't send them out to each charter individually, it's incumbent upon the district to reach out to the charters. And I can vouch for Albuquerque Public Schools as being one authorizer, one district that does send out something to its charters saying that the deadline, giving the deadlines to the charters and asking for information. So I think that there could be some additional work to support districts in being more proactive and or finding a way to communicate more directly to charter schools about what these deadlines are and the process that they would need to go through to partner with the districts to put their name in the hat, if you will.
Commissioner Creel.
Thank you for being here this morning. And in line with what Ms. Gibson was saying, how would it affect the district's bonding capacity or their plans if they were to attach, say, $15 million for a charter school? So if their bonding capacity is, and I say this because we almost did this in Santa Fe, where granted, the school has a lot of private money, but NMSA up here, in terms of building out the property, they came to us when I was on the board they wanted to attach themselves to our bond for $15 million, right? Unfortunately, they came to us at the very last minute and we couldn't do it. They wanted us to decide like that night when they came to us, and that was impossible. But would that then cut into, let's just say, the $100 million that Santa Fe had? If we did 15 for then Santa Fe would only have 85 million to spend. Is that what would happen if a charter was attached to a district bond? Because they don't have their bonding capacity on their own.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carrillo, so yes, school districts are by the Constitution limited to induct themselves up to 6%.
Right.
And so if with the districts within that 6%, it's up to them to decide what they want to do, how much they're going to go out to indebt themselves. And then within that, if they're going to go out for 100,000 and want to, attach the charter school, it does count as part of their debt, but it would reduce the amount that the school district has for their own needs.
See, then to me, the change that would need to happen is reversing that it could be, if they're going to add a charter, and I don't know how it would be done. That's people way above my knowledge in all of this. I can't see a district saying, let's say there were two charters that needed some capital funds. I can't see a district saying, okay, we're going to set aside 40,000, 20 for each of you, and then not do that work in their own district, right? I just can't see that happening. So we have to find another way. Or having legislation saying that, but then that's going to be up to the lender. The idea of the 6% being the cap, I don't see it happening in my lifetime.
You have to have a school district that didn't need a lot done, so they could bond out. They would,
Does that exist? Because everybody needs,
from Las Cruces, so that doesn't exist. We always have big.
outside of HB 9 and SB 33, every school, every district has a list of capital improvements that need to be made. Buildings that are 30 plus years old,
Or are they bonding that all out?
At Santa Fe, we bonded out every cent. Even at the time when it was like 180 million, there were times when we built 3 schools at once and all these different things.
Commissioner Ingham.
Okay, I'm gonna go to a real specific application or that I was part of when I was working for Albuquerque Public Schools. I know that Papa was on a bond request at a time they had received the I'm not sure how it all worked, but I know that then that capital master plan does triage on how they end up spending their bond money. And it becomes very difficult for the capital master plan to triage that money to the charter school when they have so many needs. You know, like at APS, when we were doing that, it was, so I know that they have had an allocation for years and yet not been able to get the capital master plan to actually fund that allocation. And so I think what Steve was talking about, Commissioner Creel, if the school districts were able to earmark so that when the voters are voting on a bond, because I know in Albuquerque, several times they've used very generic bonds that don't very clearly say where they're going to spend that money. But if they could have a ability to earmark above and beyond what their needs are for the charter school and allow the public to vote on those arrangements, is that a possibility? Or is that just not even in the realm?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ingram, I think that's a local decision. So the way school districts put on their ballot is that they'll submit marketing information out to their constituents saying, you know, we're going to do $100 million, it's going to fund X, Y, and Z. When you actually go to the voting polls, it's generic language that's inserted in there from statute, which is basically, you know, to plan, design, construct, direct, remodel, blah, blah, blah. And they normally do that so they're just not stuck and tied to, you know, certain projects if there's changes within their master facility plan or changes within their district. So it gives them that out. If they put in their marketing tools, if they don't follow what they say they were going to do, I mean, they risk, you know, not getting approved bond in the future. But that's totally up to the school district, you know, when it comes to the facility master plan and, you know, appropriating the monies to the certain needs of the district.
Antonio and Amanda, thank you so much for being here with us today. Really appreciate it. I have a somewhat of an adjacent question to what we're talking about today, but since you're here, I didn't know you were going to be here today, Antonio, on the agenda that I had. But I have a question around transportation as well. As you all know, there is a little bit of a glitch for charter schools to be able to, I guess, gain history so that they can receive funding for transportation. I believe that's still accurate. If I'm wrong, let me know. I also know that there's such a great opportunity in places like Gallup, where I spent 10 years and it's still part of my, I still call that home. And we have a lot of charter schools in Gallup, as you all know, and I'm sure you know the difficulties in them gaining the right history in order to receive funding, or even to create some collaboratives between the different charter schools that are there. I want to just get a sense about like where we are on that process for, and Antonio, are you still involved in transportation or are you completely out? I know you're over finance and operations, so I know you're not down in the basement anymore, but I hope my question is still going to the right person. I just really feel like this is a thing that we can figure out. And I want to just share that as part of the PEC. I want us to figure out how do we, in a place like Gallup where we have 3 charter schools, at least right now, we could extend that out to a little further out into Gallup, McKinley County schools, but that may not be applicable for a place like Deep, for instance. But we should be able to put our collective smarts together to figure out how we can get good transportation opportunities. I would love to see that in alignment and in partnership with our district out there, GMCS. I think that might be just a lofty, too big of a goal to ever think that could happen. But my question / comment, or maybe call to arms, is like, let's figure that piece out too, as we do with lease purchase agreements, as I'm hoping with school lunch, now that it's going to be free for all, that's going to help unlock opportunities for a lot of our charter schools to make sure that we have not just a lunch program, but a healthy lunch program for our kids. I would love to have a healthy transportation process for our schools as well. And So any updates that you have, I know that Middle College feels the pinch. I know that Hojo Academy has buses. I know that Six Directions could benefit from having transportation. And if there are ways for us to figure out some collaboratives there, I want us to figure that out as like in partnership with you all.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the comments and questions. So Amanda is the younger new employee to me in the basement.
Yes.
But transportation and capital outlay are still under my directorate in my new role. So with charter school, the struggle is it was basically what happened with the transportation, and this was going back in 2014. It was an unintended consequence that happened because the formula was set up for school districts, 89 school districts, and they were always in this formula. And what landed up happening, I believe it was 2014, when the legislature changed how we calculate the formula, it basically just aligned it with our SEG, which we used prior year data, average of 8120 from prior year. So that was the unintended consequence where a new charter school coming in, they don't have that data. So that still hasn't been fixed, but it's something that we could definitely take a look at. We're currently working, and Amanda's been working really, really closely with Hojo. Their transportation director has been here in the office several times, and so we're working closely with them to hopefully get their transportation program up and running off the ground. We've been in contact with some legislators who've been reaching out to us as well, already looking at some possible changes in legislation.
Thank you. I think that is something that I know when I was up here in Karina's seat, this is something that, probably one of the first things that charter schools asked me about was, can you figure this out? And I know some of the schools that I worked with as well, we were a year short and a day late on before the change. So I'm hoping we can figure out this both legislatively and through our processes that we could figure out a way to make this happen. So thank you so much for taking that question. I know that wasn't an alignment, and I'm sorry, Amanda. I saw capital outlay in your role description, and I apologize. I should have looked at you that entire time and asked you those questions. But I would love to be in touch with you all about that. So thanks
Absolutely.
again. Any other comments, questions?
On transportation, because I remember this happening a couple of years ago, I guess pre-pandemic. The funding for transportation was based on kids that are on the bus that day, and I can remember the ridiculous, everyone's got to be on the bus today. That doesn't happen anymore, right? Or does it still happen?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson.
I can remember, there was a huge campaign down by me that everyone's going to be on that bus that day because that was the day that the formula was based on the funding of that day. So is that still the ridiculous nature of this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson, yes, it's a snapshot date. The legislature did do it because there was some complaints from school districts at the time was not everybody, what happens if there's unexpected occurrences that day. So what they did is they did 2 reporting dates, 80 and 120. So we take the average. So it's on those reporting dates. We do make sure school districts and charter schools at Spoon Budget Workshop every year know those dates because they're in statute. So they already know ahead of time when those dates are. So we always encourage them not to schedule basketball games, football games, whatever those dates are, field trips, whatever, to make sure that on those snapshot dates, those kiddos are counted.
I think they hire extras and get them on the bus for that. I think they advertise for extras. It's just, and I know it's not your fault, but it doesn't often play well in the community.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move to item C, and that is CSD and PEC commissioners to provide input to chair for letters to new school applicants to assist them to prepare for the August 25th hearing, including concerns or comments raised during the community input hearing. So just to do a quick, what we're doing here, there are 2 letters already drafted in your drive. Everything everything that was a concern in the peer review team's analysis is already included in the letter. And everything from the CSD recommendation is also already included in the letter. So if there's any other possible concerns you may have or requests for additional information that is not already included in that, this would be the opportunity to include it now so that the school would have the opportunity to address those concerns during their hearing in August. Commissioner Correa.
Nothing additional, except to say, I don't think we should be sending these letters. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's their job to do all of this. I did look back on the year before when the one letter was sent, and it was basically just kind of a redundancy of what you just said, everything that was in peer review and everything else. I looked at the minutes from the meetings in 2022, the summary minutes, which at that time, our summary minutes were ridiculous in terms of not being minutes at all. All it did was say, what, the work session that we were in Ruidoso. And then the letter was sent. You know, I think I can see that if somebody's in the renewal process, I mean, we should have been, you know, certainly by years 2 and 3, given them indicators that, hey, we're really concerned about this. Your renewal's coming up in 2 years. What are you going to do? I can see in that case, sending a letter for a new school. They know what they need. If they haven't read the peer review, it's not incumbent upon us to send them all the information that was in the peer review. If they haven't read the comments,
Back on track, we're not really talking about the process on the agenda. We're just talking about the concern. So I think we have to come back to, like, if we want to talk about the process.
send it.
We should-
That's the, well,
Well,
it's just,
so once we created this process as a PEC because there's no formal communication from the PEC to schools. And because of that, that has allowed for decisions to be overturned in court previously.
okay, and
So
that's
this
what I
is
understand.
formal communication from the PEC to the school. That's all it is.
And
And so.
And
if
that's
there
what
are
I
any
understand. It's to
concerns-
limit, I mean, it's to limit a great academy kind of a thing, where perhaps we didn't communicate as well as we should have in a certain way. And so we don't want to leave ourselves open to litigation. The bottom line is we're always open to leaving ourselves. We are because of one thing. There's always an attorney willing to take a case. Okay, there's always some scumbag with a briefcase who's willing to sue us just for justice. And I'm not, you know, nothing against attorneys, but there's always, seriously,
So
I'm not done. Hold on.
I know, but we have to stick to what's on the agenda and we're really getting off track.
So then what would be here?
Is we
because
just
we're-
need the concerns to be listed. If there's any concern that you have that needs to be expressed to the school, that's what's on the agenda for today. If you would like to request that we review this process and procedure,
I don't
we can do
recall
that in
actually
another.
this being something that we decided on. And when as a process, so I really don't. And, you know, so
We can make.
then
a
I would
request to
ask
put it on
you,
the agenda in the future.
Vice Chair, what do we need to do as a commission today if there's a majority of us not making a formal decision to say, no, don't send this out? You don't have the support of the commission to send this letter out. But then, so how did this even happen?
Once again, we did this extensively, several meetings over an extended period of time to do this.
Was this more for renewals or was this also for new schools?
Oh,
You know, I went back in minutes and I wish there were minutes of the work session or something that was there. We weren't as good at tracking things at that time. But I'm just,
if we want to discuss the process, we could put it on the agenda next month. I could ask, you know, Ms. Barnes to go ahead and go backwards and talk to us about how we got to where we're at. But today, that's not for discussion. There's no vote on this. There is a process and procedure of which this letter goes out from the chair. It's been a very known thing that's going to be coming up for many months. Like this is
well, since I don't even recall approving anything for 2022, I didn't know this was coming up for many months. And I know that there are others on the commission that didn't know that as well, because I got on the phone to 2 others. I'm very I'm very careful about rolling quorums. So I didn't go talking to everybody, but I know this is a concern, and especially as it relates to new schools. Renewals, I understand. New schools, do your homework, pay attention. It's not our job to do it for you. And I just don't want this letter sent. And I don't know if there's a way to do that at this point. And then so I'll add it to the agenda reminder for later. Like may as well ask our teacher, like, what do you need exactly for me to be able to, it's like, pay attention in class. That's it.
All right, does anyone have a specific concern that they would like added to the letter?
Sort of.
Commissioner
Because I'm
Gibson,
not sure whether it's.
already in there now.
I'm
Well,
not-
I
I'm
think
just
Ms.
looking-
Barnes
I'm
can
just
always,
focusing
yeah.
on Explore right now, because that was my first one. So, and I've looked through it and, I don't know whether it's expressed here well enough, the concern that the applicant team is not ready. Because they haven't done their homework of reaching out to the community. They didn't show the community support. I know there's the statement about addressing the Yazzie Martinez, but I don't think that addresses I don't think they thoroughly thought out how they're going to serve the community. And I hate making similarities, but I think this is very similar to the school that they rolled out in Las Cruces, which is very dissimilar to the school in Rio Rancho in terms of the community support that was expressed and the reach out. To me, it looks more like that, and that school does not reflect the community that they're sitting in Las Cruces. But here's, I'm trying not to open up a new discussion, but this is where I struggle with this. I understand the intent of this in terms of this is coming from the PEC, but I struggle with the fact that an applicant can come in with new information now. I don't think they should be allowed to enter any new information. That was what was in the application. That's what we're basing our decision in. We can send out a letter that says, these are our concerns, but I do not believe they should be able to come in and say, oh yeah, now look at this, now look at this, not because the peer reviewers weren't able to look at that. And I don't know whether they really have capacity. They've been able to pull stuff out of thin air that now they're going to do because they heard this. My vote is supposed to be on the application. And that's where I struggle with this. I don't mind a notice that but I really do not want that school to be able to come in with, all this great and grand new stuff, because that's not what we should be basing our vote on. Information that's come in after the application.
Ms. Barnes?
So, that's where I would like the letter.
Well, then let's talk about process
I know,
separately.
but
And we'll just let Ms. Barnes address, so we can move on past this part.
Make sure that your comment is to point out in the application where they have satisfied that point. So I'll add it in that way.
Okay, so, yeah, so this is gonna say
Point out in the
in the application, yes, yeah, that to me is better. I think it should be clearly communicated to the applicants that they don't get to just bring in a host of all new stuff that comes in.
That sounds fine. I can draft it.
Yeah.
I'm unclear to what Ms. Barnes just said. So in the application, there's all those different things that said, met expectation or whatever, the different terminology that we used. And so are you now saying that they can, if they've, since the application, peer review, community input, all of that, if since those 3 steps, they've now corrected or done more, are you now saying that you can acknowledge that? Because that's the same thing. That's what I just heard her say. And maybe that's why I'm asking for clarification. And because that's the same thing as just adding new stuff that wasn't included.
No, I'll indicate that the commission, one of the questions from the commissioners is to point out in the application where the team has adequately addressed this comment.
Not bringing in new information, but asking with these concerns saying, where in the application have you addressed these? So show us where you did it so that they would, because sometimes that does happen. Someone will say, we put that in the application, but not bringing in new information, but that the team is being asked to address these concerns and how they address.
Where is it in
in
the application? And
Yes.
so someone can't say, well, it wasn't there word for word, but this is what we meant. They can't go do that.
Well, they can try
Well,
to
you
do
can
that.
try. It's like.
But then
telling the
you
jury
use your
to
discretion.
dismiss this.
Yes, right. Any other concerns that need to be added to the letter? Director Chavez?
I have a question about that. I think this is a healthy discussion, and my question is how will you manage that? Because in the past, we haven't given new applicants a lot of direction around when you come to the decision-making hearing, you can talk about this, but you shouldn't talk about that. So I'm just wondering how the commission anticipates managing we don't want for you to talk about new information, but to explain where. And I understand the letter is going to say that, but I don't know, since that's a pretty different directive and pretty significant shift for the applicants, I'm wondering if there's another thing during the PEC meeting that you might do.
Yeah, I don't think that we need to manage what the school speaks of. I think it's for the commission to look at the information. I mean, they can say whatever they would like to say during their presentation and during their hearing. It's our job to know the application and to discern what's in there versus what they're saying and what they meant to say or those things. I mean, I don't see a world in which we mandate what they can or cannot say.
But I don't think it would be wrong for a direction to this applicant to say, the commission is not going to entertain new information beyond what was in the application. And that would include, sometimes they've tried to come in with, copies of, look at, this is our new plan and things like that. But I think clearly if the communication simply is, we're addressing the application, period.
And I think in the letter, that's,
Yeah.
and then it's going to be, the chair that would need to determine what is allowable and not. I mean, I think that for me, it's just not telling the school what they can or cannot do. And it's the chair that needs to be.
I mean, we've always communicated to schools that new information isn't heard because we're basing it on the application. That's always been communicated, as far as I know, that you can't just come in with a whole new array of things that you want us to look at. That's always been, I thought, clearly communicated to them. And yeah, I mean, they can try to say whatever they want to say.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Okay, so a new school comes up and wants to make an application. And they go directly to CSD to start with that application. And then CSD does some, do you guys do some coaching to get them up to speed on what they need to do? I recognize that there's going to be a whole gamut of different levels of proficiency on an application.
Yes.
Okay, and so what I'm wondering about is, okay, I think, I guess for me, I want to see charter schools get started on the right foot. I want to see them be helped along the way to get to making a good application. I understand what you're saying about once you made your application, that's done. If I do a proposal for a construction project, once you hand it in, you're done. You're done. You get to go in for a meeting to talk about your application, to highlight things or whatever, but you don't get to provide new information. My concern is if they have things that does not meet, did they have any opportunity before they made their application to have a review, a quick review from CSD on their preliminary application? Does that happen?
So Commissioner Ingham, what we do is we accept the notices of intent in January, and that gives us the names and contact information of people that we then engage in a series of workshops. We held 4 workshops with founding teams to prepare them to submit the application. The application kit, which includes the questions that need to be addressed in the application and the criteria for meeting the expectations for each of the indicators that are reviewed, is presented to them well in advance, right? So they have a copy, they have months, they have access to Ms. Brown, who does all of the training. She provides PowerPoint presentations. She includes in that the different sections. She makes sure that they're clear about the process. She points them to areas in the law that are relevant. All of the past applications, the analyses from the peer reviewers and the final recommendations and analyses from the CSD for the past 10 years or more are posted on our website. So they can look at past applications and assess who's been successful, what sort of responses have they made. We do not take a draft, review it, give it back to them and say, make these changes for it to be successful. And this process is a rigorous process, and it should be a rigorous process so that the applicants are demonstrating capacity to manage what's in the application kit, what does our team want to do, what other research are we doing, including engaging community and or looking at curriculum and the research base behind it, you know, engaging someone who has financial expertise to help us do our budgets because that's complex. So it really is up to the applicant teams to cross that line and produce a viable application with some levels of capacity, demonstrating some levels of capacity. But we do what we can to provide all kinds of information and to engage them in the training leading up to submittal.
All right, just want to make sure we're really far off from, we need the concern for these schools. If it's nothing that's addressed, like we have to stick to that. So I apologize, Commissioner Taylor, but
No, that's
we
fine.
cannot ask any more process questions
Okay.
about this. Yeah.
All right. Just in reviewing the CSD's summary of does not meet and approaches and so forth. There are, there's several things obviously in the does not meet category that I think were probably fairly straightforward things that somebody could answer prior to completing the application, such as organizational structure and some of those things. So I have some concerns that some of the things that are, I feel like it's probably represented well here, but some of the things that are represented as does not meet are things that seem to be pretty integral to establishing organizational organization at the school. So
Is there, I don't think it's inappropriate if there's something that you would like to pull out and say that there's like, if you're saying there's something in here that you're like, that's actually more, like, I don't want it
Well,
lumped in together.
yeah, no, I mean, if you look under financial framework, budgets, attached appendix, proposed 5-year budget plan does not meet.
Right.
I mean, that's something that we need to figure out, a budget narrative does not meet. I just feel like all of those issues are issues that are doable. There's no sort of subjective
Like a
thing.
concern about financial readiness
I
or
think
financial
I think
knowledge.
there is a concern about financial readiness. Also,
That was with Explore.
Both.
on Explore. Yeah, on Explore.
But it says does not meet. should indicate, and this is, I don't care that it's these two schools here now. Anytime, I mean, if they see something that says approaches or does not meet, if they have any ability to open and run a school, they should be able to look at those two things and say, hey, these weren't addressed the way they should have been.
That we have to be careful about analyzing the schools at this time.
Well, that's why I did not mention either of these schools. I don't, everything that I'm talking about is germane to the ideas as a whole,
Well,
not
but we
these
need
schools.
specific concerns about these two schools. That's what the agenda item.
Okay, so relative, my understanding of the OMA and agenda items and work sessions, and this is from 9 years in Santa Fe Public Schools, and we had a study session, it's a lot looser in terms of what you can do relative to an agenda item. Something's listed in a study session, you can veer off. You can take other questions, and whether or not Julia disagrees, I mean, there's a bunch of attorneys at Santa Fe Public Schools back then that would disagree with that. And you would often have, with a study session or work session, you'd also be able to entertain, let's say, experts that were in the audience to speak on something. So with due respect, I don't appreciate the rigidness with which you're allowing some conversation and some not.
It's difficult when I mean, I think I am concerned about OMA. This agenda item is very specific. It's very, very specific what's on the agenda. And so, and also I think the usefulness of discussing something that's already happening. Like I said, I think I hear the concern, but it feels like we should discuss process and overarching things in an agenda item next month. So that's why I'm asking is that we just respect what's on the agenda and let's have this conversation next month. When it's like, let's discuss it. Let's do the whole process thing, you know, like I'm not saying it's not important. It's just not germane to what we're doing in this exact moment. And thinking about timeliness and efficiency doesn't, you know, we can keep talking about process, but there's no, you know, we don't have an action item on it tomorrow. So also trying to move us along.
Can I just go back to Commissioner Taylor? So for Explore, you would like to have more information on their financial readiness based on the budget and information.
But doesn't that conflict with what? Right. I mean, my understanding is the information we have is the information we have. That's it. It's the application, the peer review, community input hearing. And for those that didn't attend the community input hearing, there's the court reporter's notes, which are extremely specific. That's it.
I think it's more that they need to explain their part in their application about financial readiness.
Explain away. Okay.
Yes.
Right. They have to find it in the they have to find the answer in the application.
And yeah, show that they've had that,
Which
they've
we
already presented that material.
Yes.
So I think 2 things for the.
I think.
Okay.
people-
Is there can we move on past Explore and we'll do virtual and then move? Okay. All right. So we're on the virtual school now. Commissioner Gibson?
Yeah, I don't think it's fully delineated in here, the CTE program being done virtually. And how internships would be done beyond virtual. And some internships have to be done. And my second one is, they didn't thoroughly, they have to show in the application that relationship with ACCEL, ACCEL, which is a charter management organization. And that the contract that they anticipate, although the procurement process, we wouldn't have to do that. But we all know there's ways around the procurement process to get a cell to be. So, you know, their intention appears to be to partner with a charter management organization, which is not legal in the state of New Mexico.
So Commissioner Gibson, there is already in additional information provided by PEC members, there is that issue. I just want to make sure. I think it's everything that you said.
Yeah, yeah, but
Do you want to add more to that?
well, I guess part of my problem is the fact that AMP and I think Strong Line and E-Dynamic and all of that is all part of the cell. It is all part of that organization. They make it look like those are like 5 potential providers. It's all one provider, a cell, and they provide all the only thing that's not part of a cell is Canvas. And Canvas is provided, they thought it was something new and innovative, and it's provided free by PED. And a lot of school districts use it. So those other, please explain, it's like, that's all part of the cell. All of those,
I'll add that detail to
Yeah.
that bottom section.
because it does make it look like, oh, we may not go with them, but we may go with AMP. Well, AMP is part of a cell. So, they specifically put in the application that they were going, a cell was going to provide personnel service. It was clearly delineated there.
Commissioner Korea?
Just want to echo the two things that Patty said, but especially the first one on the CTE. And Commissioner Byrd, it's as a result, honestly, what is, all the days blend together. We were in Brutalis last week. That all blends together. It was really the comments that you made around CTE and that have just been ringing in my brain this last week, the concerns. And so I would want to echo that. Yeah.
Okay.
Managing, vetting, providing safe environment, all that stuff. Yeah.
And I think it goes to budget as well, because they only budgeted one CTE, a coordinator. If you're going to have statewide internships going on, you're going to have people that can go out statewide to oversee those internships. I mean, that's the bottom line. And one person, unless they have their own private plane.
So can we put the budget
budget.
for CTE as well?
Yeah.
The budget for personnel to, okay.
I will
Yeah.
check with individual commissioners, make sure the language is right.
all right. All right, I think that's it for that item, which brings us to item C, which is the review and discussion of the MOU between the PEC and the PED. Ms. Barnes? You want to give us and also I believe, yeah, we could do a quick break if that's helpful. But I believe for the new commissioners, this will be the first time looking at it too. So I think we'll need like a whole history of the
red
MOU.
line B or the red line C.
Let me get,
I think we might be looking at both.
so, I can give you a quick overview of what I've put in here, and then maybe we can just take a break and come back. So the first document is a clean draft of adding comments, from a year ago. You did this draft and we really haven't changed it until this working session meeting. So document 4A is a clean draft and I can walk you through that. I did 2 red lines. 4B is what you had looked at last year versus what's here now. So those are the changes right now. 4C shows the original MOU to what you had done before. So it isn't, and after this meeting, when you finish what you want to do, we'll do one from the original to here. So there's a clean document, a document from what you looked at previously, and a red line from the original, so you can generally see where you've been moving. And when we get back, what I think might be helpful is to walk through kind of the clean draft, or the red line.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do a 5-minute break real quick. And we'll come back at 10:45. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. All right, so the purpose of today is going to be to review the MOU as it stands and possible proposed changes that the PEC would like to pass along to the PED to review and consider. So that's the purpose of where we're going. It's to provide possible, we're looking at, giving the first new draft for PED to be able to review and be able to respond to. All right, Julia, do you want to go ahead and tell us where you're going to walk us through?
Yeah, I was just looking to see. I think that it's easiest to look at document, well, let me start where we are overall. There is an existing MOU between the Public Education Commission and the Public Education Department. It is, I will move it over. I'll move the original over. And it was signed as a formal document, and it allows for the commission and the Public Education Department to look at it annually if you want to. So last year, starting last year in April of 2022, we started to look at, you all started to look at in the working sessions whether you wanted to make changes. And it contains now all of the 2022 contained the changes that you wanted back then. So you looked at it for about 3 months and those changes were made. Now you're looking at it again, and there are some new changes that we can go through today. I want to say that last year, when then Chair Burt went and talked to the PED, there was a suggestion to split it into 2 parts that seemed to make sense to the team of people that were looking at it then. I'm not 100% sure that that's where you want to go right now. Part of it, when I went and looked at the document kind of with fresh eyes, and with fresh eyes also with the work that you've recently done, for example, on the rule, and for example, on all of the clarifications of the various duties, I actually think it might even be possible to just come and look at it with fresh eyes. You have a lot of new members on this commission. You have a lot of new people at PED. I think that you don't want something in 2 or 3 different places. If you're going to be in one place, let's have it be in one place. At the end of the day, you have your rules of procedure, you have the MOU, and you have the rule. That is going to form kind of the whole basis. Rules of procedure govern you. The MOU is between you and the PED that's not addressed in the rule, and then the rule addresses how a lot of the specific things with the charter schools is going to happen. So what I'm happy to go over the red line from the original to now, but I can also start with what you have been looking at in the last year to what you're looking at right now. I'm tempted to look at that just where you are right now. So that is document 4B. This is split between two sections. You could reintegrate it if you wanted to. And then I think there are some next steps. So what do you want to take forward to the department? Is this the draft that you want to take forward to the department? On page 2, one of the changes, and actually if one of the commissioners, so I know Commissioner Gibson has suggested some of these changes, if you wanted to chime in, I'm happy to. So one of them is just to ensure that the department shall fully staff the division so that that can happen. It has best efforts language. And there's a suggestion to just say you will fully staff it. And there's not an implication in any of these changes that that hasn't happened. So I want to say that because actually I think the division's pretty close to fully staffed. So
Right, I think the intention here is, I do. Yeah. I think the intention here is that it's not happening, but it could not happen. So that, to me, best efforts, what's best efforts? And, I'm ancient, I've been here a long time. So, and I've seen, and when Alan was here, it was literally a skeleton crew. So I'm happier not having best efforts in. Because this is part of the 2%, the funding flow for this for CSD staff is different than the funding flow for the rest of PED. So I think when, PED has less of an argument to say, we don't have the money to staff CSD because that funding flow for CSD is constant unless every charter school closed, so I want to make sure that it doesn't matter who's here, that there's a promise that it's going to be fully staffed.
We need to take comments now, or we can step by step.
I think step by step is probably better. Commissioner Creel?
I don't think it makes sense, the sentence, the department shall fully staff. It's too exacting. And as opposed to shall, either make every reasonable effort or every possible effort. To make sure that to say shall fully staff, I think just that sentence, because of the word shall, puts like an undue burden, if you will, as opposed to every possible effort.
Why see, I don't understand why, because what's every possible effort? So now CSD goes 400. It's like, well, we've tried, but because once again, it's not a budget issue.
I know that. I agree with you completely on that.
So I think they have an obligation to fulfill that promise to us that they're going to staff it and not make priorities someplace else. And I saw Karina's head bobbing up and down in agreement when I was making my comments. So, I don't like, a nebulous possible, to
Well, I mean, Ms. Barnes could say the difference is between reasonable and possible is not nebulous. I mean, there's a reason people use those two different phrases. I don't think every possible is willy-nilly. I mean, I think that, the CSD director, whether it's Karina or anybody else, would do everything within their power, but it may still not be fully staffed.
But it's not Karina's efforts, because Karina's efforts can only go to the point of her supervisors.
Okay, this is
staff.
not my hill to die on. Got it.
Commissioner Manus? And hi.
Hi there. Sorry I don't have my video on, but I was in the car at the moment. I just wanted to maybe, because I see Commissioner Carrillo's point that it may be difficult to always have the CSD fully staffed. And it may be making that undue requirement. So I don't know if there's maybe a consideration for like a minimum threshold that should be staffed at all times, to consider something like that, because I think 100% all the time, it's not always going to happen, right? People leave. Uh, so that's maybe my concern with that.
I mean, I would like them to be 100% staffed. I understand that there's, if no one applies, no one applies. But I don't, so my intention was not to say somehow they're violating the MOU if they're not 100% staffed. That's not my intent here. But I think they, to make sure that they're on point, on task, that they should be, but there certainly are always those, time lags where they're not going to be, but I don't, that idea that we're going to make an effort to do it, I just, and we were talking about whether it's budgeted to be, but just because you're budgeted to be 100% doesn't mean you're actually going to do it. I mean, I've done contract negotiations where school districts budgeted the pay increase, but they turned to me and said, well, that doesn't mean we're actually going to give it to them. We just budgeted for it. So, there's that. So they are budgeted to be 100. They are budgeted always to be 100% because we do budget. So
So
that's not an issue.
I just want to point out that the MOU differentiates between the department and the division, and it does here in the sentence. So this is a department requirement to fully staff the division. We could, if that helped, add a sentence that the division shall use its best efforts to, I don't know, to ensure that vacant positions are filled or something, so that and that could use best efforts, which I think this division does that. I mean, I think the division's posting stuff all the time. So we could differentiate, keep the first sentence the way it's drafted and add an additional sentence that makes it clearer that the division shall use its best efforts to post vacant positions, or we could do it. I don't know if that fixes it for you, but I did just want to point out that distinction.
Commissioner Ingham?
Hate the elephant in the room. You can always fully staff a position if you're willing to pay whatever it takes to get that position. And so the reality is, what are we as a commission budgeting? I mean, at some point it comes down to that, right? That if we want it fully staffed, then do we make provision for having to pay salaries in at a level that we weren't used to? I mean, with the way things are.
We're beholden to the state.
Yeah, we can't do that.
SPO determines based off of bands and based off of the way that the posting is listed, and based off job description and requirements, then SPO determines which band that goes in. Like, that's not something we can dip our toes in.
We don't have any
No.
effect on the salary of it, so then
No.
we can't possibly expect that you're always gonna get people to be willing to work for the salary that is at that pay grade.
Or stay for long-term. Correct.
So it's.
That's why I think it has to be, like, there needs to be some reasonableness, right, about it. Like, it's not, and I think it's mostly that, I think the intention is that we want to ensure that the director of CSD never has to go fight for staff. Like, and that used to happen. To where the CSD director would be like, I need more people. And they're like, no, No, we're not giving you the budget to have 14 people. We'll give you the budget for 7 people. That's it. So this is like the understanding that and it's mostly us advocating for CSD, right? Like, and this being like a sign thing that the department's saying, yeah, we will do this. So to where the CSD director never has to go beg for staff. So that's why the department shall fully staff, but then it is always going to be the CSD director and the discretion of how the jobs that are needed, how they write the job postings, how they do the job descriptions, which band that they want to hire in. That needs to be at the discretion of the CSD director, and let them have that autonomy to figure out what that looks like for their needs. But that's why I think that's the intention, is like, let's let them do what they need to do, but make it to where they never have to go fight for staff. Like, that should never be the argument. But
Because it is the 2%,
people leaving
it would
and
be great if
right.
we could say, oh, no, this is our salary.
pay
schedule.
everyone.
Well, we don't have, we can't do that.
Mm-mm.
And is there a specific number that is fully staffed?
I think that fluctuates too with how many charters are in the system, how much, I mean, that fluctuates. And I think that's part of the working together to create budgets determines. And I think the CSD and the director often will say, this is what we need. And then we need to be supportive of those needs that are put in there.
I mean, it's probably more than double what it was 4 years ago.
We have expanded. So if I may speak, I would like to say thank you, commissioners, for caring about this, for putting this in there. And I think that when we first created the MOU, Commissioner Gibson, Secretary Stewart at the time, and me worked on this. What it did was shift the dynamic that had been in place before, so that I was more able to create new positions, have access to the budget to ensure that all the positions that were assigned to the division were filled. And we do our absolute best to fill those positions, but I must admit right now I've pressed the pause button on Louis' position while we get through the conference, and then I will revisit it then. The department is also bound by some other, like, what would the right word be? Directives and or decisions that would bind PED at times. So I think that the spirit of this is good, and the actual play out of how it works is a little bit more complex. And I think salaries too, because we have the budget. We have the budget. We could probably even double the staff that we have and still have the budget. But are people paid, at the level that we want them to be paid? Could we give raises? We're kind of stuck. And one of the things that I've heard is this notion of, fine, you have the budget, but is it fair relative to the rest of PED? So I don't know if there is a way to take that into consideration in the language here.
I think that's part of, the dynamics that, there's the internal dynamics that we're not part of and that we don't see and that we don't have to live in day to day. But salaries are, the previous cabinet secretary stood before the LESC and said, stop poaching my staff, but legislative services pays higher salaries to work for them than to work for PED. So, you've got to take care of, and that's the struggle that PED suffers from. You can go work at a school district for a higher salary than you can work by and large at PED. So, and with a little bit less work, because you're working for a school district as opposed to the entire state. So it's, it's a constant struggle here. and the dynamics in terms of staffing becomes difficult, some people are, counters of staff. Oh, you have this many staff under you? Oh, I only have this many staff that's assigned to me. And it gets into that.
Commissioner Manus? Oh, Missy's moving you. Never mind.
So
We see now. Yeah.
I would
Commissioner
say that
Taylor.
I've come to terms with that terminology. The department shall fully staff the division. I think it's simple. I mean, it's an agreement with the department, not the division. The division's going to do all they can to keep themselves staffed, to take their workload off and so forth. So let's just leave it at that and move to the next line.
All right.
The next one just is we just didn't need the sentence. It was already there before. Commissioner Gibson, I'll have you talk about the attorney. I think that was your section. Just number legal matters and technical.
So she's saying number 2 is struck out because it's duplicative.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
we're on to the new number 2, legal matters and technical consultation at the bottom of page 2.
I can start it. You had indicated that you wanted a full-time attorney. I changed that language a little bit to say sufficient to provide access to legal counsel whenever needed, because that is actually what happens. Is it's not necessarily full-time and there's more of a team of people. And then went back to the legal representation being to support you in your actions for the commission itself as the work of the lawyer. And then on the billing.
Right. So, I mean, this has been a challenge, even when legal counsel has been contracted. And my understanding is that legal counsel, we go through the procurement code, and PED, because we're financially attached, PED has to execute the payment to our legal counsel. But that is the only thing that PED gets to do, is to pay the invoice. But that any input as to what should be paid or can be paid is part of attorney-client relationship, and that attorney-client relationship exists only with us. So that any payment through invoice, and it's in our rules of procedure, that the executive committee signs off on the legal counsel invoice. And then it should be done. And that our prior attorney had this concern and did go to DFA about this, and they were, it was confirmed that DFA is the only entity that has the capacity or authority to refuse or change, payment to us and also to our attorney, because we are the client of the attorney. And that's so that I want it codified and clarified here that it is only the executive committee that, has the ability to do that. And the only thing PED does is cut the check. Plain and simple. Because it's, it is our relationship, and I get it, because part of it is, and Julia can answer this better than I can, I sometimes wonder, the invoice is very detailed and should be for the executive committee, but then, are we potentially violating any attorney-client privilege when that detail goes outside of the communication with us. I don't know, but I get, I do get concerned about that sometimes. It's like, that should be the information to the commission and commissioners. I mean, any commissioner could say, hey, I want to see the invoice, and sure, there it is. But I don't know whether it should go out beyond to the commission because we are the clients.
Director Chavez?
So I know, well, two things. One that we want to talk about a timeline for getting this done. And I've talked to my direct supervisor, Deputy Secretary DeBell, and I have some potential dates for whoever on the commission might be able to meet off time of the meetings to sit down and walk through this. And this one, I think, is going to be one that we're going to have to figure out, because I know that people in this department consider me as someone who made sure that we had the contract, that I have to follow their procurement expectations, which is to review any invoices that come our way. So I think that, however we look at this, I don't know that we're going to have to take into consideration the procurement expectations. This is a situation where maybe the attorney-client privilege with procurement expectations maybe butt heads a little bit, but I look forward to us figuring out how to work this out.
I mean, I understand that PED has some steps in place for people to sign off. And I can semi-live with that, but there should never be an expectation that someone beyond the executive committee has the authority to take off reimbursement that the executive committee has approved, plain and simple, because they are the client. So if the executive committee has approved the payment, then that payment, the expectation is there that that payment's going to be made. And that has, I mean, historically, that has not happened. And oftentimes we don't know it. I mean, I would get, I'd get just casually well after the fact say, this was taken off. And it's like, why? And it happened when we just had contracted attorneys. And it's like, oh no, half of that was taken off. And it's like, we would have no idea that it was taken off. And it's like, but that wasn't the expectation.
So commissioners, and I think that Ms. Barnes can attest to this, I have never just taken off anything from any of the invoices. I might have raised the question in a review because that's my responsibility, but I have never just taken off something from the invoices.
Yeah, and I think once again, I think it's maybe not that it's happening now that things are getting taken off, but it has in the past. But I will say I'll support this because I think it does, the way that the department requires it to be reviewed right now does create like a weird conflict. And this, I think, alleviates that conflict to where, Director Chavez doesn't have to feel like with this language, it makes it to where the department is agreeing that that's not the role that the director has to play in the future. So that's why I would support this being proposed to the PED in this fashion, because to me, this does eliminate that weird expectation from PED that's there right now and what we expect, and clarifies it to where our proposal is that we don't have that weird in between part that right now is in place.
You want me to speak to that other one?
That'd be great. Thanks.
Is there any, before we move on, does any other commissioner have anything about the legal count? Okay, so then we'll go on to technical consultation is the heading? Okay.
Commissioner Manus, are you able to hear us?
Okay, any comment about technical consultation? Everyone, all right. All right, the next one is going to be budgeting.
So there was just a change that, it was just in wording, on some of this. The budgeting section is, the first one is to put in here that, this idea that you would take less than 2%. So it'd be the amount of the budget and withhold only that percentage required. Notify the school. So this would allow you to do with an agreement with PED to take less than the 2%. So it's just a little bit of language change. I think this concept has been in here for a little while. There's another section here in terms of getting some kind of expectations on the middle of the budgeting section on the timing of reimbursements, both for commissioners and for legal counsel invoices. And I didn't know a time period. And Commissioner Gibson, did you want to add anything to that?
This is pouring salt in the wound right now. So I don't know how many times I know with previous legal counsel, they were at least 90 days out from reimbursement, which I think is unconscionable to someone that we're contracting with. That there should be a reasonable expectation for any contractor that we have, that they get paid on a monthly basis, plain and simple. I mean, everyone should get paid on a monthly basis. For us, I know it's a little different, but this has become, to me, it's an equity issue at this moment in time. That reimbursement doesn't come in any kind of equitable fashion to the commission. And also, I think there's still there could be an ongoing concern with legal counsel. So there's two different issues. And I don't know, I think my concern with putting a day number in there is, what if that doesn't happen? I mean, for the contractor, I think there should be. They should be paid within 30 days of when the invoice is signed. Absolutely. I think that's only reasonable. My question becomes, if we put a day in there for us, outside of our contracted folks, but if we put a day, 30 days in there with us, what if they don't? What do we do? I would like it to be, I would like it to be 30 days, but, what if they don't? And I know there's dispute resolution, but are we gonna, I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I think the second part of that, after it says within days, it says, or shall identify for the chairperson why additional time is needed. I think the communication is helpful. Because that way it's not saying it like, there are reasons, right? Like right now, maybe there's understaffed folks. I don't even know if it's in PEDs where it's held up right now, but this to me, at least requires the communication.
And I'm going to say, for someone to come back and say, oh, we're understaffed, so we can't pay you, I think is a completely unreasonable answer. It is. It's like, oh, sorry, we can't pay you this month. It's like, who does that? Where is the equity in that? And so I don't know if there's a good answer but I would like an answer. as to why, but to say, for them to be able to come back and say, we don't have enough staff to pay you. It's like, who does that? Did you get paid? Has the cabinet secretary been paid, or has he been told, we don't have enough staff to pay you? So I get a concern with that. I absolutely believe that anyone that we're contracted with, there is no excuse. Within 30 days, that a contracted individual, for us, that's where I run into I think there should be every fair and reasonable effort made. But my question is, what's our recourse when we're sitting here? And that's what, I don't have an answer for that. I would love to put in even for us, 60 days, which I think is still unreasonable, but I don't know. And part of it is, this is a sore topic for me right now.
I mean, I agree with much of what Patty says. And it's a sore topic because I don't believe in the department exploiting us as we have to rotate funds in and out of accounts and not reimbursing us. It's, not everyone has, a $10,000 limit on a credit card to be able to stack up all the things they have to do. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been reimbursed for Austin yet. I certainly haven't. And it's not reasonable.
I haven't been reimbursed since April.
That's not reasonable either.
I'm at $5,200 right now, and that's why I say it's hard when you talk to someone about potentially running for the position to have that conversation with them that, not only do you have to put in the time, but you have to be willing to incur debt with it and to put out the money ahead of time. And some people don't have, may not have the capacity to do that or the willingness. They may have the capacity to do it, but it's like, why should I do that? That's
Already serving for free. Are you already? Yeah, it's like,
right. So that's, but this isn't anything new. I mean, we've had people cycle in and out of here and say, oh yeah, well, we're going to make it easier. We're going to do it. And it just hasn't happened. So, and no one can give me a reasonable answer as to why.
but internally, it's not as though whoever's doing this for us is not processing our claims. I mean, they're processing, right? I mean, Ms. Juarez processes everything and then sends it on. And
It's
that's what,
dying someplace else.
yeah, exactly.
And when
That we don't have control over,
well, but see,
and it doesn't care about us.
well, when we first were informed and asked to go on DocuSign, the selling point was everyone will be listed so that you'll know where your reimbursement is dying. That doesn't happen any longer. We don't see beyond the CSD staff, but we used to see, oh, it went to Secretary Stewart, it went to Deputy Secretary Delgado. These are all the offices that was sitting in. So you knew they signed it, they signed it, they signed it, they signed it. Now, the only thing we get is Jessica's processed it, Karina has signed on, Bridget has signed on, and then you don't get to see where it has. So you don't know that it's, I end up having to call Jessica and apologizing and saying, I hate to call you, but I don't know who else to call because I don't know where it is. Whereas before you could call that office and say, hey, where is it? But that as a parent, that's disappeared somehow.
Commissioner Ingham?
I am confused because I have been reimbursed many times already. So how did you not get reimbursed since April? and I have been fairly current on mine. All mine have been
Is your travel or just the meetings?
travel too. I don't know. I'm not sure.
If it's-
Honestly, I'm having a
if
hard
it's-
enough time.
If it's so, I think I'm in the same boat as Patty, and I think it's the hotel reimbursement, like when it's like the actual travel. When I do just a meeting or it's just gas, those go through pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe
Which I think,
I've been noticing.
yeah.
Right.
I haven't paid.
So but Patty has to stay every time, right? Like, so she's always doing those type of
You
reimbursements.
people won't meet in Las Cruces, so, yeah. So
So I-
I'm
those are
always
the ones that are
it's the
taking longer.
actuals.
Yes, those are the ones
That's what's
taking longer.
that's what's delayed. It's the actuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at least it's not just you, and it's not.
Oh, I
just
know,
me, which
I
is
know it's not just.
better.
You know. Yeah. Misery loves company, but it's, overall, it's not fair. And this isn't something that's new. It is not. This is, this is a perennial problem.
Karina?
Yeah, this really disturbs me. I feel terrible and I know that doesn't help. But I am wondering if there is something that within my locus of control that might help. I know Commissioner Ingham comes and sits down with Jessica to submit the documents that maybe, but I also know that Commissioner Gibson has DocuSign on her phone, and she is often providing technical assistance to everybody about how to do it right. So I'm not sure. I gotta say that I have repeated no less than a dozen times the fact that you are owed $5,000 since I found out in Portales. And I'm really disturbed by that. So if there's anything that can happen within our division, if there needs to
It's
be
not you guys.
meetings.
It's not you guys.
too.
It's not
It's-
Jessica. It's
I'm-
not, you guys do your signatures
Yep.
fast. We
I'm
see that
done.
those are done and they get out of CSD. We just don't know. I mean,
I mean,
I can't
Jessica-
tell where it goes after that
in
and
accounts
where it's
payable.
stuck.
That's mine are all. sitting in
not you
accounts
guys.
payable.
There's
all of them.
nothing, yeah, there's nothing that, which is
No.
why, this is why it's between, that's why we want to put in the MOU with the department.
Yep.
Because you are doing your staff, you guys are doing everything right, and it gets stuck in the department, so.
I mean,
That's why
we-
it's being
we
proposed.
really-
In
it's
accounts
an
payable to
account-
buy, let me try that again. Who do we need to buy a bottle of tequila for in accounts payable?
Probably the one person that's doing the job of 5 up there. Probably, but, I mean,
Paid interest.
Or scotch?
and it may not even be, who knows if it's stuck there at DF, like, I think that's the other, like, who knows where it gets stuck out, but it's not it's not a CSD.
It's not,
issue.
it's not. That's
Jessica
the-
does a great job. She does help with
Yep.
anything we need. We see the signatures get signed like within hours after they go through from Jessica. Like they get to you, Karina, by like in the same day. From when we get it to her, she gets it to you and they're signed immediately. That's
the
not the problem.
frustrating part. I hate to have to call Jessica because I know it has nothing to do with any of you. But I don't know who else to call because we've lost all of those folks on the DocuSign.
Well, so we're gonna look into that. I do think, when we meet with PED executive, like just sharing the stories, I think would be helpful. I do know they're short-staffed. I hear you. You don't want to hear excuses. I don't blame you. And I think that if there is a way to change the DocuSign so you know where it is in the overall system, I'm in support of that.
And what difference would that make? It's not as we can, like, let's say it's held up, never held up within this, whoops. It's never held up within PEC.
Well, it would help, I know it would help me be able to advocate, like if it's
You knew
stuck
where.
on the second floor, or if it's stuck at DFA, or wherever it's stuck, that information I don't have access to. It sounds like commissioners used to have access to that information and they don't either. I do know there's a delay everywhere. I don't want to throw other PED staff under the bus because I actually think everybody works really hard. But I do know there's some backlog and, people having babies, people retiring and, staffing shortages. That's not an excuse. I think it's unconscionable that Patricia Gibson has $5,000 or more owed to her, and I'm sure Commissioner Burt also has money owed to her. And Commissioner Manus and the rest of you, I don't think you should have to carry that debt for long. So I do think, I'm not looking at the language here, but the notion of acknowledging the need for reimbursement and expediting or expeditiously processing, I am in support of. And I think, again, I think conversations matter. So when we sit down with others at the PED, I think you all sharing that story, I think will be helpful.
So for this document, I don't know if we want to just as a proposal, just as a talking off point, putting 30 days. And once again, just like, let's propose it and have it as a conversation piece and we can see where it goes after. That way we don't have to like go too deep into it right now.
Well,
So let's,
the
it.
other thing is not, I had put division, but I think we should put department because it sounds like the.
Yeah, it should be
it's a
department. Yeah.
And then if you put 30 days, I mean, the intent of what I tried to draft was to raise the issue that something's wrong and have this document say, oh, there's a problem. So I also suggest putting identify to the chairperson and the secretary while additional time is needed so that somebody can fix it.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, to me, that's what makes it appropriate to me, is not you must pay within 30 days, but it's, if you can't, then the communication then needs to happen.
And then
Yeah.
it goes to.
If there's a
someone who
reason
says,
why, yeah.
Okay, wherever these 15 are, please move them forward.
Mhm.
Okay, the next section is really not changed. The department reserves the right to have any, to spend any unencumbered, unexpended available funds. I just put within the budget established so that that they're not going to go, if you said you're going to take less than 2%, they're not going to go and take more, not that they would. And then that you all have that ability to utilize any funds to support state charters. If so, you're going to try to take less within a budget that everybody establishes. And then if that budget was still more than was needed, there's opportunities to spend it in appropriate ways.
So let me ask, because so that means if we took 1.5 and all the 1.5 wasn't used, that excess wouldn't be swept any longer. It would go into that non-reverting fund, correct? Is that what I'm understanding? So they wouldn't have the capacity to sweep anything any longer. Because right now they sweep what isn't used, but aren't we saying that if we don't use it, it gets to go in that, into that fund? So, maybe
Just
I'm,
need to double check,
maybe I'm confused.
about a non-reverting fund. I need to make sure that that has been added up above, so I'll put a comment there.
Because if they get to sweep, then there'll be no non-reverting fund.
The first sentence about sweeping is in the existing MOU. I believe that it was actually used this year, so I think that they're
Right.
doing that. So, and again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
But that's because
I've
it
kept
was
that.
in that's because it was in the non-reverting, it was in reverting funds.
So we can propose to strike that first sentence, put funds into a
Right.
non-reverting fund. And then maybe we should change this paragraph that the department and the commission may determine how to use non-reverting funds in a manner that supports state charter schools, or I don't, how do you want to draft that?
Well, I don't think I want to put that the department gets to make a decision as to that non-reverting money, that the department gets to determine how that money is going to be used to support charters, because I don't think that's that within the realm of their authority. That would only be us that would be able to make that decision. But I just don't want it to be, I don't want us to be thinking that we're going to be establishing this pot of money in this non-reverting fund that we can access when they're able to sweep it every year. So
So you would want to eliminate the first sentence, establish a non-reverting fund and have the commission be able to see what happens.
No, I want to create the non-reverting fund. That I do want to create, but I thought the opportunity to sweep conflicts with the non-reverting.
I agree. And you do not
I
want.
want the
to fill-
sweeping piece out.
Okay.
I want the sweeping piece swept.
Because it would be right-sized, and if it wasn't completely right-sized, go into a non-reverting.
Into a non-reverting.
Okay, so I'm going to change that sentence. I've got comments in that.
Right.
What about if it goes into a reimbursement? If it then.
It already is.
Then can be sent off to, the division, I guess.
We can have the next charter conference in Hawaii.
That's it.
Let me try to.
We'll do it in
keep going.
Paris.
Let me try to
First
keep
tax.
going, because I know that we also have the procedures coming up. This next section 5 on page 4.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry. I have a question. I'm looking at the budgeting paragraph, so I'm going back, I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. But pursuant to the act, okay, if the budget reasonably anticipated is less than 2%. So right now it's just 2%, and we're basically concerned with if we don't spend it, it should go to a reverting fund. A non-reverting, that's what I meant. A non-reverting fund that can be used for whatever is determined. That's
Right.
the way it is now. No, that's
No.
what we want.
Correct. It's in a reverting fund now. And what we're also, if we try to right-size it and say, oh, 1.5 is more than sufficient to fund everything that we want to do, there is still the possibility that 1.5 could be more than what was needed that year. So that excess money would go into that.
What if it's less than what's needed?
Well, you have to. look-
Right, which is why I like the idea of just keeping it at 2% and having them, ooh, they're just like, you gave me one of those like Joey looks from Friends, where his eyes get really big. Keeping it at 2, having the money go to a non-reverting fund. I have, the challenge I have is if it's 1.5 and it ends up being more, and there's not
That's
that
the budget
non-reverting.
subcommittee's job to really look at this hard. 2% doesn't seem like a lot, but for a small school,
No, I understand.
2% is a lot. So if we can right-size it, and I think we more than can, because our per is growing. We're not decreasing, we're only increasing. And look at the money that has gone back and look at the money that has been swept. So I think, and we're looking at a 5-year look at this, to say, we're not just doing this year by year by year. We have to be deliberate with this and make a 5-year plan out of it. I really do not anticipate that we would ever create such a bare bones budget that we would be sitting here and saying, oh my gosh, we don't have enough money. That would be irresponsible on our part to do that. But that if we can do this for schools and say, we can support you with everything that you absolutely need and be able to say, you can keep 0.5, 0.25, I just say 1.5 as an arbitrary.
Right.
But that means a lot. It means a lot to schools in terms of their operating funds. Much better than, oh, it's sitting in a fund that we determine what's going to help schools, and it may not help that little school that, could have better used the 0.25 than some sort of program that we've created that they're not going to access.
So if
or
I
the-
can contextualize it just a little bit. Next year, I think the 2% money is like 4.5 million. It's a lot. PEC and CSD and half that next year. Like that's, I mean, to full, like robust, everyone get the professional development, everyone travel, everyone do, all the staff, like that's, there's, I mean, we haven't looked, once again, this is something budget subcommittee needs to coordinate with CSD and look at. But I think there may be an opportunity to maybe take 1% instead of 2%. If that were to happen, let's just say we could, right? Like robustly have a great budget that every CSD is super comfortable. They never have to like worry about money. We're not worried about money. When I talked to a charter leader about what that would do for their school, so they looked at, if you guys took 1% instead of 2% of my SEG, we could hire another teacher for our school. We could, like, that's enough money to hire a social worker at our school. That makes it, that's what is so, I think that's what makes it like deep, right? And so instead of us taking their 2%, only using 1.5% and then putting it in a non-reverting fund, and then us saying, oh, you can, apply to get money to do this. That school needed a social worker. Like that's what they would have used it for. But we're preventing them from using their money the way they need to use it, because we're keeping it just because we can keep 2% kind of thing. So I think that's where my mind goes with like trying to create a robust budget that may not be the full 2%, still supporting everything that needs to be supported, but allowing the schools to keep the autonomy of their own money from the get-go. Because I also think we've like kind of talked about what it could look like to take the 2% and then give it back to schools at the end of the year. But I think that there's many issues that could come of that. So one, additional burden on PED for having to, they struggle with reimbursements that are already there sometimes, right? So creating another layer of reimbursements that then they need to go do could complicate the department. But also you tell the school in March, like, oh, you have $40,000 more. And then they're just spending it on random stuff because they didn't know they were going to have it. And they have to spend it by June 30th. And so now they're just getting stuff just to get stuff without a plan, right? So I think I'm also like, I think for me, the best thing for schools, if I'm thinking very student focused, school focused, it's for us to figure out how much we need to support everyone. Like everything, like high hopes, high wishes, like everyone get everything they need. What's the excess? And then do this, but then like, and then like Commissioner Gibson said, let's say we do determine everything we need is 1.5%, but then it ends up being that there's still some money out of that 1.5%. That's where I think the non-reverting fund, and then it could be used, CSD could be like, this is something that, we keep seeing issues with this part, like schools keep struggling with MLSS implementation. So we could use that to be like, let's contract with someone to like, in addition to the support they're getting from PED, let's give extra support based off of, those kind of things. So I think that's for me, the intention of the non-reverting fund, but it's like a last resort as a proposal. Commissioner Ingham, I know you had your hand up to talk.
Well, actually, I think I was just trying to conceptualize it myself. Really it's a timing thing. Because my thought was just take 2% like you said, and then have it rolling in a year, and then that percentage would go back to the schools automatically, not our manipulation of that, but that if they were due 0.5% for the next year, they would get that in a lump sum. But I didn't realize that they would have to spend it then. It would seem like if we could arrange it so they had the next year to spend it, then we could, what was left over. So I understand now. That's why I was confused about that. So I fully agree that we should right size our budget to the point where we can. And then the recurring fund, then that wouldn't be constrained about timing for us then, right? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Creel?
Just based on what you stated, I'm perfectly willing to 1.5 and have, would hopefully, I know that, but I'm just letting you know that based on what you said, you're willing to go down to 1.5 and hopefully have the money in a non-revert, that it stays with us.
Except
The
you're,
whole notion that they can't even reverse, they can't do our reimbursements, the notion of them upstairs trying to reimburse all the starters is, I don't know, difficult to see that happening.
I mean, it could be possible that they get that money June 15th and they have to spend it out by June 30th, which is and if you've lived in a public school system, we've all had that. Here, we have to spend this money now and you're buying crap because you've got to, use it or lose it. And then you've got stuff that's sitting around that's, oh yeah, I remember we had to spend that money, and it's like, and schools are also losing, the little schools are losing the small school size adjustment. So that helps to right size them with the small school size adjustment going away. That kind of, would help them out, because some schools have had to cut staff because of that.
Dr. Chavez?
I apologize. I had to use the restroom and get water, and I missed the discussion part where you were talking about needing to spend within a certain period of time, because my understanding with SEG is that that's true about grants that have timelines for expenditure, but for SEG, that schools currently do carry it over into the next fiscal year, and there's not as much of a constraint around spending within fiscal year.
And
we can discuss, like, we can figure it all out. I don't
that
think,
may be
I don't think
so,
it changes the language of this.
but it still doesn't fix the problem of, I could have hired that social worker for that year, but now I've got the money and it's too late. So maybe it would fix it for the following year, but they could have fixed it a year earlier if they had, if they had knowledge of the money. So I think it's easier for a school budgeting wise to know ahead of time what they have to spend, as opposed to maybe budgeting something, misbudgeting, because they're going to anticipate that they're going to get some money back and they're not exactly sure.
Well, and we also said that we didn't necessarily want to add another reimbursement to school, but like to PED to have to do.
I mean, PED is going to have to do something different than what they do now anyway. And I just would say for the commissioners, if you want to base it on an anticipated amount, then you will also be constrained with what you can do. So like the trip to Denver, which we didn't anticipate when we were setting the budget originally, might not have been possible, right? So that's
okay though too. I think that's fair. I mean, also, if that's what it's required, is that in order for schools to get what they deserve, is for us to live within whatever we budget. But once again, I think the budget subcommittee should anticipate, like, let's add in some buffer money, which once again, then goes to the non-reverting fund that we would like to set up. Like, if we don't use it, then it goes to the non-reverting fund, but that's $5,000 instead of $1 million.
I don't anticipate ever that tight a budget. I mean, I just don't, because that would be irresponsible, because you have to build in a cushion for unanticipated circumstances. You have to budget in for revocations, non-renewals, things like, so I anticipate there's always going to be a pot of money that's going to go into that fund. Just hope that it's not an excessive amount, that's all.
All right, yeah, and I kind of I think it would be great if we could finish this item before we go to lunch, so just to motivate you all on trying to get through it.
On page 4, section 5, this is where it started to come into my mind that we were putting things in more times than we needed to. And this is where it really started to come into my mind that maybe what was drafted here were issues from before. So, for example, that first sentence that, the division will follow the commission's processes, well, that's going to be in rule, so they're going to do it. So but it just felt missing. And then it felt duplicative later. So anyway, my suggestion is on this sentence, we take it out because the rule, my understanding, will be done in 2 weeks. Then this whole section, and I'm feeling a little, I don't know, and you know that I'm always like, oh, let's get a small group that works with me and talks to me about this, but I feel a little bit like that. Like we could see what needed to be in here. So I've added a sentence that I think that we shouldn't, because I think we should consider the group of documents as sufficient. And section 5 feels a little bit like, couldn't we shorten this document? Let me walk you just through the end and you guys can make additional ones, additional comments. On page 6, there was a whole section on division support that I think has been moved to the rule. So I actually think the division support section is already taken care of elsewhere, and I'd like to really look at that, but that's what I think is true. And page 6, section C, the section that reads division support, that's all in the rule now. So, and I actually think that it should come out of here. Because I think it is in the rule. So this is the kind of thing that I think that we might be able to shorten. The department support still feels relevant, although I don't know that we're getting it. So I'm not quite sure what to do about that. And I think actually this is in part what led Commissioner Gibson to start to say that you could hire your own people to look at data from the department. So I'm not quite sure. I didn't change it very much, but actually, like, we didn't get any growth data this year. So, and then, you got from them what was available, but what is available, I think didn't, is like, I don't need to go too far into it. I just think that this is like the kind of example that we might talk about. What do we want the MOU to have in it?
I'm confused, Julia, why, like, the third sentence, I'm actually a little confused about just the organization of the, like, I don't understand what's.
Got split,
Yeah.
got split from the top to the bottom. So this is where that exhibit 1 is a little bit duplicative of.
So 5 is commission protocols and communications. You said that your recommendation would be to delete that first sentence that's there in red. That's what I'm just trying to figure out what this, because then the last sentence is like a half a sentence and is deleted. I'm just trying to figure out what this,
So this is the red line.
right.
Let me go back. So I added that first sentence,
And you think, so that should be there.
but now this is where in my mind I started to say, what are the purposes of these various documents?
Right.
So sitting here today, since the rule is going to be completed in 2 weeks and the rule establishes that, I think that sentence is no longer needed. I guess what I want to say is this whole section feels weird to me. It felt incomplete and now feels kind of fragmented and a little random as to what's in there. So it might be easier to look at the 4A version for this section 5, because it actually, Missy, if you can go to the clean copy, it's easier to read this section 5. It's a red line issue.
So, and just to like clarify my understanding, you're saying there's a lot of things in the MOU that are now, they're already addressed in the rule, so we should take them out of the MOU.
Yes, and I left them in the MOU, but kind of increasingly I'm like,
Why would they be
why
in the
would we
MOU
re-
and
why
in a
would we be
rule?
repeating this? Right. And
Okay.
my thought process started really strongly right here. Okay, so this first sentence, we would strike it. But it felt weird not to have a complete section, just kind of have a random section. Then if you go down, Missy, a little bit, you can read the rest of it. And my comment on this section is it feels like it's old points and a little bit random. Something happened there, Missy. So the division will copy the commission on all written communications. They'll provide you notice in the event that there's school personnel are subject to a current criminal investigation. Will be informed of an appeal, and you can comment. That's like all that's in the MOU, and those feel kind of a little random and not complete, and that's why it led me, Becca, to kind of say, what do we want from this section, and do we want this section?
My only comment, sorry if I'm delaying people's lunch, I really think there has to be something somewhere in here that says that PED has no ability to change the agendas of the commission. And that's why I thought this communication protocols that the PEC sets the agenda, and no one at PED has the ability to change that agenda.
And
You know,
that point is in our rules of procedure. It actually isn't here. So that's yet another example of why I feel like,
but if it's in our rules of procedure, that says it for us. PED isn't obligated to abide by our rules of procedure. We can say whatever we want to in the rules of procedure, but PED isn't part of it's our internal rules of procedure. So if we say in there, we set the agenda, well, fine, but PED isn't obligated to that. And this isn't something new. I've lived with PED changing the agenda. When I first came on, they regularly changed the agenda. Regularly.
and my only point to you is the point you are raising is not in the existing MOU, and
know.
it's not in here now. So it'd be fine to put it in here. It's just not.
Right. And that's what, I think it's, we lost the chair of the commission over PED changing the agenda. And I know as chair, I got called more than several times asking for the agenda to be changed. And it's like, it's not going to happen. If you want to try to change it, you go right ahead and try and see what happens. But, it has to be, unfortunately, it has to be, this isn't new. This is, I'm tired of revisiting old issues, and I think it's just, if it's set in there, then it's set in there, because it used to, way back in the day, it used to go to all the departments, and the departments weighed in on the agenda, and then the agenda would change. And it's like, how did the agenda change? Oh, PED took that off. It's like, because one of the departments said, no, I don't want them talking about that. Seriously. So, it was a huge brouhaha, and it continued on when I was chair. At least it was just phone calls asking for the change. And it's like, but I don't even think the phone call should happen. It should be clear. We set our own agenda.
So I think I put a note that we should add that in here. I still think that some
The
groups
rest of it, I don't know, it's what, you know,
kind of random and some
It
of
is.
it's in the contract and some of it, although I agree with you, I do hear stories of back in the day, like on one of the revocations, the council never got copies of what the hearing officer said.
correct.
So maybe it needs to
Not
be in
even,
here.
it's not that far back in the day.
Yeah.
We didn't get explorers.
Okay.
You know, which isn't that long ago.
And I'm not sure that it says that
It
either.
doesn't.
So-
So I think, Patty, that's an interesting topic that you bring up. Are there other issues in our rule that maybe should be included in the MOU for that very reason? Do we need to revisit that? Because I hate having things disjointed like that, you know? So maybe we need to do a review like that and make sure that those items that are necessary and important in our rule are addressed in this as well.
Honestly, I haven't looked at the rule in that context. You know, to say I haven't. But yeah, that's a good point to put on for a work session maybe, is to take a look at that and say, where do we have gaps that, you know, this came up and, because it's not new, I just feel it's, you know, let's just get this over with.
Well, and
because, you know,
we could do, it's certainly possible, particularly now that the rule's going to be finalized, to do a chart that says communication. Here's what here's what all these 3 different documents are. I think that might be a very good approach, because you know, what happened to me trying to look at this was like, well, that seems kind of odd. And what about this? And what else needs to be in there? And so it was a little bit of like, and I told Commissioner Burt that it felt like we were working from a document that constrained us when the world is a little bit different now, both with new commissioners, a new rule, you know, lots of work recently with our charters. So, and I could do that. And then the exhibit 1 doesn't work for me. I'd rather reincorporate it because it feels, and I see what the intent was. I just am not sure. And if you wanted to keep it as an exhibit 1, I had trouble figuring out where did I want to put stuff, the top or the bottom. So, I'm not, I feel like this section probably should stay, but I'm not entirely sure what should go in it, and I'm not sure it has in it what we want to have in it. So that section feels unfinished. On page 6, down under exhibit 1, under division support, I think that section is in the rule now. The section I think is important to look at again on page 7 is what the department is going to do. Because the department retains funds to support you and the charters. And I'm sorry, go back. I went back, Missy, to the red line. Sorry. Page 7, I have that same question. Is this, and this goes back to the performance framework, you know, how is, do we need, I just am not sure exactly how the lines go. This is from the statute. And you do need that information, but maybe the performance framework is taking care of that. So again, I just have some questions about that.
I mean, it definitely seems to me like next month, like, I mean, I don't see that we're going to be in a place to like be ready to be like, let's go talk to PED about this after today. And I do think like bringing up that there's 3 different places where we have things now, right? We have the MOU, the rule, and our rules of procedure. It does feel like we need to make sure they mesh well. There's not like duplication or conflicting things too, like who knows, like there's stuff that's conflicting between the three now. It feels like that would actually be the best next step is to like, I mean, finish doing this so that you know the MOU we want you to look at, like, because I do think we want to look at a proposed revision of one and how that aligns to the other two, I think would be like the appropriate next step next month.
And then
That way we're not.
I
spinning our wheels today.
I think that makes sense. Because at this point, I'm kind of raising questions that I have rather than solutions that I've done.
Which is not helpful, Julia.
I'd like to be able to go more.
Yeah. So is the intent of this MOU to be sort of general in terms, in an agreement with references to those other, those other documents?
I think the other documents need to be referenced. I think there's still specifics in here that aren't going to be covered in the other two that need to be specific. But I do agree. I think there needs to be like a, both parties will follow the rule. Like the PEC and the PED will follow the rule. The PEC and PED will adhere to the rules of procedure, but not anything that's in the rules of procedure. We probably shouldn't add in here too, and just have that language of everyone's going to follow that. Everyone's going to follow that. But then I think the MOU for me is like defining those, it's just such a weird, I believe the legislative intent in the relationship was very pure, and it's like has these wonky parts, right? That as it comes into practice, there's like these weird parts to and how is administrative attachment defined, and how does independent look, what does that look like? And for me, the MOU just makes it clear to where there's no contentiousness between what the relationship looks like, what the power of duties look like, who's responsible for what. That to me is what the MOU is responsible for.
I don't think the intent was pure. I don't think the intent was thought out. I really don't. The intent wasn't, they didn't think this out in any shape, form, or manner. They just, okay, let's just create that and it's gonna work. And it's like, no, it's not. So yeah, I don't think they didn't think that far to think that it was gonna work. It was just done, willy-nilly and
this is where I have.
and this is where we are.
They try their best.
Commissioner Taylor, I think you bring up a really good point. I mean, most of the MOUs that I've been part of are always both satisfying and unsatisfying because they stay fairly broad and by nature. And so we shouldn't get really specific about dates and deadlines just because there's so many unintended consequences after we do that. And so I think that is the part that I oftentimes think about. This is a great opportunity for us to get this a little more right and a little bit better. But knowing that it's not the catch-all, but we have other things that kind of a little less together to make it. Right,
And
exactly.
I think as well, that's where this conversation of an Exhibit 1 came from, is broad and technical. I wasn't feeling like that distinction was here. And when I was trying to say, okay, I know what the intent was, where should this go? It wasn't feeling clear to me. So, I think to start with a chart of where things are is a great idea. And then to look a little bit more at some of this and then see if some of you I call anyway, but if some of you are willing to look at some of this, actually don't have the full history.
I wonder if, I don't know, but there is a rule in subcommittee that seems like this is kind of
That'd be great.
considering. So I don't know if that's a good group to maybe we set up a meeting in the next month.
Yeah.
And look at
do that.
the three
That'd be-
documents and see how they can.
That'd be great.
And that way we're taking into consideration the rule.
And then just this last section I want to raise, and then we can stop, is the selection of counsel. that's this whole procurement issue. And so this is one that felt very random, like, why did it go in the bottom section, not in the top section? So anyway, I couldn't quite make it make sense in my mind. All right, unless there are more comments from people, at the very bottom of the document, the big cutout is just things were in there twice, so that's not anything substantive. Are there more comments that people want the rural contract subcommittee to consider?
Sure are.
And to be fair, I'm on it too, so it wasn't that I wasn't,
Thanks.
I
We should
wasn't
just thank you, though,
volunteering
For that one.
everyone else, I also did
Well,
that to myself,
Oh,
so.
yeah.
You both know that I call you, so that doesn't make any difference anyway.
Get my oil change.
Where are you? Okay, so let's stop right there. We'll try to come back in a more coordinated way, but that's helpful.
All right, so sounds like Vice Chair Burt cashed some checks already for us. Apologies, commissioners, I had another, I'm going to sound real fancy here. I'm also the chairman of the Farm Service Agency Committee for Sandoval County, so I had subsequent meeting at 10 o'clock, and so I apologize for jumping out. But let's take Commissioner Carrillo, how much time did you feel like you needed? Let's be back at 2:19 exactly. Is it okay if we take a 45-minute break? Is that okay with everyone? We'll come back at, yeah, let's come back at 1:05. Yep. All right, let's go into lunch break. No problem. Well, we'll wait for Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Gibson, and Commissioner Manus, it's good to see you on Zoom.
Good to be here.
How's the baby?
He's good. He's teething right now, so he's not too happy, but overall, he's healthy and good.
Really glad of it. What do you have? I'll see how you like it. You like whatever you have anything. No, I'm just. Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you. I'll start, All right, commissioners, we're going to jump in to the next items. Items D and E kind of collaborate with one another. Or at least E is part of the part of E. So I wanted to see, do we all want to jump into the agenda setting process? Or do we want to do that as part of the rules of procedure? Any preference? Yeah. Is it okay? Okay.
Commissioners, I know we finished with the item on C, but I'm happy and ready with dates from Deputy Secretary DeBelle on when you might want to have a meeting.
Okay.
So I don't know who I should schedule that with, but.
Yeah. I think probably not, I think we probably have to discuss it one more time, most likely as a group, and maybe bring this to the rule committee. And but thank you for getting those dates, and maybe we'll just wait for
She's ready to start having conversations, even if it's a draft.
okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's move into items D and E. Commissioner Carrillo and Commissioner Gibson, I know that you requested item D. Would it be okay if I put you all on the spot just to share a little bit about what you were thinking?
Patty loves to be on the spot.
So. If we're talking.
Okay, so if we're gonna, oh, no, you go.
If we're talking the 10-day rule for the rules of procedure, specifically, I think we put that in there initially, if I remember correctly, because we were trying to get in a rhythm as a commission as a whole, that the agenda wouldn't change inside 10 days. That hasn't happened. And I don't know whether it's, so I think in the rules of procedure, having that 10 days is asking the commissioners to live within a time frame that the commission isn't. So I think language that says even 10 days with exceptions being allowed, so that if something comes up that is spur of the, no one anticipated, I think it's fair and reasonable to try to live within 10 days as an entire body, that the agenda should be able to be set 10 days out, but sometimes it can't happen. But that it's not a hard, fast rule that if something comes up that is urgent, that the request by the commissioners should be able to be complied with within 72 hours. I mean, what a minimum would be 72 hours,
Yeah, the Open Meetings Act says 72 hours. 10 days, I think, is too long. It's not realistic. I mean, you could put maybe a draft agenda out or something, but no, it just seems that even up to the, 4 days before this meeting, we're frequently getting a final. Here's the agenda final. And here's the agenda final. Because what if something has happened? So it's just, I think 10 days is ridiculous. I mean, I would lower it to like 7 or even 5. And there's also how things get on the agenda, because I know that you and I, Patty, talked about that in terms of who puts things on and can change or take things off. And I know the concern was whether or not CSD or someone from CSD could, or not. And I imagine if they contacted the executive committee, or if there were 2 people that they contacted to get something on, that's then the commissioner will put it on. But this is the commissioner's agenda.
I thought that was addressed in the MOU.
Was it kind of?
So it is certainly, it is certainly in the rules of procedure. It was raised today for the MOU as well, so it can be in both documents. It presently is not in the MOU. And it was in part, it was in the rules of procedure, but and I'll show you in a minute, I put it in two places to make it very clear so that that internal process is locked down.
I struggle with it just in our rules of procedure, only because we're the only ones that have to comply with the rules of procedure. Because PED isn't an entity that votes on our rules of procedure. They don't have to comply with our rules of procedure. Only we do, because it's our rules. So that if it just goes in our rules, I appreciate it, but it doesn't fix the concern. And of course, there's no guarantee that it's going to end up in the MOU.
So when you and I talked about this probably about a month ago, my recollection is the concern was also, I can't remember if it was something going on or off, but nobody controls our agenda but us.
Right.
So, it's even also improper for PED. Well, I guess if they relate an issue to CSD and said, look, this is really important, this is coming up, can you please put it on the agenda? Then they should contact probably first Ms. Chavez, and then she would contact the chair, who would contact one other person, maybe vice chair or something, to get something on the agenda. But
Honestly, I don't think, from my perspective, concern has never been adding on, it's been taking off. That at times, PED hasn't liked something be a topic of conversation at the PEC meeting. So it's like, we're going to take that off the agenda. So that, that when the agenda is set by the executive committee, the agenda is set by the executive committee, and it can't be nuanced in any shape, form, or manner, period. Said and done. And that's why I thought that, it would be important to have it in the MOU as that understanding, so that, once again, this has to live beyond everyone that's here in this entire building, so that's the intent here. Not pointing a specific finger at anything, but just because of, past history, just to make sure that that is the understanding. I think the process for getting something on the agenda, I think that's well understood, the chain that would do. I've never, ever, ever been aware that anything has ever been put on an agenda that no one knew about. But taking off or modifying, absolutely. And that's, was my intent, to make sure that can't happen.
So as long as I have been in this position, there's been nobody at PED that walks up to me and says, hey, Karina, change the PEC agenda. Anytime that Bridget, me, or I modify it, it's because it's what we, excuse me, have worked with the executive committee and we thought it was best, or we, the commission had requested, or it's been discussed. We meet once a week for over an hour every week to talk about the agenda. So I don't know when the last time was that happened, Commissioner Gibson, but I don't think it's happened since I've been here. I know of one time when maybe we modified an agenda because we thought that that's what needed to happen. In collaboration with PEC, but maybe didn't double check. And I can think of one incident where that happened. Otherwise, I don't think that happens. There is a lot of fingers on the agenda when we're planning it, in terms of the PEC Executive Committee and the attorney and staff, me and Bridget, and Sharon has access to it too. And I would say that it is important for us, the CSD, to know and maybe even have a little bit of input, not that we're trying to control you, but oftentimes if there's something added to the agenda, we have to prepare something to be able to speak to that. And I want to give you the best information, I want us to be as best prepared as possible. There's an item on the agenda, and also sometimes the wording has shifted so that it is characterizing what I'm presenting without someone asking me. And I don't think that that's executive committee members that are doing that. So I just wanted to share that with the rest of the commission, that there is a lot of conversation leading up to the preparation of the agenda, that I think CSD is a partner with PEC and working to give you the best possible agenda and for us to be as best prepared as possible. And there's a lot leading up to these meetings. There is a lot that our staff does to get ready.
Director Chavez, I totally agree, and we're always grateful for the work that you put in to preparation. There's such a tsunami of paperwork every single time because we have to read it all. And I know getting it, putting it in an organized fashion is a lot. An example, I think, for me in this, and I'm about to give you an example, and it's not a got you moment. It's just something that was very relevant to me this week. I got a school that reached out to me on Wednesday. That was yesterday, Tuesday. And they asked me, like, talk to Director Ortiz about an issue that we have. I brought the issue up, it was about busing and opportunities for transportation. I looked at the agenda. I didn't see Mr. Ortiz on the agenda. I don't remember that being a person that was on the agenda that was going to be here. I went on, then I was like, where did this principal see this? And I saw on the posted version on the website had Antonio on the agenda along with his staff member, Amanda. And so I think that's an example that's very relative to me, that it's not, did the world stop turning? No, but I don't remember him being on any of the agendas that we talked about.
That's true. And Chair Brower, if you'd like for me to call you in the future, that's fine. We had a request for what should go on the spotlight agenda. And Sharon had, as you had requested, been asking Amanda to present, and Amanda seemed hesitant and she's new to her position. So as a director, I reached out to her supervisor, Antonio, and I said, can Amanda present? And he said, I'd like to present with her. And since he used to be in that position, I didn't think it was a big deal. But moving forward, I'm happy to get an okay from you. And if that's what the expectation is, the subject matter is what I thought mattered more than anything. And that was, you wanted somebody to talk about lease to purchase. He used to manage it. She does now, but she's new. So I didn't think it was a big deal. So I'm happy, again, in the future to okay that with you if needed.
I think that would be good because and again, I gave you an example that is not just like timely, but it was also like a school asking me something that I didn't know that they wanted me. I didn't even know this person was on the agenda, that I could have a conversation with him about something that was relative to our school. And so that's just something that I think is just like a relevant thing for us to kind of to shore up. Like I said, the world still turns. I was able to ask my question. I was going to ask that question to Amanda anyhow. But I think that's just something that I want as the executive committee for us to make sure that we kind of just tie up that loose end a little bit more and use, we have 3 good weeks to get the agendas kind of shored up. We have 3 good weeks to get commissioners, ideas onto the agenda as well, if there are requests that are being made. And then we have a couple of days to just kind of up to make sure we have everything in line. So again, not the end of the world, but just helps everyone be prepared and You know, when I'm out of pocket on a Tuesday and somebody asks me this and I'm like, I don't even know if that was on the agenda. And then I look and it is, but I didn't know it. That was something that was different, you know,
We had been talking about that being the topic on the agenda all along.
topic, but not the person.
Right.
That's a different, but that was, there's a significant difference when a school asked me, talk to this person that I did not know that was going to be on the agenda. So we could disagree on that, but I'm just telling you, for me, that was something that was different. So,
So I said, my struggle often is that I have to keep looking at a different iteration of the agenda to know, like, if I get an agenda, then it's like, okay, I've got the agenda. And then, then a posting comes out, and it's like, well, I don't have to look at that because I've already received the agenda. But then there's been a change that was made to it that I didn't know because there was no indication that this was a revised agenda. It's like, oh, here, this is our third notice of an agenda. And it's like, I didn't know. The community input hearings. I didn't know the change was made to the community input hearings until someone sent me a message and said, hey, did you know that, we're meeting Wednesday? It's like, we received no communication that there had been a change in the community input hearings. So,
And I apologize for that. I think that you should have been notified immediately. We are working on correcting global, which did commissioners at the moment, but Sharon and I have talked about getting communication to PEC members as soon as possible. I will own that I didn't double check, and I think Sharon has continued to grow in her position, and she's been in contact with you guys more frequently and more effectively as she continues to learn the job. But that was a mistake that the division made. We saw Edgewood as somebody's home address and assumed that that was the district. And then we reviewed the notice of intent and verified that it was actually Portales. And I spoke to some commissioners directly about it, but not everyone. In the future, when there is that level of a change, I called you immediately after.
you
some
called
other
me and told me that the classical had dropped out.
That's right. That's right.
Well, we
It's a
had no
different issue.
communication that we added back a Wednesday.
Right. After the
our-
feedback that you gave
our
me
calendar.
about Portales, then I made sure you knew about the other one being canceled before I even let the chair know.
Right.
So
And I appreciate
we're
that.
working on communication, and I will own and I apologize on the Portales not being communicated sooner.
But I will also add that while you were here and I was chair, I received, as I said before, more than several calls to change the agenda by someone from PED. Not from CSD, from PED, the cabinet secretary in particular.
You have a better memory than me. I don't.
Well,
remember that.
I probably never even told you because but I shouldn't be getting those calls. They don't have an opportunity, to change the agenda. And
To
they're
my
requesting
knowledge,
me, I need that off the agenda.
to my knowledge, that's not happening right now. I don't know if,
See, this is also, I'm not trying to point a finger to a specific example. I'm not trying to make this a knee-jerk reaction to something. I'm trying to assure that the collaboration is continuous and that there's respect that's given to the fact that we are an elected body that's independent. And I appreciate the collaboration and all of the work that CSD in particular undertakes to get us ready for this, even though we don't do those paper books any longer, but there's still, there is yeoman's work that goes into getting us ready. And I think it's also fairest that for CSD staff as well, that this agenda is set in a timely fashion so that you can be as best prepared and that things aren't just changing at the last minute so that you're trying to play catch up on things that are on the agenda. I think it's fairest for us. I mean, I have a hard time when stuff is, changing on Tuesday and I'm heading out on Wednesday and I haven't had, ample time to really look at something to know what this is. So, it makes it very, very difficult.
Sure, Bert.
So in that last second of a vein, I think that we're gonna have to be careful in when we set the deadlines for new agenda items. If it's a school relate, like I have had last year when I was chair, I had requests come to me to like talk about a school last minute and like urgently, and I refused it, right? Because I'm like, nope, I follow the rules of procedure. Like I'm very indifferent to any kind of, Steve knows very well, very indifferent to like how urgent it is to someone or not. Like, this is the rules of procedure. This is what I'm gonna follow. It's very black and white for me. So in that same vein, I've never quite understood why I know it's just the way we've always done it, but I don't know why we post the agenda so far in advance. Like, I think we should just be waiting until the 72 hours before. That way anything can come up before then. And that way we don't have to keep doing revised ones because things do pop up. So I would say, number one, we should not be posting agendas until the 72 hours before. I would recommend that change. And that way it allows for the little bit of extra time. But the one thing I will say is if a commissioner, Karina does this really well, looking in advance of like, if a school needs to be on the agenda, but we also have a process, like if a school's on the agenda, they need 10 days notice. So we can't have urgent things come up about a school and put them on the agenda. And then they have to come that week to like talk to us. So I do think if we're going to make it to where we can put things on the agenda later, I would still say that the school, like if it's school related, that has to be done earlier because we have to give CSD time to reach out to them, to communicate with them, for the school to have notice, to be prepared to come speak to us. Maybe if they do something illegal, but once again, I think that would come from CSD, not a commissioner. But I think that's my only concern about doing things later is the time it takes to get ready for it. That's my only concern. So I'm open to it being less than 10 days, not for a school, but also like, I don't know how much less we can go and then not cram things in. And then who also decides what's urgent or not is my other question. Like, so those are things to ponder.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Points to ponder. I would leave it up to the school as to whether or not it has to be 10 days. They could very well, one of the schools could call me, Taos Integrated Arts, whatever, and say, we'd really love to come to the commission in your next meeting, and let's say it's 5 days away. And they could tell me, giving them the option. Well, that's why I want to give them the option.
Yeah, like the positive stuff. But last year was not positive stuff that I was being asked to put on the agenda last minute. It was not positive things. So positive stuff, but I think we have a space now on the agenda for positive school things, like on.
Well, like an agenda item, like let's say they have a real concern about funding or the rule, or even though they had a chance to comment on that, or whatever it might be, just giving them the option that if they want to come within 10 days, if they have.
I think that's not what I'm talking about. I think the 10 days is for when it's negative, not when it's a school request that they want to. I don't know what school's requesting to come. I've never had a school request to come talk to us about something, but what I've had happen last year, where commissioners would call me on Monday for a Thursday, Friday meeting and say, hey, I want this school to be talked about this month because they're being naughty. right? Like or I haven't had an update about them and I want to talk about them this Friday. And I would be like, no. So that's why those are the like punitive or any kind of negative discussion of a school.
Because they
to
need
me
time to
pays
prepare
attention.
also.
Yes.
And if they're naughty.
And then I'm also gonna, I mean, I think Julia may just say what I'm about to say, but we put that in our rules, our rule, that we would give notice if we're gonna take punitive measures, that we're gonna tell a school. We're not gonna just spring things on that. Like, we're gonna be fair and transparent in that. So
If
just
it's not punitive, they
differentiating
can just
between
call
those.
and, you know, Stuart can say, yeah, I'll, you know, get two people who have it on the agenda. And if they wanted to present something, and I don't mean relative to the shout out deal that's up there. I mean, relative to something that they really, and maybe it is a concern, not about, you know, anything punitive or naughty or anything like that. I haven't said naughty, that's 3 times now in one day. I don't think I've used that word in a year. Yeah, so anyway, sure.
I just wanted to clear up a couple of things and then the existing contract that all the schools are on, or almost all the schools are on, for the intervention ladder is not aligned with our week before. It's 10 days versus 7. So we have, and we do talk the Tuesday before, if any school is going to be on the agenda, and then Director Chavez sends out the email to them that says, we may take potential action under the intervention ladder. If we don't do that, you're delayed another month, and I'm looking at you because I know that that frustrates you. So one thing that we can do now is ensure that it's 7, not 10, because that's actually a problem. So Friday, not Tuesday. The point of the contract and the rule is to shift to CSD's annual reports as the primary mechanism for you hearing about schools. If something is not right, they will bring an intervention ladder. So the intervention ladder is going to be the primary mechanism for you all to take action out of cycle. And the first way is kind of this more robust and fuller annual report. So it is important because we're going to use the intervention ladder only when needed, but that's the tool you're going to use primarily out of cycle. And I'd like them to align better, and I'd like to give them no more than a week notice. I think 10 days is too long. The second thing, though, in order for us to give them notice that they're on the intervention ladder, I'd rather that be 7 days than 10. But the
schools.
yes, to the schools. The existing intervention ladder in the old contract gives 10 days. So that's where we get stuck on that. Timing wise, I guess I'll just say, I don't know, you guys can, I guess you can certainly do whatever it is that you want to do. But for Thursday's meeting, for today's meeting, it's Monday morning at 9 a.m. and Monday morning at 9 a.m. is no 72 hours. That's no different than Friday afternoon. So we've been getting it out on Friday afternoon because it's before 9 a.m. and I don't actually know what time Sharon gets here, and I don't want to be scrambling or having them scramble or Alan scrambling at 8 a.m. on Monday morning. That feels chaotic to me. So we had pushed it back to Friday. For tomorrow's meeting, the deadline is 9 a.m. on Tuesday. So that's just, so either we're asking CSD to get out 2 sets of agendas. We do it as a packet. We look at the working group, we look at the working session information, we look at what's going to be happening to the schools, and many of us can only do the work when the agenda's set, and I often can't finish my work till CSD has brought stuff up to me. So my view is less chaos. And that's just my view. My view is less chaos, and my view is to try to get you all as many possible documents aligned with the agenda on Friday as possible. And it's not always possible. But that's our goal, is to push everything to the Friday before. So I know it feels like, oh gosh, that's so much longer than 72 hours, but if you parse it out, it's not that much more than 72 hours. And as much, and we keep tweaking the system to make sure that it's right, but you know, there's examples every month where something's slightly wrong. And I think there's a bunch of us sitting up here that are perfectionists, and that drives me nuts when it's wrong. So I don't want it to be wrong. I want the agenda to be right. I want it there on Friday. I want the documents there on Friday to the best of our ability. So to push it feels like there's more room than there is. That's my personal opinion.
Dr. Russell?
Chair Brower and Commissioners, I agree with Ms. Barnes that Friday is only the day before Monday when you're talking about work days. And if the commission would like the email to go out at 8 o'clock Monday morning, that's one thing. But what I'm afraid of is if the deadline is first thing Monday morning, we will be getting, oh, add this, oh, take this off, oh, make this change at 4:45 on Friday. And I like the idea of the agenda being finalized on Friday. We can send on Monday morning, but I think the internal rule would need to be it's final on Friday.
I agree with that for sure. I also think that it's really good to have all the documentation and the attachments by Friday so that we can use our little time we have on the weekends to review things and to be just really well-read commissioners too. If we add or subtract things, neither one of those feels good in terms of our time and effort. So I think the more that we can commit to that Friday and also have additional, any additional documentation ready to go for us to review, I think is a good thing for sure. Now, I don't know if it was coming out before that time, like before Friday. Was it ever being posted to the PEC before the Friday, before the Monday? Okay. Okay, because I just wanted to clarify that for my own understanding. Commissioner Creo, then Vice Chair Burt.
I agree. It's fine, Friday morning. And so that's 7 days, right? Said this to people that work at CSD, of any of them working past 6 o'clock in the evening, ever. I just think it's insane. I think it's insane what's expected of state. Well, I don't know about all state workers, but in Pat and CSD, the amount of, you know, how many of us get emails at 9 in the evening from somebody still working? That's craziness. So anyway, and we always have the ability. You know, the thing is, on Monday evening, if there was something that was so incredibly pressing that it had to be on the Friday agenda, we just call, you know, Chair Brower, call Vice Chair Burt, and if it don't call you, and it can get on there. It's not the end of the world. No working past 6, okay, everybody?
Vice Chair.
All right, I was just gonna say I was being agreeable earlier, and I take back everything I said about not posting it on Fridays too, because it's not like we were just talking about. It's really not a big difference, and we have to we do need to have it just done on Friday, which means to me, you do have to put in your request 10 days before the meeting, because that's the Tuesday before the Friday final agenda is going out. Like, I don't think there's much more wiggle, it has to be the 10 days before still. And right now, like, the EC meets on Tuesdays, so we would be able to review that request, make sure it's on in the appropriate time. I mean, it just actually makes sense. I don't know if you guys want to try to add an urgent clause in here. But once again, I think then it's going to be at the discretion of who says what's urgent, you know, and so I don't know what that entails either. But I think generally most things can, if it's, I mean, for me, when Chair Brower talked about, so when you guys asked Chair Brower to add the agenda setting thing that Monday before the meeting on Friday, you know what I'm talking about? Like why this came up? And he was like, well, what do you think? And I said, no, like, no, it needs to be 10 days before. Cause it's, to me, that's not urgent. We could talk about it next month. Like like the agenda is set. We'll talk about it we'll put it on the agenda next month. Like we can have it internal, or we can have offline conversations about that without it being on the agenda to like help with concerns and that kind of thing. So I think it's going to be interesting if you guys want to try to determine what's urgent, because I advised him that I didn't think that was urgent at all. But I know you two did think it was urgent.
Because it was based on something that was happening at that moment. So then now we're 30 days out and it's like, what the, you talking about? So that's the problem. It was a situation that was happening right then and there. And it's like, that needs to be addressed. Now you're talking about it so far, but the only problem, the 10 days works now because the EC is meeting on Tuesdays. The EC may change and not do it on Tuesdays. He could do it on Thursday. So then that 10 days goes out. I think you just take the 10 days out, and if it's not submitted by that Friday morning or Thursday.
Well, it has to be when the EC meets. So actually what I would
So you
suggest is,
just put in.
I think we need to make a calendar. Like we did it like 2 years ago where we had a calendar and
Or
then
you
it
put
had
language in there that says that it has to be put in by the time the EC meets to set the
the final
agenda,
agenda. Yeah,
period.
that makes sense. It could be
And
Tuesday,
that could
Wednesday,
roll if it needed to.
Whatever,
Yep.
right? That makes sense. I like that.
Yep. And that way you don't need
Mm-hmm.
necessarily a
I
calendar,
like that.
but it might be just timely if, so folks know when that is,
Yep.
But, yeah, so the language is there that it's, it has to be submitted before the final agenda is set.
And then it would just be EC just make sure you all know, because we changed from Friday to Tuesday, so we would have to just make sure the commission knows that the time frame also changes.
With Friday being the last minute to take anything off if needed, which is nice because oftentimes, we talk about what's in the agenda and I need to make sure that we're ready to present to you what you need and that we've contacted the schools before we keep it in the agenda.
Well, on that, so I think I disagree with that because we set the agenda, the final agenda is set on Tuesday. That is not the final agenda setting on Friday. Like that is just double checking that the final agenda is exactly what happened on Tuesday. So we cannot take things off on Friday unless multiple EC members are present and agree to it. Like that's exactly why this is being brought up. It cannot be taken off with just Chair Brower doing that final check. Nothing can change. It should be typos. It should be, that's literally it. There's no changes after the Tuesday agenda setting. That's it. Nothing changes after that unless if Alan calls, if Alan's like, hey, Becca, there's something, can you and Melissa hop on and let's do it? But he can't do it on his own. I couldn't do it on my own.
understand that.
Okay.
I appreciate being able to, on Friday, potentially let the chair and the EC know if there's something that I think might need to change, but yeah, I hear you on that.
But then isn't that 10 days? You said,
The Tuesday. Right now we meet on Tuesdays.
right. But what I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the agenda is final. And that word means only one thing, on Tuesday. And then but I thought I was saying earlier, not final and then sent out until Friday.
No,
Yeah.
For EC purposes, it's final on the Tuesday before, it's done.
Yeah, Tuesday is when it is finalized as the entire EC and the CSD team has our weekly meeting. Friday is a quick scan through to make sure it's ready to be posted so that we make sure that we have Commissioner Carrillo doing the New Mexico salute properly, that we have all of the, any bugs that we see in it, but the substance is going to stay the same. If there needs to be some type of change on Friday for a more extraordinary reason, I have to call Rebecca and I have to call Melissa to see if we have consensus for any kind of shift from the Tuesday time period. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I suppose it does. You know what? Ultimately, I know that we can make changes and add things and take things off up to 72 hours. So whatever.
To beat this, Jeff,
Yes.
is it okay if we move on to the rules and procedures conversation? Review and discussion of possible changes regarding agenda setting and reimbursement. So I think we're on to reimbursement.
I think we need to look at the rules of procedure because there's some technical changes.
I
That
just
are
said that
next.
though, like
Oh, I'm not.
it says rules and procedure regarding agenda setting and reimbursement.
Chair
Right.
Brower, if I may, and I think it's a good idea, as Ms. Barnes suggested, to pull up the rules and procedures right now, see what it says around reimbursements, but I asked this to be placed on the agenda during the EC meeting. Everybody that was in EC was there. I didn't just put this on the agenda, but I requested that it be added to the agenda because there's times when commissioners attend meetings and we need the documentation for your reimbursement that shows where you were or what the meeting was. We need to have an agenda. So staff currently do things like go to the LESC agenda, print it or pull it out when somebody goes to the LESC and is seeking reimbursement, same with PSCOC. And we're happy with those public documents to be able to access them and do that. But there's other meetings that you might be attending where it's not easily accessible. We need some level of heads up. We need to see an agenda. We can't just reimburse at any time for anything. So I don't know what the rules and procedures currently say.
Yeah, I think so. I just want to make sure we're being honest with that, that part. Can we talk about the rules and procedure in
Nick?
global sense?
In preparation for 6E, I've made specific language changes to the rules of procedure on several of these topics.
I don't know if it's just me, but my document number 6 isn't opening anymore. And it said
Yeah.
it went in the trash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I just refresh because I was trying to clear out something and I ended up deleting it. So I had to re-upload it. Let's actually look at the PDF because I'm in an argument with Google.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, like, this says specifically regarding the agenda setting and reimbursement. It does not say we're globally looking at the rules and procedure,
right.
but I just want to
And
make sure we're all in consensus on that.
And I also just want to say that sometimes it is really hard to have things the Friday before. I know Ms. Barnes is really meticulous about so many parts of our meeting. And here's an example where we have to also be nimble sometimes.
Okay, so 6A, I just had to re-upload it because just a second ago I messed it up. So it's been there since Friday. It's the same draft. I just had to re-upload it. So, and then my understanding on the documents on Friday is that the chair is going to work with any document, is going to just be kept abreast of any documents that can't be there by Friday, because that's true. Sometimes it's hard to get all the documents up. However, this one was up by Friday. So first, I just wanted to note that the document that was online did not, last time you, Missy, can you see it and can you share screen? PDF, please, because the Word document, I'm in an argument. It's
Mhm.
showing all these comments.
But this is not on my iPad. I don't have pages. Oh, I'm not. I didn't reopen it.
So the very first thing is just that the document that is posted onto the website doesn't have the attached rules of procedure, the Attorney General's letter, so it's attached again. It will be attached when this document is approved and uploaded. This is one on page 3 in red is one of the places where I have added again, just for clarifications, actually in this document, a couple of places, but that what Chair Brower just said is that no changes to the final agenda will be made except with the approval of the chairperson. And that go ahead. So the only changes were those specific ones. So if Commissioner Creo wants,
Commissioner Creo, like our agenda says that we were looking at the rules and procedure regarding, agenda setting and reimbursement. Are there others? I'm not sure if we can. Mhm. Yeah, I wonder, right. Yeah. Would you all be okay if we open it up to an additional, I would love to get consensus from the commission. I'm okay with this, but I want to make sure we're not opening up a million things to discuss on the rules and procedure.
I'll own my confusion.
So Commissioner Creo has an additional thing that he would like to talk about.
That
To make
is
it,
not reimbursement.
it's not reimbursement and
It's
not,
on the rules of procedure.
yeah,
Pox on you. I was hoping we weren't opening up the rules of procedure again. I guess I'm okay, but can we talk very briefly about the reimbursement issue?
Oh, you're definitely gonna do that.
Because I struggle at times because I don't always have I mean, honestly, when I went to LESC, they laughed at me when I said I need to take a picture of the sign-in sheet, and there was none. And they said, "You're crazy." And I said, "I won't get reimbursed unless I have a picture of." So they made up this ridiculous piece of paper that said sign in, and I put my name on it. Because because they don't do a sign in, and I went to the government to government meeting and I didn't have the sign in sheet, but I had my name tag and an agenda, and the request came back to me, "Where's the sign-in sheet?" Well, it was actually a PED meeting, so PED has my the sign-in sheet. I mean, I just, because honestly, I could have signed that sheet at Isleta and then gone to the golf course. I mean, I could have, so that it's ludicrous, but I attend things. I went to the LFC meeting 2 weeks ago. There was no sign-in sheet. But I mean, it was 2.5 miles from my house, so I didn't ask for reimbursement. But, so it is an absolute struggle at some of these things to try to have an agenda. Well, most of them, I have an agenda, but I don't have a sign-in sheet. I don't, I mean, one of them, I sent him the copy of the COVID notice that I better go get tested because I was close to someone here. Is this enough to prove that I was there at the meeting? Because I got this notice. So it's really, and when you're working with state entities and they're laughing at you because it's like, what do you mean you need a sign-in sheet to prove that you were here. It's like, they think I'm, 5, and my mother doesn't trust me that I actually am going. So it's, it's difficult.
So may I respond to that? So we had a finance team committee meeting yesterday. We talked about this. I think that the PEC meeting attendance documentation is something that the team and when I say team, I mean the larger PED team has been used to seeing. Which of the commissioners are in attendance at the PEC meetings, but we talked about when Commissioner Gibson goes to LESC or when Commissioner Ingham goes to PSCOC. I understand, I hear you, there's no sign-in. We talked about not having that expectation or asking you that the agenda for those meetings should suffice. And the fact that you are submitting a DocuSign to get reimbursement is like an affidavit saying, I was at this meeting and I'm asking for reimbursement. And Bridget and I agree that should be sufficient. And if we get if Jessica gets kickbacks or if we get any static around that, that's the stance that we're taking because I'm appalled.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is I'm responsible for my actions. And if I'm falsifying something, then I answer to the ethics charge.
Right. And so the reason why I requested to put this on the agenda is because to me, those are public meetings. You can find the agenda. We know people attend. I hear you, there's no sign-ins. I've been to LESC, you go, right? But there's other meetings that commissioners have requested reimbursement for where we cannot find an agenda.
So,
That's more the concern.
so I'll just show you the language. On page 11, I'll show you the language that I have proposed, if Missy can go down to 11.
Because can I just add, there could be the possibility that commissioners may be asking for reimbursement for something that, maybe I'm wrong, that could skirt on attorney-client privilege, so that if there was a meeting that was held and, it should so there wouldn't be an agenda to that meeting. Because there shouldn't be an agenda to that meeting. There shouldn't be a public agenda to that meeting, because the discussion should be between the attorney and the commissioners. And therefore, if I am putting in for reimbursement for attending that meeting, there should not be an agenda for that.
I think there has to be an agenda, even if the content of the discussion is not crystal clear. We see governing board meetings all the time where it says closed session, but the documentation about when, what time, and that the meeting occurred is something that I don't know that we can say, let's not do.
But it wouldn't fall under closed session, because closed session would be part of a public meeting.
Well,
And you
however
have
you
to have
want
a
to word,
opening the
however
public
you
meeting.
want to word it, but I think I hear you about the attorney-client privilege, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be some level of documentation for meetings that you get reimbursed for.
So what I put in here, I'll just tell you what I put in here, because I actually do think that it's possible for a meeting that I have with you all as council can say from 1 to 3 on this general topic, that is enough of an agenda that provides them the date, the time, and the general topic. So going to be, for example, on the billing. So I think lawyers deal with that a lot, which is a general thing of this happened, but not what happened. So I have put, if a commissioner attends a meeting that qualifies for reimbursement, which is up above and unchanged. So you have to be in person, or it has to be 4 hours, or there's very specific things. That the commissioner shall provide an agenda for the meeting from the person or entity convening the meeting. So If the lawyer convenes the meeting, then it could be a very simple document. I think that could be emailed to CSD that said, 3 commissioners were there from 1 to 3 on the performance frame, whatever it was. Or if you go to a meeting, that's someone else's meeting that qualifies, that entity can either give you a meeting, and then it sounded like CSD, if you can give them a link to the meeting agenda, they can find it that way too. So if it was posted somewhere, that to me gets around your legislative one, because it sounds like you don't need to show that you attend. But the link that's there, that's probably there right now because they're there for months. So maybe. So I thought that the language in the sentence in D satisfied CSD. And I think that it can be any meeting that qualifies. And there's a lot of meetings, frankly, that don't qualify. And then I put in this same sentence that also is in the MOU, I put it in here. Under F, because that about the reimbursement request timing, I don't know if that should be here or in the MOU. I put it in, I thought it would be in both.
Ms. Barnes, I think that's good.
Enough
Thank you.
language. Okay, Chair, let me just go back to the few other things, which are the agenda settings now, and then we can go back to what Commissioner Creer was saying. This document, which is the PEC Internal Rules of Procedure, already had in it things about the EC and the chair finalizing the agenda. I just added it a couple of places. So, Missy, on page 3. No worries.
Yeah, the language that says, about the reimbursements. Yeah, 4. Keep going, keep going. Because I don't think that's the language that,
I mean, I'm lost, I'm sorry.
because it said that the charter school division will, keep going down a little bit more.
I'm at least on page 11.
They're right there, F. Charter school division shall process the reimbursement request. They are doing that. So
I'll
it
take the
should be-
language from the MOU. I was just trying to put it in 2
I
places.
gotcha, but that's not. Yeah, that's not the
You
language.
think it can? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that out then. Then until the MOU is changed, it's not going to be anywhere. I'll just say that. Is that the way you want it? Okay.
So that's not the, putting the language that we need into the rules of procedure doesn't fix the problem because it doesn't comply. It doesn't,
And there's
they
no,
don't have to comply with our rules of procedure.
there's nothing that stops the chairperson from trying to figure out what's going on with reimbursements. So there's nothing that stops that from happening.
If we wanted to keep language in, here's the problem. If you just put language in, if there was, that the charter school division will communicate identify when additional time is needed for reimbursements. Maybe that would be the more appropriate, but just the statement that the charter school division shall process the reimbursement. That but if we wanted to keep the communication piece in, that's the only thing I would keep in on that there'd be
That probably-
communication back to the chair or to the commission, whatever, if there was additional time needed to process reimbursements.
You could also add something to the chair's duty that they can
Yeah.
take action.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could put into this section on page 11 that the division shall,
With Alan, I just need to plug now whenever I look at the person.
right. Do you want a sentence about the division having an obligation to let the chair know if it's been over a certain number of days, and then we can add it? No?
I mean, this is the hard part about that. Well, I don't know, maybe it's not, but like, I don't know if Karina knew
Right.
how long, like, that's not her, you know, like, so if we're like, oh, if it's gonna take more than 30 days, then Karina needs to talk to us about, like, we need to tell her if it's like, we need to talk to them and be like, hey, it hasn't gone past you guys. So I mean, I don't know. I feel like we're trying to like write out something that doesn't make sense to write out.
Maybe the best thing, maybe the easiest thing for us to do is to have it as an item on the work session, reimbursement. And that way, if someone is having difficulties, it can be communicated to the chair then, and the chair can then get back and leave it at that. So that, because it makes no sense to add Karina in, that I have to call Karina to let Karina know so she can let Alan know that we're 30 days behind. Just have it as a standing item on the agenda. And if no one has if everything's being processed fine, we just skip that on the agenda, but that it can be communicated then, because you're right. No one knows unless someone communicates it. And, why put Karina in the middle to have to be the conduit to Alan
So
on the communication?
and I hate doing this, but because I don't ever want to, well, I do want to give Sharon more things because she's awesome and she gets things done. So I do want to give her more stuff, but also it just feels like these are like behind the scene things that don't necessarily need to be on a public agenda. So I'm also wondering if like,
No.
maybe we can add to Sharon's plate. Like that way it's not on Karina, it's not on, like if Sharon can just do a check-in every 30 days and just check in with all the commissioners, just send an email, hey, if anyone's having trouble with reimbursements, can you let me know? And just
Why
like
not
once a month,
Jessica,
she
because
can,
she's the one that
I mean,
processes.
I don't care. She's just the PEC liaison. So it makes,
They
to me,
work
it makes
closely
sense.
together, right?
Yeah.
So we will meet, Bridget and I will meet with both Sharon and Jessica and Ruby every other week, right? And I'm always asking, where are we on PEC reimbursements? Are we up to date? How's our tracker? Where is it? What I didn't have was the tally of what was still due. So that gave me a reason to take it to the next level, whatever that needs to be on my end. And sometimes I don't know unless you let me know, which is how that happened. So I would say, absolutely, Sharon is your main point of contact. And if Sharon is aware of whether she should be working very closely with Jessica to know if you've been reimbursed or not, or if you've submitted or not. And she's working towards that. Now, if that's not working for you, I mean, I know that Sharon does a really good job of collaborating with PED colleagues and to advocate on behalf of you all. But if you ever need to contact me, you are welcome to also contact me.
Just seems like it would be such a good thing. Like this is the kind of thing I feel like would be great to not have on your plate. Like, why do you need to be working? And to have like Sharon have the, like, yeah, and like and for her to be able to like be proactive with us too. Cause like I often will just like let it go for a long time and not tell anyone. Right. But like if Sharon asked me, I would tell her. But so I think if that's how we can handle it and it's outside a process, it's just more internal. We don't need to write it out in the rules of procedure. We don't need to have it on a meeting, but like if we can just kind of implement where Sharon's like our go-to girl, right, for this kind of stuff. Cause I don't want to necessarily have it be on Karina's,
Right.
like there's too many school things that Karina should be doing and we have Sharon and Sharon's awesome. And so if we can communicate with her instead, and Karina shouldn't even know about it, honestly, like that's what I would like. I would love for you not to know and it just gets handled on that side. So that's my proposal, is not put it in any of this, not put it on a meeting and give it to Sharon. Sorry, Sharon. Okay, great.
Sharon, you do a great job,
Yes, you
a
do.
really great job. I've gotten several reminders, actually. Sorry.
You're on the opposite end. Okay.
All right, I just want to show you just quickly on page 3, adds to the chairperson's duty, clearly saying that the chairperson is the one who finalizes the agenda as approved by the EC, and that no changes are made to the final agenda except with the approval of the chairperson. That's on page 3. It's also in this document a couple of other places. So on page 5, I just made that consistent, number 4, but it's already been in there. Establish and approve the agenda for each commission meeting, including work sessions and study sessions. This is under EC requirements, which shall then be finalized by the chair. So this is just being consistent all the way through. On page 7, again, it was here again, so I've just made it, this is in the section on the agenda. So now everything is consistent all the way through. Number 2 in green on page 7. I have not changed this, but this is the 10 days for commissioners right there. Thank you. This is where the commissioners have to give an agenda request at least 10 days in advance. I don't know if you wanted to add in unless there's an urgent need, or I don't know if you wanted to change that at all. I didn't change it. I just highlighted where it was if you would change it. So Commissioners Gibson and Carrillo, did you want to make any change?
Agreed to the language that said by the agendas, by the final agenda setting meeting.
Instead of at least 10 days.
Final,
By the
Yeah,
final.
get rid of the at least 10 days and just setting meeting or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
So is that on Tuesday morning before the meeting at 9 o'clock, right?
Tuesdays,
Tuesday at 2 p.m.
right.
Okay.
So by Tuesday, 2:59,
2 p.m.
1:59,
That's the end of the changes. So if you wanted to go back to this point to anything new.
Commissioner Creo, thank you for your patience. Did you want to share the item that we talked about last night?
Sure. For the record, I'm not patient as a rule, but I appreciate you. Thank you for that.
I just appreciate you didn't send me any eye daggers this way, so I was,
Well, I need the vice chair and okay, it's around attendance. So when I was on the Santa Fe Public School Board, I believe it's a state PED thing that if anyone misses 9 consecutive meetings, any meeting of the school board. So it included study sessions, it included regular meetings, and if there's a special meeting or something like that, they had vacated their seat. It's as simple as that. My concern is that it's important that 10 of us are here. There are a lot of important issues, and if people can't be here in person, I certainly understand that. And there's Zoom. And, Patty can tell you about the days before Zoom. People came in for the meetings.
Good old days.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. And so, if there is a person where it's difficult for whatever reason to be on this commission, then any individual has to kind of look at that and say, should we find my replacement? Because I just, we all ran for an office, and I just think, if you're missing 3 or 4 or something happens, going on vacation, things happen. I know there are people that have businesses where things are scheduled out 90 and 120 days, and can't be changed. But I just think chronic absenteeism is challenging for any political body. Because we're here to make decisions, not 6 of us at a time, but 10 of us. And I don't know what to do.
The challenge is, as a body, I don't think there isn't anything we can do because we're an elected body. So we don't have the ability to say, well, if you've missed 3 meetings in a row, you need to step off because,
This was 9 for school boards. It was
but I don't
2
know,
payroll.
I guess I've got a concern because as an elected person, how can the body determine that I have to come off when the electorate has put me in that position? So the only way my understanding that a commissioner could be asked off is we're impeachable.
A recall, something like that.
No, I guess we're recalled, I guess. I don't, we looked at it one time. Actually, it was a request from PED. Yeah, one of those ways that I don't think and I could be wrong, but I don't think we have the capacity, the authority to say, you miss X amount of consecutive meetings, you need to step off, because we don't have the authority to do that. I support the concept, but I'm really challenged as to how a school board could do that.
And I would say maybe it's just an honest conversation between any individual and the chair. Like, hey, this is what's going on with me these days, and it's really, really difficult, and this is.
I want to be there for that one.
And so everyone sees your hand up, KT, because you're the only thing on our Zoom screen right now. You're like a movie star today, where it's you 24/7. It's just a concern I have, and you know what? I've expressed it. Sure, I'm here in Santa Fe. It's easy for me. But I respect the hell out of people that drive here long distances, stay 2 days. It just,
It's part of the challenge right now is that the Attorney General's still is running on the COVID emergency guidance. The Attorney General has not changed the Open Meetings Act back to where it had been, because when the Open Meetings Act existed for COVID, it was, you had to ask permission and it had to be a quote unquote emergency in order to attend virtually. Now, the AG's office still has posted we're in an emergency health, and it's like, we're in a public health emergency. It's like, how is that absolutely possible? But it still is. So OMA guidance is still, we're in a public health emergency. So, go figure that one out. It still has this picture on it. So, I can't, I understand the spirit of it. I do. We were challenged when I was chair. We had a commissioner that was terminally ill. What do you do about that when they're not coming? I wouldn't want to have, and I did not have that conversation about, hey, you need to be here, because this is really important. But would I have appreciated that person? But that was probably the last thing they were thinking about, was I need to step down, because it was still kind of their hope that they'd be able to come back. So it's, those are, I think it's unfortunately up to the voters and unfortunately, they don't pay enough attention to who comes and who doesn't come, to say, hey, I'm not going to reelect you because, you haven't attended enough meetings.
Commissioner Manus, thank you for your patience.
So I currently, and maybe not anymore, given the rules of procedure, I currently sit on the Lee County Soil and Water Conservation District Board. And in whatever we agree to as board members, whenever it's an elected board, they have the ability, or it's assumed, that if we miss 3 meetings consecutively, then we're off the board, and it can be appointed. So I haven't been able to attend those meetings due to a work conflict, which it is what it is. But I know that these things happen in different boards at the county level. And Commissioner Creo, it's obviously he has experience with that happening at a local municipal level. So I'm sure that there's something that could be looked into about it, because like I said, we're, as part of the board that I'm on, they have that about 3 consecutive meetings, and you've technically vacated your seat. I was curious because I think before Zoom and before the pandemic, didn't commissioners sometimes call in to the meeting?
They could, but they needed permission from the chair, and the OMA guidance was it had to be an emergency. It had to be an expressed emergency in order to make the request for the telephonic participation. So that and in fact, we ended up with one commissioner who well, she didn't run again because and she had to be denied because it was for work, and that wasn't, we checked with the AG's office, and that wasn't an emergency.
Yeah, I was just curious what that
Yeah,
looked like.
yeah. But it did, yeah, it was expressly that the individual had to get permission from the chair, and the OMA guidance, like I said, was it had to be an expressed emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus. I, on a side conversation, I think it could be good for Julia to just look into this to see what is possible within our constitutional authority and the processes that are in statute. I think in spirit, I'm in agreement. I think we have, we're representing people here. We're representing over 200,000 people here when we think about the voters that well, maybe not the voters, the people that are in our district. And so that matters. Yeah. I think it's 300,000 for me. I'm just kidding. I think that I also think that at least something that's different than what I saw when I was in Karina's seat is that almost everyone was retired, and most of the time this board, almost everyone it was a retiree, and now we have a very mixed group of people here, and I think that is a beautiful thing that we have people who are doing different things right now in their stage in life, and I think that gives us strength in a lot of ways. But I think it also rubs, and I would lie through my teeth. There are some moments where I'm like, are we meeting on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week? Because that's a lot of time. And that was hard. That's hard. That's really hard. That's a big commitment. And so I have both. We said we were going to do something, so we should do it, because I feel that's what I'm owed the people who elected me and the people who I represent. And at the same time, I have deep empathy when people can't make it here because of the different things going on in their life, both urgent, health-related things, family things, just work in general is sometimes tough for some people. But I think we can find a balance, and I think I'm good with like having those conversations, and those conversations have happened with some of our commissioners. as they feel like I want to be here, but I can't be here because of these other commitments. And we all are super busy, regardless of where we are in our stage in life. But how can we be present here for the work that matters most? I also think Friday is different than Thursday. Maybe that's wrong, but like I do feel like that there's more forgiveness and understanding for me of not being able to make a Thursday meeting than a Friday meeting, or the conference next week. Like those are different, but like the actual work that we need to do on Fridays, I think is a big thing. So, Commissioner, I appreciate you bringing this up. Go ahead.
I would say Thursday is just as important. That's when all the discussion happens to vote on Friday. That's when the back and forth, the debate. I mean, I think Thursdays, I love Thursdays for that reason, the back and forth and the getting to yes and the getting to building a consensus around language or whatever it might be before something's voted on. So I would just add that we have a calendar that's published like a year in advance. Okay, so I mean, it's on my Outlook for work and everything else. And I know when I gotta be here. It's so if somebody says, hey, Steve, do you want to do something on the 21st of July? And it's like, well, you know what? No, because my commitment to the PEC is I have to be here. And speaking of tomorrow, for the company I work for, they're having a meeting where everyone's coming in from all over New Mexico and Southern Colorado. And I'm not going to be there. It's not a mandatory meeting, but I'm not going to be there. And they know that because I'm here. And I knew that looking at the calendar. So it's just, I would, and I'm not like picking on anybody, but just for God's sakes, man, just look at the calendar and don't make plans. You still have a life. And, if people take a family vacation, as they need to, Anyway, that's it.
Occasionally things that people don't think just because you're retired, you don't have a life, or any obligations or a family or anything like that. But I get, work is, but it's, and I agree, it's calendared, it's there. It's not like all of a sudden, you knew that there was a meeting in August, like it's been there. And honestly, that's a challenge I've had trying to get people to run when I've talked to people, because it's like, you have, this is a commitment. And I wholeheartedly agree. We've gotten into the cadence that Thursday is when we flesh out so much and really hear it. And I think that's really important so that, it used to be, it was, there'd be sometimes only 3 of us that would be at work sessions. And it's like, oh, it was, thank God we didn't need quorum. We never had issues with Fridays, but people just kind of blew off because it took a long time to get commissioners to understand that we were having work sessions because they hadn't had them before. So it was changing a culture, but I think both days are, I think Thursdays is more important than Friday to a great extent.
Okay, you convinced me. And I think retirees are beautiful people, Commissioner, just for the record. Commissioner Manis and then Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, I agree on the Thursday point that it's important. I think sometimes our Thursday meetings can be very long. And I think that's where we had suggested within the past 2 years of us having additional calendar dates set up for work sessions, and sometimes those work sessions be outside of the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. timeframe, that those could be just virtual, to be able to hash out some things and or give an opportunity for individuals like school leaders, teachers, etc., to be able to participate or provide input outside the normal 8 a.m. or should we say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. timeframe. So I think that I know that Commissioner Carrillo had had advocated for that in the past, but I don't think that we ever really went anywhere with that. But I think that it's important to note that there could be potential for us to have additional work sessions where we're not spending sometimes 9 hours in a day, where it could be broken up a little bit for some things that might be able to be done in a 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Zoom session. For example, on a Tuesday. I just think that or on another Thursday during the month that might be beneficial, not only for us to get through some of the material in a better way, but also to give more opportunity to other individuals that may be working, that may want to offer input.
And I appreciate that, but we wouldn't have CSD staff during that time because their work hours. And so that's, I get that, but I think we'd have to, I don't disagree that I don't think it can't happen, but I think we'd have to be careful with the items that we put on that agenda so that we were sure that we wouldn't need the input at that time of CSD staff to do it, to be able to accomplish that. Right. I don't work after 6.
So have we established, or do we have a set calendar for next year?
Not yet. And that's where we're off sync.
That's really where we're off sync. Right, right. Bless you. Sure. No, I understand that. I sit down with my staff the end of next month and plan 2024. They plan their vacations, they plan, time off work and so forth based on that calendar. So it's kind of hard to go back and retool that after we've established it. It would be super helpful if we could maybe have something at least, I can kind of guess, I can look and guess and say, okay, these days right here, but it would sure be helpful if that was, there was a template in place at least, even if it weren't completely final. It'd be great if there were a template in place earlier in the year.
But it kind of is, because we meet generally the third, that's calendared. The week in December is usually like that second week in December for renewals. The community input hearings are usually always the second week in July, within, the changes that happen are we claw back more than we add on. So you don't know how many applications. You've got the whole second week in July that was calendared out, but then it got to be only that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So there is that rough there, but I agree. I think we have to look at, I don't think we look out far enough that's reasonable for people's lives. I don't know why it's December.
Any other additional thoughts on this item? Is it okay that we move on? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Creo, for bringing that up. Item number 7, overview and discussion of New Mexico Vistas and the accountability plan. Dr. Russell?
Thank you, Chair Brower. Missy, can you switch the? Okay.
So commissioners, the annual reports for schools that are in your Google folder have the academic data based on New Mexico vistas. And spotlight schools are the top quartile of schools, schools above the 75th percentile in academic performance. Traditional support schools, there's a lot of different categories of this. There's targeted support and intervention, TSI, comprehensive support and intervention, or support and improvement, and more rigorous interventions. These are all listed. The footnote down here is a link to the New Mexico Vistas site. This is copied straight from New Mexico Vistas. And this is the in the weeds of what each of those support and improvement categories means. State charter schools overall, compared to all New Mexico public schools, have a much bigger slice of spotlight schools. So blue is the spotlight schools. So 24% of the schools in the state are spotlight schools. 39% of state charter schools are spotlight schools. 42% of all schools are traditional support, 36% of state charters are, and 35% of all schools statewide have some type of designation, TSI, CSI, MRI, and only 25% of state charter schools do. State charter schools make up 6% of all the public schools in New Mexico, but 11% of spotlight schools. So kudos to state charters. And if you're in competition, however, district charters outperform state charters because district charters are only 5% of all schools in the state, and they are 17% of spotlight schools. So you go district charters. But because this is a PEC presentation, I've only included your portfolio on here. Of the 39% of state charter schools that have a spotlight designation, more of them are high schools than elementary and middle schools. The high schools did really well. This is the breakdown. It's hard to see up here, but you can sort of see the great big blue chunk of spotlight high schools on the right-hand side. So the schools are categorized by quartiles, the top quartile, the second quartile above the halfway mark, the third quartile, and then the bottom 25%. And as you can see in the second quartile, some of the schools are traditional support and some of them are TSI or CSI. Down below 50%, all of the schools have designations.
Sorry, can you just go back to that?
Yes, and this, a PDF of this presentation is in your Google folder, so you can
Okay,
see that.
thank you.
The annual reports, the proficiency data in the annual reports comes from the New Mexico measure, oh gosh, what does MSSA stand for? Measures of Student Success and Achievement, I think. Anyway, the state, the Cognia assessment for grades 3 through 8. And for 11th graders, it comes from SAT. Science proficiency data are included for schools that have grade 5, 8, or 11. Any schools that are, say, K through 3 schools, they wouldn't have science proficiency. The earlier versions of our draft reports contained early literacy data, the iStation data that for students in grades K through 12. The PED decided, however, not to release the early literacy data, so it is not on Vistas and it was not made available to us. And so there is no early literacy data in the annual reports. Also not in the annual reports is district and statewide proficiency data to which you could compare school proficiencies. So the annual reports have graduation data that shows the school's data, the district's data, and then the statewide data, but we don't have that for proficiencies because PED did not release the district and statewide proficiency data. A lot of the data in the annual reports is masked according to PED rules. These PED masking rules are in the annual report, so it's right there in the report. If the number of students is 0, there's no students in a given student group, it's gray. If there's fewer than 10 students, all you see is asterisks. There's no data given to protect student privacy. If there are between 10 and 20 students, the data are only given between 20% and 80%, so that, for example, if you have 17 students and the proficiency rate is 3%, the chart is only going to show less than or equal to 20%, or if it was 98%, it would show greater than or equal to 80%. That same proficiency level of 3% or 98%, if there are 59 students, the masking rules say they mask below 5% and above 95%. So it would show less than or equal to 5% or greater than or equal to 95% for the 98% proficiency. Before I move on from this, do commissioners have any questions about the data masking? I know it's a little complicated. So unfortunately, what the data tables in the reports are going to look like is something like what you'll see on the next slide. So this is a screenshot of one of the schools with masked data shown. So you'll see that there were no students, no Native American students who took the science assessment. There were fewer than 10 students who took the reading and the math assessment, and so those data are masked completely. And other, like the overall data are provided. There are some schools whose enrollments are so small that the entire chart is masked. And so you really, you can see their VISTA score, you can see their overall score, how they did, but you can't see their proficiency at a granular level. And we had a school actually ask us before, like, hey, we would like to share our proficiencies with the PEC, but we can't do it in a public report because of FERPA. And so, and I don't know, Ms. Barnes would have to tell us if this is legal or not, but if a small school wanted you to see their data, could you go into closed session? I don't know. But a lot of the data just can't be shared because of FERPA rules. That is all I have for this. What we do have is,
Can I just ask a
yes, of course.
question about that? Because we're not looking at individual student names. So if a school voluntarily wanted to do that, how is that a violation of FERPA? Because we're not releasing individual names to it. So why couldn't a school come forward and provide that information if they wanted to? Oh, because you
Yeah.
could identify them,
Mhm.
which we used to do at school anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that kid.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, no, we still. Yeah.
And even, with
get it.
fewer
Yeah,
than,
I do get that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
which is why the overall VISTA score is helpful for schools of that size, because they do get a score based on their proficiencies. So we have in, so Missy, can you switch back to me again? So in your Google Drive, you have a file called the PEC New Mexico Vistas Dashboard. And this is what the dashboard looks like. There's a note at the top that says the file works best when it's downloaded and open in Microsoft Excel. So,
Which is very true, because Alan keeps changing the school I want to look at, and
okay.
it's rude. So if anyone wants to not have Alan control your computer.
So right now, my colleague Kyle Wood is going to share his screen. I think he's a participant, Missy, so he can do that. So I'm going to unplug my cable, and Kyle is going to share his screen, and he's going to show you how the dashboard works.
May I just add the dashboard that he created that is lovely and you're going to love it too, because if you go to the Vista's website, you cannot glean info like he created. So big kudos to Kyle.
That you can check your own schools out. Let me, did you see the pathway to download the file? Have you all had a chance to do that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Let me share my Excel version. Okay, so if you go to the Vista's website, they have reading and math proficiencies, reading and math improvement, the designation for the school, the Vista score, English learner progress. All of these features are included in the dashboard. What this dashboard does is hopefully add some additional context to what you're looking at when trying to make sense of some of these data. So we included some things like grades served. There's a few instances where there's no science data, for example, because there's no grades 5, 8, or 11, which are the testing years for science. So that's a feature that is not included in Vistas. Another thing I want to point out is Dr. Russell referenced the masking rules. So we're looking at 21st Century Public Academy. We have the gray there. That means there's no students who took the test for a given subject. And then the asterisk denote a population fewer than 10. Another thing we included is the in-size column, students who took the test takers. You can see the pattern here. It lines up with the asterisk. So if you're looking at the Asian subgroup in red font, fewer than 10 students, asterisks on the right. So hopefully this kind of makes sense. Why are we masking stuff?
Kyle, can I ask you a question real quick about the end? So I noticed that on the top right-hand corner, there's the end of the year student count, 355. And then almost all the schools are significantly lower on the overall proficiency data, math, reading, and science. Is that just because there was not that many kids who took the test for this? But some of them are like, I went to some of our larger schools and it was like handfuls of kids took the test, but most of them did not.
That's, yeah. That's what you.
So even that, yeah, I mean, just looking at public chart.
Well,
Yeah,
and for
or I'm
this
just looking
school,
at like
first
only
and
100.
second graders don't take the tests.
Okay, so this is all, okay, got it.
Right. And so some, like high schools, 9th and 10th graders aren't being tested. So, because the testing is grades 3 through 8 and 11.
Got it.
Yeah, I guess that would be helpful, huh? In the future, 3 and 11 student count. The last thing about masking is for this specific school, there's one with inequality sign less than or equal to 20% for the students with disabilities in the reading category. And you can see over here on the in-size column, 10 or more. So hopefully this helps make sense of the masking stuff. As far as growth, this means there wasn't 2 years to compare. No data here. Hopefully it's fairly intuitive, but if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to help.
Thanks for all the work you do on this. So when you go to, so you go to NMPEC, and generally when you go to their website, or no, you just go right to New Mexico Vistas. And is there a place, because I don't have it up right now, I have this up. Is there a place right there that says dashboard? and then you can choose your schools. Here's what I would want to do. And there's like 16 now in my district, but I would want to look at all of theirs, find out where there's challenges so that we can then send out that letter saying, hey, we're really concerned because, this is what's going on there. I'd want to be able to just find the schools that are in my district.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take a screenshot of all of your schools and put it in a file for you. But they're on the Vista's website. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow me to just look for each of,
You have to select each school individually.
oh, I don't mind doing that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it has every school.
Missy, do you want to switch it to my computer so I can show the Vistas site? So this is New Mexico Vistas. And if you go over here to in the left sidebar and click on schools, you can choose any school name. And here's 21st Century Public Academy. And you click over here on New Mexico Vistas performance metrics, and it will tell you their score, their designation, their proficiency rates, their math proficiency broken down by demographics. The ones that are unavailable are the ones that are completely masked, reading proficiency overall, and then broken down by subgroups. Math improvement and reading improvement, I'll go to another school in a minute. This school has no data. I'm not sure why this school has no data, because it was open 3 years ago. So, and attendance is there. Yeah, district schools are there, everything is there, but you can't view by district. You can only view by school. So if you go to school and select, see what's filter by district, okay.
But the
Right,
chart
oh,
that
I see.
we were
Okay,
just
so-
looking at that Kyle had up where you had
Okay.
all the different,
Right. So let's look at Aldo Leopold. Okay. So here's their metrics. Spotlight School. Yay, Aldo Leopold. Here's their score. And then all of their proficiency rates are down here. Let's look for growth now. Yes.
Could you go up to the microphone if you have
Yeah.
sorry, we just have one
Yes, we
commissioner on
can.
the.
you have to
We can,
introduce yourself to me.
so, Lucy, when you upload materials to the website, you can upload the Excel file itself. So anyone can use that.
First, I would like to update the student count with grades 3, 8, 11. So,
Kyle, do you need to share screen again? Okay, we're done?
Keep the total student count because that's helpful. So don't lose that piece of data.
all right, so include total 3, 8, 11. Got it.
No, I think you can leave the whole student count. I mean, because yeah.
I think that's helpful.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question though? In what you just showed, a vast majority of it is in Kyle's.
Mhm.
What isn't in Kyle's? Like, why would Commissioner Creel want to go to the Vistas document rather than yours? Probably
That is a good question, because to verify, because this is the official source.
Which you have up here.
Yes, on Vistas, yes.
I know, it's
Right.
easier to get to, as a person who's gone and looked.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's maybe attendance, but otherwise this replicates that data in a more effective way. I'll just say that's my opinion.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle. Number 8, website changes.
Number 8, website
Is
changes.
that you too? Is that you,
That is,
Dr.
that is me
All right.
also. So Lucy and Kyle and Samantha have done lots and lots of changes on the website. The Public Education Commission page is streamlined a bit. It's less cluttered than it used to look. The new draft performance framework is here. Links are short and simple. The sidebar is a lot shorter than it used to be. Current year PEC meetings used to be up on top, and older year archive meetings down at the bottom. We put them all in one place. So PEC meetings and notices are all together. The name has changed to include notices because if you look at the current year 2023 meetings page, it includes not only regular PEC meetings, special meetings, but also notices of possible quorum. So instead of, there used to be a separate public notice page, which didn't make much sense because the public notice is always posted on the meetings page. So we made it a little simpler. Yes. That is why. Yes. You want to cut in line? So PEC districts and charters. This is this page over here, and I've preloaded them because sometimes they take a while to load. The maps that are on the Secretary of State's website are very slow to load. So Lucy did so much work to create these like more user-friendly outline websites. There's still a link underneath to the Secretary of State's maps, and you can go there. And so this is what where did they go? Secretary of State. Yeah. So this is what the Secretary of State map website looks like. And it's so big that I can't even make it all show up on my screen. So, but here's their website. Their website is linked on our page, but you can also download these outline maps. And we've got one of the whole state, and it's clickable. It links to the map on the Secretary of State's page. And these 3 teeny tiny little Albuquerque districts, there's a larger version of them over here. And I downloaded them so that I could blow them up a little bit bigger. So here's the whole state map. And you can increase the magnification as you see fit to see that Socorro is in District 6 and Alamogordo is in District 9. And then this is the close-up of the Albuquerque maps, and same thing. If you can see where I-40 and I-25 is and figure out where schools are. Sorry, and so we also cleaned up which charters are in whose district, and we added Explore Rio Rancho to Commissioner Burt's district, and Vista Grande and Thrive to Commissioner Carrillo's district. Pecos Cyber is in Commissioner Burt's district because
Can we please just pause here for a second because there's nothing that's being shared with Commissioner Manus.
oh dear. Okay. But their official location is now Edgewood, and so they're in Commissioner Burt's district. It's not sharing where? Oh gosh, that's unfortunate. Do you want me to log into Zoom?
So are they headquartered now in Edgewood? Is that it? Okay. Oh,
So, so I've already shared so here's the districts and charters page. We've seen that one. So this is the charter schools policies and procedures page, and we have a graphic up on top that shows the charter school cycle from new application through implementation or planning year, signing of a contract, ongoing monitoring, technical assistance and amendments as needed, and then renewal, which takes you back to a new contract. So each of the blocks in this graphic is a link. So this one links to the new charter application. There's also a link to the new charter application down here. And in the sidebar, open sesame, also a link to, okay, I need to minimize my Zoom thing so I can actually see there. And also a link over here in the sidebar. And so amendments and notifications, implementation year, all of these are linked in the sidebar. All of these are linked in the graphic, and all of these are linked in the page, which is very short and has just a little blurb about each one. And then if you go to the individual page, which I already have open. So for example, the amendments and notification page has a little bit up on top about what's in each file, and then each of the amendment request forms is linked. Notification forms are linked, and these are the new amendment and notification forms that the commission approved in June. If you go to the renewal application page, again, it's a short page. It gives sort of just the facts, ma'am, the Joe Friday version. Applications due first business day in October have to be approved by January. This is the current year application. There's a link to the archive of previously submitted applications, and then there's a link to our trainings page that has renewal trainings. Speaking of the archive of submitted applications, we cleaned that up a bit too. So the submitted applications archive used to go from oldest on top to newest on the bottom. You'd have to go scroll, starting up at 2007, now, or 2009. Now we have the newest ones on top because that's what people are going to be looking at. And we got rid of, and so the charter school contracts and annual reports page has not changed. That still lists the contract for every state charter, which will be updated at the end of July to include the contracts just signed in June, beginning on July 1st of 2023. Any questions about our new and improved website? That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. I have one quick question about the NewMexicoSchools.com website. I've been toying around with this a little bit. It seems like, is it not up and updated right now? Because I'm looking at different data here.
Oh, that's the old one. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. So if you, okay. So if you look at the URL bar, it says nmvistas.org. But if you go to Google and you search New Mexico Vistas, which I just did, the old one comes up. This is newmexicoschools.com. This is old data. The most recent school here is the year here is 2019. So the contractor needs to move the old 2018-19 data into the new system. So, or take this down in the meantime, because so if you see newmexicoschools.com, that's the old data. The new data is nmvistas.org.
Thank you. That was a bad, it was just a habit. I went on to the NM Vistas, but then today I was like, what is going on? So I just had that.
I got on there today because I was prepping for this, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the right site. Yeah.
I had saved a link, and that link kept taking me back to the old one, not to because I kept thinking, I thought it was supposed to be up, and yeah.
Thank you for that.
Can we put a link somewhere on your pretty website? That's right.
Oh, a link on the PEC page to the New Mexico Vistas site? We could, yeah, we could do that.
I was just thinking the page with the graphic, you could.
No, they're talking about our website, like linking to the correct New Mexico Vistas site from one of the charter schools pages. Yeah, we'll do that.
'Cause when I go straight on to PED, I'm just saying I can never find anything right or wrong. So if you put it here, it'd be helpful.
In the same vein, could we also create like a link to this good PEC authorized schools dashboard that Kyle made? Like it would be an Invista.
Okay, I am guessing that the PED is not going to want the Charter Schools Division to set up a shadow vistas. And
Just has so much better information.
we're glad you like it, but we don't want to, yeah. We want to stay in our lane.
Thank you. Thank you for my senior moment also that I had. That was not a slight towards anybody who is retired, Commissioner Gibson, just to make sure the record is clear. And I know you're as busy as everyone else. All right, so item number 8, overview. Oh, sorry, we did that. Discussion of the National Charter School Conference. Who's taking that away?
Just like what we gleaned from our experience there.
Yep. Mr. Korea, want to start us off?
Sure, what the heck? I went to great breakouts. I mean, they were really good ones. And I think that I'm really glad I was there as an authorizer because it's kind of like being a fly on the wall when they're discussing certain things, you know, and getting a sense of what they're concerned about and what we could look for. So especially when it came to, God, I have like a copious notes, when it came to what questions I would want to ask of a potential charter. A lot of for instance, in the, remember when I was asking those questions in Portales that were more behaviorally related? I mean, a lot of that was wanting to drill down. It's like, you know, tell me about a time when, you know, you had a mutiny in your school and just whatever it might be. But I mean, just wanting to drill down is like, are these people even capable of running a school? But it was great. And then, you know, seeing what they were doing with the micro Montessoris all through Baltimore. And it was just really eye-opening. And I'm really glad I went. I mean, it was 104 every day and it was awful in Austin, but really glad I was there. And then there's a website, which I would encourage all of you to check out this evening because it's germane to tomorrow. And it's Lotteries, LOTTEREASE, Lotteries. And just by happenstance, KT and I were finishing lunch and we were walking to someplace, I don't know, and they were on the corner and we were just standing there talking and then, oh, like, look who's there. And it happened to be one of those systems that really could, for all of our state charters, uniformly set up a super easy lottery system, one that nobody could hoodwink. And so I'm going to bring it up tomorrow during the discussion of that school that we consistently have trouble with, because that can be something that we do. But there really was just an incredible amount of information. So I'm super duper glad that I went. Also, you know, how to approach, you know, schools with different populations. We don't have some of that here because we have a very, very small, you know, maybe African American and Asian population, but how to, you know, reach different groups. It was, I mean, KT's nodding. This last one we went to, she was fiery. And she was also right on. And it was well relative to equity, and especially as it relates to African Americans. And so, yeah, anyway, it was really valuable, taxpayer money well spent. And the food was so good.
I'm not offended that Commissioner Carrillo doesn't remember that I was with him when he was having the discussion about the lottery with that man. I'm not offended at all, you know, but
Okay.
and I agree. You know, it's a tale of two different conferences between NACSA and the National Charter Schools Conference. Because NACSA is solely focused on authorizing. So you get a lot of great information from it, although there's always the struggle because New Mexico is such a different type of authorizer than so many other states that it's like, no, we can't do that here. No, we don't do that. And the Charter School Conference is, I think, far more relaxed in nature, and it's so you have different conversations because you really get to talk with schools and see that lens from the schools. Sometimes it is a challenge when you look at the offerings because they are focused more on school leaders. So it's like, well, that doesn't really apply to me. That doesn't really apply to me, but that's the intent. They would have the same problem if they attended the NACSA conference as a school leader. It's like, what do I need to know that for? And I'm not part of that. So it's just very different, but never walk away from any of these without having learned something and changed often my view of what I'm doing, because you hear that other voice, and it's really important. So and yes, food was good. I wasn't going to stand in line for barbecue at 125 degrees in the with the heat index, but that's okay.
Commissioner Ingham? And then I'm coming to you next, Commissioner Manus.
Boy, there was a lot, and I'm still not really assimilated all of it, but there was one particular one that really got me. It was the last one I went to, and it was about the Houston School District and what's happening there. And that there's a initiator that is the guy that, I guess, the Texas PED revoked the school board and the superintendent of the Houston School District and completely changed everything around. And they are making they say they can change schools in a year. And so they took 20 of the district schools and just fired everybody and said, you got to reapply. It was a shocking thing. I couldn't, to be really honest with you, I just was wondering, what did the teachers union have to say about that whole thing? Sounded like a remarkable experiment. It would be very interesting. I have a friend that's just retired from the Houston School District, so I'm going to keep track of her and see if she can tell me how that whole thing worked out in the end or in the next year, because they're implementing it as we speak right now. It was quite an amazing presentation.
Commissioner Manus?
Yeah, I just probably echo a lot of what the commissioners have already said. I attended some really great sessions that, while Commissioner Gibson had said that they're not necessarily applicable to authorizers, or it was difficult maybe sometimes to find sessions that were super specific for us. There were some really great insights. Like Commissioner Carrillo said, the last session we attended was really great. It wasn't what I was expecting based on the title of the session, but I found some things in there that I think were super interesting that different schools are doing.
And even from a standpoint to consider, one of the things I'd written down was from a authorizing standpoint is trying to examine or ask schools to look at sub goals for underserved populations for different, maybe from a grade level perspective or even on a subject and grade level perspective, because that seemed like whenever they were showing us some of the data, looking at that, it really showed some improvement whenever they started drilling down and focused some of their goals in a better way to try to improve certain underserved populations. And like Commissioner Creo had said, they were mainly focused on the African American population, but the presenter, she really emphasized that this could be and is applicable to any underserved population. And I think that a lot of what she discussed resonated with me on thinking about some of the things that we could do, because I think as a state, right, we're underperforming relative to the rest of the United States. And so it seemed like there were some things that could potentially be included as we move forward throughout some of these processes that we develop. Some of the other sessions that I attended that I really liked was the Montessori micro school session. I thought that was really interesting concept that I hadn't heard about before. And so a lot of the conference, I think, was eye-opening from the perspective of just things that totally unaware of that are going on in other parts of the country that maybe aren't feasible here, but definitely can take and cherry pick some of the concepts that would work here that could really benefit New Mexico.
Thanks. And I know we had well, actually, well, maybe if you can let Kim come in. And I know Sharon and Kyle also came to the conference too. And I know in the last PCSNM newsletter, they got like a shout out that they were like thankful for the charter schools division sending folks out there. So I thought that was really cool. So I do want to give Kim a chance to come and talk. And if you're on there, Kim, if you want to come and tell us about, your experience there too, I think that'd be really great. While she's coming on, maybe. Okay, great. Hey, Kim. No. Okay. Well, maybe when she comes back. So I would say one of the things that, in addition to like the things that were already said, I think the one thing that I like about this conference so much is engaging, so hearing about what is going on in other states and like the innovation that's happening in other places. Like the last general session was something that was like so incredible to me to hear about the story of that charter leader who was nothing close to a charter leader when she first set out, but to start a school for refugees. And everyone in the school plays soccer. That's like their connecting piece. And I want to say that something like 29 languages are spoke at our school in Atlanta now, like something incredible like that. Like it's so many, and they have seen incredible 2-3 years of growth every year in their students and their English learners with the system that they use to support those students. And so I think like that for me, it gets to the heart of charter schools. She saw that, refugees are not, she as a refugee herself knew that students weren't being served in a traditional school. They get thrown in. And actually, so the way she started her presentation was you come sit down, and she showed a couple pictures and then had Arabic writing, and she was speaking in Arabic and like talking to you, like you could tell she was asking you questions, and you're just sitting there like, and then you could tell she's like getting kind of annoyed with you.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. And so she'd switch the slide, and there was more Arabic writing, a couple more pictures, and like she would talk to you. And like you could tell she was asking a question to the audience. You can tell she was wanting you to do something, and you're just sitting there like, I don't know what you want. Like, I don't know how to respond. And she was like, okay, now you all experienced your first day in American school as a refugee, right? Like, that's what it's like. You get thrown into a classroom and they're like talking to you in English and you're just like, I can tell you're frustrated with me. I can tell you're asking me questions. I can tell, like, I can see this body language and you're just so overwhelmed with like that experience. And so she saw that it wasn't working for students who are refugees in America. And so starting a school that fixed the problem, right? Like, let's not keep throwing kids into the general population. Like, let's take them, embrace their culture, give them an easy way and expose them to American culture, but give them a way to learn in their home language and learn English. I mean, it was incredible, massively inspiring. And to me, it always is like, I love seeing examples of people who say they can, like these kids can. I think a lot of other people might be like, oh, well, they're 14, they can't speak English. They're just going to bring everyone down. Sometimes, people look at the deficits that people have, that students have. And I think charter schools in general, and that was an example of it, of like, let's find what other people call deficits and let's support it. And like, our students can, and I love that. The other thing I like about this conference that now for 2 years in a row is New Mexico gets highlighted so much in the conference, and it's so cool and it's so exciting. And I'm so grateful for PCS&M's involvement in the national organization, because I think that's like part of why they get like represented so often at the conference. There was cool like quotes from New Mexico families, quotes from New Mexico students, like on the panels when you first walk into the hall. Like, I mean, it was just really cool to see. They were New Mexico School of Dream Dene was announced during the general session at the opening session, as doing like really unique, awesome things for Native students in New Mexico. It's so exciting to like see what's going on everywhere else, but also see New Mexico be recognized and celebrated in a national level as well. Oh, yeah. So, and also, yeah, we did have several folks from New Mexico represent New Mexico and New Mexico policies and New Mexico charter school sector on panels at various sessions. And actually, there was one session in particular where I think almost all the commissioners that came were at the session, which I think was very fun for the person presenting at that session, Scott Heineman. I think he was like, oh, all these authorizers are right here. I see them all, so it was really cool to have New Mexico represented so well. And then to have all the schools, like, once again, so grateful for PCS&M to host like the New Mexico gathering, because it's always fun to like have everyone in the same room and have all the other charter leaders and governing board members that came to be all together and celebrating that way. It's one of my favorite. I mean, I love that part. And I was really grateful Sharon came with me to a couple of sessions. And it was really cool to like see her be able to like learn together with charter school staff. Like, I love that. I love that last year being able to do it. And I love it this year being able to do it. So once again, I'm also grateful for charter school staff coming, because it's so awesome to be able to like grow and learn together.
Just really quickly, because I have to leave. There's some people coming to work on my house and they texted me they're there and want me to let them in. It was called Fuji's Family, Fugees Family. The woman that spoke was Luma, Luma, Mufle, Mufleh. Soccer was the thing, just as Becca said, that brought them all together. You look her up and you see what she's done. And then there's been documentaries about her. It's the most remarkable thing ever. I mean, we're all kind of weeping like midway through because of what she's accomplished. And these kids, you never write anybody off. You know what I mean? Ever. These kids just excelled unbelievably. But it was soccer that brought them all together. I'm sorry I have to leave early.
All right. Yes.
I just wanted to share with the commission that we have already updated the website. The performance framework page now has a link to New Mexico Vistas.
Awesome.
Ask and you shall.
How quick. Great.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Missy.
Thanks. Okay. We're going to get into the performance framework.
Kimberly's not on? Kimberly was gonna. Oh.
She, we lost her. All right. So now we're going to do subcommittee updates. We're starting with the first reading of the final draft and recommendation from the subcommittee. So I am going to be doing, so Patty and I are practicing presenting next week on you guys today. So you'll help us get through, and we'll have to figure out how to present to charter leaders next week after we figure out how you guys react to it first. Okay. So today what we're gonna do, we actually do have a final draft of the an updated performance framework. And today I will be leading you through the academic portion, and then Patty's gonna be leading you through the organizational and financial. And so I'm gonna go through it. I'm trying to think of like, I feel like you should just interrupt me, and then we'll let Patty decide if she wants to be interrupted or if she wants to just go through it all and then you guys ask her after. Okay, so we'll do just interrupt us. Like as we go through it, just stop and ask questions as we go. But we are recommending this. We feel good about the draft that we'll be presenting to you today. And I think there's going to be some cleanup. We know you got a physical copy. There'll be some changes from this physical copy to what you're going to see here. So pay attention to my presentation, and there'll be some changes to the physical copy, but it's pretty much the same as what's on here. Okay. So what the first thing to just quickly go over is the overall evaluation ratings. And I think, Missy, just to have you be on the lookout, I know Alan's going to be joining back by phone. Oh, is he back? All right. Okay, great. All right. Okay, so we do have overall evaluation ratings and the way in which a school earns their overall rating. I'm thinking maybe I should do this at the very end after we go through everything. Is that okay? So we'll go through all the indicators individually first, and then talk about like how that adds up overall at the end. Okay, so individual indicator rating. So like I said, there's 3 sections to the performance framework. There's academic, organizational, and financial. The only, we do have this teal, what is that? Cornflower blue color, which is a direct addition to this based off of feedback from school leaders. When we first presented this back in December to school leaders, this was like one of the main things that they asked for is, hey, we want to exceed, like we want to do better than just, meet. We want to have an exceed. So in the academic framework only, we do have an exceeds indicator rating that they can get. And you'll see each indicator is defined in the indicators as we get to them. So for the academic framework, they can get an exceeds performance expectations. Then there's, of course, meets, working to meet, and does not meet. And then there's a not applicable. So in the first year of school, the schools will be rated on everything. So they'll have lots of greens and yellows and reds still, but they're not going to get, in the first year, they will get an NA on their academic and organizational, because we're giving them the opportunity to figure themselves out a little bit. For the financial, in its first 2 years, they'll be reviewed and they'll get feedback, but they'll get an NA. Because once again, in those first 2 years of a school, it's so fluctuating. Like the fluctuation in financials are pretty massive, and we don't want to penalize schools for starting out. So that's what the not applicable is. You'll also see when we talk about overall ratings that first year schools will receive they do not receive a rating their first year. All right, so getting into it, academic performance. So here you can see these are the 3 sections. Then we have 2 categories in the academic. The first one is the state accountability indicators. And then the second category is school-specific educational measures. So the first one is specifically addressing basically the statutory obligation we have for the school accountability model and the pieces that are required in that. The school-specific educational measures you'll see are going to be more school proposed items. So we'll get into that as we go. All right, 1A is the state accountability system. This we didn't really change too much from the last time we've presented this to you. We do have 3 options And bear with me because I put option 1 and 3 in on the same slide because option 2 is actually the more complicated option. So I'm going to go through option 1 very quickly. So option 1 is if a school would like to just use the state accountability system. Whatever the state accountability system is in that school year, that's what they're going to use. And then based off of their rating on the school accountability system, they would receive their individual indicator rating. So for exceeds, they would be in the 76th to 99th percentile. That's a spotlight school. So if you got a spotlight designation overall, you get an exceeds on the performance framework. And then it just goes down from there. Meets is that they are at the average or above, right? So 51 to 75. Working to meet 26 to 50th, and then 25th and below is does not meet, and those are the intervention categories. So it does correlate with the state ESSA plan with, you know, what the feds require states to be doing right now, but it allows flexibility for if the PED, you know, changes their model a little bit, it still will allow the school to continue using that. Yeah.
Just a quick question on that. Thank you. So can that line up then? Because the percentages don't line up with the percentages on the Vista. So like a spotlight school could be 65%, but it makes it look like it's just at the meets instead of.
So it would, this is not, so the overall score for Vistas is not a percentile. So they have an overall score out of 100, it's out of 100 points. But basically what we're saying is the state also lines up every school in the state from whoever has the most points to the least points. That's the percentile that we're looking at. So the points can fluctuate from year to year. Like what makes a spotlight school? Maybe one year it's a 65, maybe the next year you have to get,
Right,
you know,
like
the top quartile, because it fluctuates based off of what the
So how
points are
can a
earning.
school go and find that information that where they're going to, do you see what I'm saying? Because right now it doesn't, a school's not going to be able to find that information. They're only going to be able to find what's on
If they're a
Vistas.
spotlight, right?
Yes.
So that's actually a good point. And I think we'd be able to easily get that information from PED, and it would be part of the annual, like this is part of their performance framework. So they would get it from CSD as part of their performance framework rating. So I don't think they'd have to go find it. They won't have to, but I do think the PED has it, and CSD would include that if that's the option that they're choosing.
So, Vice Chair Burt, they do not get it from CSD, they get it from accountability. Accountability in SOAP, they provide like all of the data, the granular, unmasked, all of the data.
Does it give them at their percentile?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So CSD would just use that in this report.
But it is correct that a school could be a spotlight school, but only be a meets in the performance framework. That is, yeah, that is absolutely possible.
Like overall.
Yeah.
On this indicator, they would be an exceeds, but overall they could be.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. So the option one's just straightforward, state accountability system. Tell us what we are and use that, and that's it. Option 3 is that the school will propose. So, and this is based on statute that says that a school can propose additional rigorous indicators. And we want to use that to allow schools to have some flexibility. So this would actually be that the school proposes a rating system that's comparable to the PED accountability system, but it can be completely different. So maybe it could be that maybe they would like to use growth more than proficiency, like a lot more than proficiency. And so they want to propose that 75, instead of it being, you know, I think it's like 15 points on the state accountability system. They're like, we want growth to be 50 points on our system kind of thing. So they can create a system, propose it to the PEC and negotiate as part of their contract. It does have to be comparable in that they can't leave out growth. They can't leave out proficiency completely. They can't not put graduation rate in theirs, but there's flexibility with like how it's weighted, with how it's measured, the assessment that's being used. to show growth. The assessment that they're using to show proficiency can be different than the state accountability system. Yeah, Mike.
Will that change their, again, will that change their ability to be a spotlight school if some of those indicators are higher than others? Or
No, for this one, they still would get the state accountability rating. That will
Okay.
always happen. But if they choose option 3, that is a completely separate thing from what we use as the PEC then. Like as their authorizer, we won't look at the state accountability system for an option 3 school. We won't even look at it. It will be this system that we've negotiated that we believe is rigorous. There is some qualifications on the assessment that they can use. You know, it has to have, there's a list that the PED has of approved assessments that can be used. That's what we're gonna also, like, schools can't just be like, oh yeah, we're making up tests. And we think if they get a 50% or better on all their tests that we created, that we should be an exceeds, right? As a PEC, we have some responsibility.
Nationally normed.
Has to be nationally normed
They find
assessment.
something, it has, if it's
Mhm.
not in that list, it's still, they have to show that it's a nationally normed test, like,
Yes,
you know, it
'Cause-
can't be just, hey, we created this and we think it's dandy.
yeah.
You know, that's not gonna fly.
But this will allow, we know that there's schools that do assessments at their school that they feel like is a better representation of the learning of their students than the state accountability system does. So this allows them to be, I mean, it really pushes on creativity for the schools. We don't really want them to do extra stuff that they're not already doing to make this up, but there are schools that have really rigorous assessments that they're using to measure their students. And if that's what they would like the PEC to use for accountability purposes, this gives them the option that they can. They don't have to, they can. All right, so that's number 3 is no state accountability at all and a completely different agreed upon rigorous system. Now, number 2, option 2, like I said, I promise this actually isn't difficult to understand, I promise, but it's just longer. So that's why I put it on its own slide. Okay, option 2 is, and that the school would like us to use the state accountability system, and they would like to propose, or they will propose supplemental accountability data as well. The school can earn their rating, whether they do, let's say they say, you know what, we do this nationally normed science assessment, and we want you to use that, but we want you to see the state science assessment, but we also want you to see this one that we do at our school. It's nationally normed, it's rigorous, we feel like that we could do that, right? So they would pick option 2 because they want us to look at their state accountability data, but also they may have this other data that they want us to take into account as well. If they pick this option, it's basically whichever one looks better for them, we'll use. So if their assessment that they use in their school that we've agreed to in their contract that we would look at as well, if that's better than the state accountability system science data, that's what we'll use to give them a rating in that section. But we'll look at both, and then they get to kind of pick whichever one's better when it comes to rating. So it gives some flexibility for schools to provide supplemental data if that's what they would like to do. The default for this option is the state accountability system. So at the end of the day, there are some, if you look in this document, there's going to be some like more business rule kind of things down at the bottom underneath. You'll see. So something like if they don't test 95% of their students in that, so let's say they're like, oh, we want to use this assessment, right? But they only test, 80% of their kids, and maybe they picked 80% of the kids that they want to test, right? But I mean, not saying anyone would do that, but if that happens, we would recommend that we include it in this performance framework, that it defaults to the state assessment then. That you don't get to use one where you didn't test all your students. So if they don't, assess 95% of their students, it just goes to the state accountability system. So we do have a default measure in there, to where it always goes back to that if this doesn't work out in the way they had anticipated.
Right, and there was pushback, I think, public comment at one point on that 95% threshold. But that's through the ESSA
Mhm.
plan.
Yeah.
That's the federal
That's the federal.
guidelines. We just kept with the federal
We did.
guidelines, you know.
And that was one of, I mean, one of the things that I think we really appreciated with working with the National Charter School Institute is they brought a lot of the like national
Right.
norms to us. So like when we would try to do something, we're like, oh, we wanted, and she's like, the national norm is that, you know, so we did a lot of it based off of the research and information that we got from a national organization too. Okay, so that's the first indicator. And so this is, we do think this is a lot of a mind shift and culture shift for schools to think a little bit outside the box. You know, they're not used to having options. I think when we presented in December, it was like, you could literally see their minds like hurting a little bit. Like, I mean, I don't think it felt good at first, like to have options. I don't think they, you know, but I think, you know, the more information they get, the more, and then when you have that conversation with schools, they're like, oh, I get it. I like it, you know, so having options is a good thing. And I think we just have to get past the hump of like not making it scary for them. All right, next indicator is 1B. So this one is also, I would say that's a really heavy indicator for us, right? To like understand and figure out. 1B is going to be the other one that's different than what people are used to. And you'll bear with me to explain this one. So once again, we have 3 options for 1B. Now this one, and I think this actually, I was really glad when I heard you guys talking about looking at student groups when you're at the National Charter School Conference, and how once you start digging down into student groups and seeing the performance of them, it helps elevate those student groups. Like once people like kind of see and break it down, that's really the intention of 1B, is to look at growth. So it's a growth measure, and it's for student groups. Now, once again, option 1 is going to be the state assessment, growth on the state assessment. And this is going to be growth broken down by student group. And we did put that it had to be, the student group had to have 10 or more students in that student group to be assessed under this. Because we know that the national norm of net end size is 10. And if we start putting high stakes on less than 10 students, it really is iffy. So if a school has a student group, and they're listed right here, male, female, which I think all schools will probably have more than 10 of each of those, but low income, English learners, students with disabilities, and then race and ethnic groups. If there's an in size of 10 of any of those student groups, then they fall under this. And it's going to be looking at their growth. 1 is their growth on the student or on the state assessment. Now, those of us here probably aren't gonna, maybe KT, but Commissioner Carrillo would definitely freak out when I talk about how the indicator rating. And honestly, Patty and I had a hard time with it, and bear with me until I explain it, okay? Okay, so an exceeds is that in reading and math, at least 60% of the students in each student group meet their growth target. So students get a growth target, and this is saying that 60% of each student group, so no student group can be left out. So if you're above 60% for all the student groups except for Hispanic students, you will not get an exceeds on that portion.
Meets the 60%, exceeds the 75%. Yeah.
Okay, that's incorrect. Look at that's one that has to change. So we did change that. So that's not, don't look at that, look at my presentation. This is one of the ones, we'll update that later. This is what we started, so this is why we started at 75%. When Patty and I first talked about this, we started at 75%.
This one wrong?
I know, because we're like, oh, this one probably is.
Is this one right or wrong?
This one's wrong.
Okay.
So my presentation's the correct one, that after we looked at data and research, these are the numbers that are nationally, the national guidelines for what is exceeds,
I know.
meets.
I know.
So
it was
in reading and math, and this is for every student group, has to be 60% or more of them have met their individual growth targets or exceeds. You're looking at the wrong one.
You're.
Look at my presentation.
You have to look at.
The only place
slide.
it's at is my
the-
presentation right now. I
yeah.
fixed it on here. Yeah.
That was the one that was posted and it changed and.
Yeah. Or we talked about this at our last subcommittee group and
Right.
it just didn't get, we have to update it. Yeah. So look at this one. 60% for exceeds, 45% or more for meets. 35% or more for working to meet and less than 35% for does not meet. Those are the national standards for good growth. I mean, that is, that is the research, that is the data, that is like, if you're getting more than 60% of your students to hit their individual growth targets in every one of your student groups, that is an exceptional school across the nation. Like that's like nationwide. And like I said, bear with us because Patty and it took us some convincing
It
because we
was,
were like, what? You know?
I had to take a lot of antacid after that conversation.
And
It was hard.
It's hard. And I will show you, I do have, after I finish the the academic, I'm going to pull up, Miss is going to pull up an Excel sheet for me where they ran some simulations over what this would look like for schools. If we use the data we have and ran the schools through it, how that kind of sorts out. And I think you're going to feel pretty comfortable with it. It's not a lot of, it's very few blue, very few, some green, a lot of yellow, and some red. So the distribution of these percentages are rational. They are.
And I think it also, I think we looked at this as, this is a big change. And I think this is where the difference between, hey, wait a minute, I'm a spotlight school. But here, when you parse it out into those subgroups, they're not going to fare as well as perhaps they do on the state accountability system. But it's also a starting point for us. This is setting, you have to kind of like just not look at the numbers. And it sets a bar that's, when you look at that Excel sheet,
Yeah.
it's pretty rigorous. And as we're taking a semi-giant step, we are with this, and then looking at it and saying, okay, in a couple of years, we can tweak this again and say, okay, we've gotten to here, now we can go to there. So it's, these are stages that we're undertaking.
KT?
Since I am a numbers person, it's hard not to look at the numbers. The question, since you said some simulations were ran, did you look at it at like if it was 65%, 70%, 75%, look at those different increments to see, because in my mind, right, there should be very, very, very few schools that are at that exceeds point. And I mean, I don't have the Excel sheet, but I'm just kind of curious if that had been looked at.
Yeah, it was. Because like I said, Patty and I we were up high. We were at 75% when we started this. So they did run it in increments so that we could see the distribution throughout the time.
And we also looked at this at the lens, maybe Julia will appreciate this, at the lens of what becomes defensible when you're making a decision. And someone comes along and says, but the national norm is this, and you're like here, and how defensible does it become when you've set the bar to a point that that isn't attainable? So that was, I think that helped to convince us a little bit more that this is our first step that we have to take.
So, and actually, I know I told you I would do the whole academic part, Missy, before I do the Excel sheet, but maybe I think this might be an appropriate time to do it, just to show it now, just since this is what we're looking at. Because this is what the sheet is. Go ahead, Katie, while she's pulling it up.
What is the national?
This is the national.
It's 60?
Yes,
Yeah.
60,
Oh,
40,
okay.
35. Yep.
Gotcha.
You just-
Okay.
So yeah, because we were trying like, oh, what if it was 62? What if and it was like, we could do that and figure out like exactly some kind of distribution that is perfect for New Mexico right now. But we felt like the national norms brought up so this is what, so this is the 2019 data. So this was old, like we asked them to use old data, right? Because this is growth. So this is based off of growth only. And this is with park, right? So like the park assessment where there was multiple years growth to be able to determine this growth. So this is the first one, and you could see the distribution on here of the exceeds, meets, approaching, and does not meet. So you could see the numbers for math, ELA. I don't have it on my screen. Oh, and the combined, how many schools would get it because you have to have it on both. So there's 3 schools that would get exceeds.
And this is at the 60.
This is with the 60, yeah.
Gotcha.
So this is the distribution based off of the national norm. And we felt like, obviously we want more schools to be meeting and exceeding, but for a baseline, and for us to set a rigorous bar, this is probably fair that there's a lot that are in approaching. It's probably right. It's the first time that we're
Agreed.
really digging into this subgroup data. And so, yeah, I think when we were at 75, 70, it was like
No.
nobody
No one.
got it. Yeah. So, and so this made sense. This is a rigorous bar. I mean, this is very rigorous. And okay, can you go to the 2022 summary? So this was based off of this year's data, like what the data that Kyle just showed us. So you can see here, very similar numbers. Most of them are in approaching, some are in exceeds, and some are in meets. And so you could see, which once again, this is a different assessment. The growth was calculated a little bit differently than before. But once again, I think the numbers match kind of where we want to set the bar. We don't want to set it to where nobody gets it, but also we did want to, we feel like this is an indicator that's going to really shine a light on information, on numbers that need to be looked at a little bit closer. Yeah, it does. The overall are over there, but yeah, you can go.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, you can see a lot of schools in approaching, and we were looking at, it makes, some of them do really well in math, some of them do well in reading, but this is for both. Bridget?
Yes, looking at the rating for exceeds, meets, and approaching, if 3 don't meet in math and 2 don't meet in ELA, the combined count should be at least 3 or 5, not 0, right?
No, so that's how many people got exceeds in math. That's how many got exceeds in ELA.
Right.
3 got exceeds in both.
But look down at the does not meet. If 3 did not meet in math, 2 did not meet in ELA, how could 0 not meet?
They were in different
They weren't
schools.
the same schools
So no schools had does not meet in both.
in both.
They got it in one or the other, but it was 5 different schools.
So the wording to or, not and,
No, it's and.
but if. So
So
the
So
combined.
the combined count is what would be the rating.
It's not or, it's and, or would be 5 or 3. Huh? So
Or would be these 2.
3, 4, or 5, right?
Would be J and K is or. All those schools would get one or the other. If they got it in one of those or the other one, then they would get.
Because at one point we were saying that they had to make it in both reading and math,
Yes.
right? So,
That's correct. That's what it is.
so now it's not, but if or, it's and.
Correct.
Correct.
But if 3 do not make it, do not meet in math.
So it probably is helpful for you to just look at the ratings then. So you could see like in number 9, that school got a does not meet in the first one. And they got approaching in the second, so they get approaching.
But they're part of that 3,
Yeah,
but it's
they're still
two
listed.
different schools potentially. And here it is.
Right.
Actually, two different schools didn't get it in ELA.
But we would like this information to be given to schools. Like that but the overall rating is what they would receive, but we want to see it like because we're going to need to see math and reading. 1B. Indicator 1B. Growth indicator.
Right.
So you could see for this school, so 21, 22, last school year, last school year. This is what the ratings would have looked like if we were already using this performance framework. 3 schools would have gotten exceeds, 9 would have received meets, and 28 would have received approaching. None of them would have received does not meet in this indicator for last school year. But this is the information that we would get and the school would get, so we could see, that way the school could see like, wow, the ELA, we're not meeting an ELA, you know? We got an approaches overall, and that's why the and is important. And this is with the 60, 45, 35 thresholds.
Yeah, when they first showed us at our targets.
Yes.
It was like.
Everyone was yellow and
yeah,
red.
Yeah, it was not,
It was just too high of a bar.
it was.
And maybe ideally what we hope for 5-10 years down the road, maybe we do increase it and we get to like 75% as exceeds, you know, that would be great. But we feel like for this year, using national based practices and data make a lot of sense. And the data supports the distribution of that.
And it's also a defensible, you know, and that's, you know.
So hopefully a little bit more, I mean, this is different. This is new. But we feel like it's we feel like this is a really important one. Right.
When you get to the overall evaluation, if you got 1 in math, that didn't throw you off the whole.
Correct.
That's right. All right, so that's option 1 is using the state assessment data to make those calculations. So that's if a school is like, use the state data, that's the growth we want to meet, that's option 1. Option 3 is once again, that the school proposes its own matrix, right? So it needs to be comparable to the state growth, but maybe they don't want to use any of the state assessment at all, and they want to use NWA instead. Like they don't want us to look at the state accountability growth in any way, shape, or form. Like, don't even look at it. This is the nationally normed rigorous assessment that we want you to look at for math and reading. And maybe it's this one for math, this one for reading, and they would need to present that. And they would need to have, once again, like those probably similar to, or use the assessment metrics, right? So each assessment might say, you know, this is the individual growth target, and this is the national norm for how many kids usually meet their growth targets. Like they would need to present that information to the PEC, would need to be rigorous, and it would still need to measure those same student groups though. That's the part that wouldn't change. So that's option 3. Don't look at state accounts, don't look at the state assessment in any way, shape, or form, PEC. Instead, we want you to look at these assessments. And then option 2 is a blend of that. So option 2 is we want you to look at the state assessment, and we also do NWA, and we want you to look at that as well. We want you to look at both of them, and whichever one we do better on is the one we want you to use. So that's option 2, that they do want us to look at both. So that's, once again, this is going to be, I think for schools, once again, they're going to be like, why do we have all these options? But then as soon as we get the first ones going and allow their brains to like absorb that they have these options and they can use assessments that they're doing in their school that are outside of the state accountability system, I think schools will really appreciate having the options to highlight their schools and the work that they're doing in a different way that that they may feel like the state accountability and the state assessment isn't doing for them.
And it needs to also be reinforced that even though contracts are amendable, this is not an amendable piece, that this is what they've agreed to. So you can't say, oh, this year we did really well on, I've taken option 3, but look at
The
this
state
year we
assessment.
did really
yeah.
well on the state, so I'm just gonna
Actually, look at that
just
one.
go with the state this year. We just can't do that. It becomes just
locked in.
unwieldy
Yeah.
to be able to do that. So this is, you're committing yourself to a 5-year term with this, and you can't opt out at some point in time.
And we did talk about, like every once in a while, a school, their assessment cost will go up drastically for their, assessment that they're using. And so they'll feel strapped and like, well, we can't keep using that, like, we can't afford this assessment. And we do think that there would be a appropriate piece to be able to propose an amendment to their contract to switch assessments if they have a good reason to. If they're performing poorly and they're like, yeah, that one's just not working for us, we want to switch, that's not going to work, right? But there are reasonable times in which schools may need to change an assessment. We'll have to take those bit by bit, and they'll have to amend their contract in order to do that.
All right, thank you,
Yeah,
Madam
Wayne.
Chair Burke. My question is the schools that are not on renewal this year, they'll just continue using their whatever they had their contract with whenever they
Right.
signed up.
That's correct.
So this is really only for the new schools that are coming on board, or not on board, but on a new cycle. They're going for renewal this year. So this needs to be explained to them carefully.
Definitely. And
Okay.
the one thing we did over the last 2 contract negotiation years, we did let those schools know that we were looking at updating the performance framework, and we will allow for an opt-in option as well. So if there's a school that just signed a contract and they're like, we would love to do this one instead, we will, after this is approved, we would allow for opt-in, but the only schools that will have to do this will be the school starting their contracts July 2024, but everyone else could opt into it should they want to.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking that question, because I will be explaining this to the schools.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, so it's only mandatory for the new on the new cycle, but so all schools should still at least see this because it might be more beneficial. I like option 2. It seems to me that is the option that I think I would choose. I just go straight down and say option 2, because when I look at students with disability, we're not going to meet that growth. All the other groups, my former school would have, but that group we wouldn't. But we do an NWEA. So we show that growth in
Right.
NWEA every year. So that's why option 2 would be a great option.
Yeah.
And that's and we know that there's some schools who are like, we do really well on the state accountability system and we don't want to give you any extra, we don't want to provide, because it would be extra work, right? Like you'll need to then provide it to CSD. CSD is going to need to verify, like there's more work to do option 2 or 3, but it could be massively beneficial for your school to do that. Whereas some schools are like, we do really well in the state accountability system and we don't want to do the extra work. Like, I don't want to give you extra data. I don't want to, just look at that. So it allows for a lot of flexibility with schools.
I mean, at renewal time, the narrative always was, this isn't who we are. We want to be able to show you who we are. So this affords them that opportunity to get rated on it if they so choose, and to include that. So it's an ongoing, they can show, instead of just at renewal time, showing just this, like their past year, they can hopefully show that growth over time because it's been part of, this is, what are we calling it? The record of their performance. That it just becomes that, that 5-year record of your performance, so that, it's hopefully will help them in the renewal process.
Yeah. If there's typos, just ignore them. Okay.
This is working.
Yeah, so see the meets, it should be either or, right? Not just one of them.
Where?
On.
Yeah, well. So this one is that they're making it on the state accountability system and we'll just we'll make sure the language is consistent throughout all of it. That's fine. Yeah. We'll make sure it's consistent. I think there's like
It doesn't switch though.
it doesn't switch. Yeah. It's consistent throughout it. Mhm. So they can make their growth for option two, they could make it on the state accountability system or on NWA. They can make it on the state accountability system or what, you know, they like, there's a massive list of like nationally normed assessments that are approved by the PED that we would also use. Also, I think one thing that we want to make sure we're very clear on is we do not feel like this is allowing for the bar to get lowered for any particular school. This is actually still massively rigorous. Even if you're choosing an alternative assessment to show in 2 or 3, the rigor may be greater at some points, you know, like depending on the assessment that they're showing, it actually could be more rigorous than the state accountability assessment that's being used. So we do not think that this is by any means allowing some schools to have a lesser bar than others. We just really feel like it provides the opportunity for schools to highlight the work that they're already doing in a different way.
Okay, so what I'm missing, it's, you said that they have to opt into one or the other, and it seems option 2 allows them both options. And so you could pick option 2 and pick whichever works for you. So it seems like in my mind, option 2 does allow you to whatever that specific deal is, you pick state assessment or you pick whatever else you can pick. That leaves you the most flexibility.
Yeah,
But you have to
definitely.
do
I think
both.
for a lot of schools, option 2 could be a really great option. I think there are some schools that will not want to do option 2 because they won't want to provide the additional data to PEC if they're already doing well in the state accountability system. So they may stick with option 1. Option 3 is going to be for folks who don't feel like the state assessment is reflective of them at all. So option 3 will be better for some schools. But yeah, I think option 2 provides the most data, right? Because it's multiple assessments that they're being able to provide. But that is going to be more work for the school to provide that information, you know, so they're going to have to be considerate of their level of giving the information and making sure they're assessing at 95% of their students of that assessment. Because right now, NWA, if a school's using it as a formative assessment, and kids miss it, it's not the end of the world. I'm sure they want everyone to take it, right? But no one's making them assess 100% of their kids right now, right? Like they're using it, but if you want to use it, now it becomes high stakes. Now it becomes, you know, more serious than your typical formative assessment that you may have been using it for before.
One of the things you might want to be careful about, because I'm just sitting here like thinking about the audience, being in the audience for your presentation is, and we never really talked about this, but I think we want to be super clear that it's not saying, especially because this is multiple student groups that we're looking at for this. So that in itself makes it rigorous. But what I don't think that we are saying, in case somebody asks, is, okay, let's use the state assessment for our Black, and let's use the NWEA for our white students, that it's one or the other. It's not like you're cherry picking from each of those 2 to get a combined set of results.
It's all.
Yeah, all, yeah.
Yeah, you can't pick and choose out of this for, you know, NWEA for your Asian students, and yeah, that you can't do. I'm just wondering if in the language, I'm looking at this with the working to meet, and we've got the percentages in all the others, but we don't have the percentage
we'll
there
need
in
to
the
fix
working
that.
to meet,
Yeah.
just to make it uniform. I get it. But I think we're probably better off putting. in
Yeah,
percentage.
Naomi's been texting me, like big blurbs of like how to fix it. So I just haven't had time.
Yeah.
Cause I was literally like, I mean, there's like a ton of text messages of how, to fix this language. But we will, like, I think if we can come together on the overall concept, we can work on the specifics and language. And I also think like, once we do show it to folks, like if it's very confusing, we'll have to like relook at the way we're saying it. But if we can, as a commission, kind of agree that like the concept is where we would move to go, and we'll be likely to approve the concept overall, and then we can make sure the language matches the information and all that stuff. We'll fix those things throughout this next month. Okay. All right, let's go on. So now the next ones are a little bit more straightforward because there's not as many options to go through. So this next one is their participation rate. Right now, that's not being calculated in the state accountability system. So we do have it in here. And there's exceeds if you have 95% of all students and of every student group is assessed. Meets is that you're at 95%, which once again is the national threshold, the federal threshold. 95 to 85% is working to meet, less than 85% does not meet for your students. And really, this is an equity issue. It's very much an equity issue. Every student should be assessed on a same assessment to see where they're at. Yeah, make that, yeah. Yep.
And 1, 2, and 3 are,
Oh, no, sorry. For meets, it is 95%. Exceeds, so, but that would allow, so like, this is also going to be broken down by student group. So let's say they tested 95% of their students overall. That's okay. They tested 95% of their students overall, but only 60% of their students with disability. They would get a meets, not an exceeds. If they tested over 95% of every student group, then they get an exceeds. But we do see that sometimes schools will have 95%, but they're deficient in a student group of assessing a specific student group. And so once again, this is an equity piece to make sure that schools are assessing all students the way they're supposed to be.
Any student group less than,
Over more than 10,
it has to be over 10.
more than 10
Any
students.
student group less than 10 is NA.
Right. Then they could still get exceeds. Yeah. Okay. Next one is school. This one's going to feel very familiar to us because it's mission goals. So this one allows for, so we did talk about moving from a SMART goal to an RBA goal. And so that would be pretty much the biggest shift for mission goals moving forward. 1 is required, 2 is optional. So, and we did want to give the option for a school to pick 2 different mission goals, especially schools who are kindergarten through 12th grade. We find that it's really difficult for them to have the same mission goal for every student when they have such a breadth of who they have in their school. So those schools especially, we felt like would likely want to have maybe two separate mission goals. So yeah, this is very familiar to what we've been doing. The school proposes the mission goal. They propose the way in which it would be rated. They negotiate it, and then CSC executes it. Any questions on that? Like I said, this one's going to feel very familiar because it's not far off from what we're doing now. All right, great. Next one is educational program implementation. This is the only one in the academic framework that does not have an exceeds, and you'll see why, because it's a weird thing to have exceeds on. So this is that the school is implementing the program as outlined in the charter contract. So if you've done, the charter negotiations, that we really go through the education program with the schools, and it's something that is looked at, but there hasn't been like a fit for it in the performance framework previously. And we've heard that that's a pain point with CSD, with PEC, with the schools of like, is it just that they're following their contract? But we wanted to have a specific place for CSD to look at the quality of implementation, not just are they implementing it, yes or no. So this is, I would say this indicator is a really good example of moving from quantity to quality evaluation. So this one, all elements of the education program are met during the site visit review. Working to me is the CSD is unable to confirm all elements are implemented, but that the school was able to submit evidence within 90 days to confirm that implementation. So they couldn't see it, but then during the annual site visit process, CSD does an enormous amount of back and forth with the schools. This would allow a school that maybe would have a does not meet as their preliminary indicator. It would allow them to present information to say, no, we are implementing it. Here's how we're doing it. And that would allow them to not get a does not meet. They would move up to that working to meet. And then does not meet is that one or more elements is not being implemented, which unfortunately had an example of that just happening recently. So this does allow that to come to the PEC every year to ensure that schools are implementing their education program as outlined in their contract. All right, and then we have the last part for me, and then I'll hand it over to Patty, is the school specific. So this is once again a school specific indicator, and this is the conducive learning culture. This is re-enrollment, which once again is in statute that we are to assess it as part of our performance framework. And so we do have recurrent enrollment or re-enrollment in the school. And it's so school students that are in the school from 40th day count from the previous school year to 40th day of the current school year. So students families choosing to come back, students choosing to come back to the school. There's actually a lot of information in this document about this that's much more specific than what you're going to see here. But a lot of it is allowing flexibility for schools during natural transition years. So from 5th grade to 6th grade, they're not rated. From 8th grade to 9th grade, schools, if a school is middle school to high school, they're not rated from 8th grade to 9th grade because there's natural attrition and we don't feel like that's an appropriate year to be assessing. Because a lot of times families aren't changing during those years because of anything with the school. It's just a natural transition year and families tend to look for other schools, even if they're happy with the one they're at. So, for exceeds, it's greater than 90% of students re-enroll. Meets is greater than 80, less than 90, then 70 to 80. Does not meet is less than 70%. We also allowed some flexibility for CSD to talk with the school. And if there's extraordinary circumstances, like we know some of the schools who are near bases have mass exodus, some years. And that's something that CSD has some flexibility in allowing for a school to not get a does not meet when they're able to have an explanation of this is something outside of the control of the school that's able to be taken into account by CSD, and they're able to kind of be like, okay, tell us those students that left because of the base, because everyone left from the base. Which of those students left? We will not include them. We will only include students outside of that extraordinary circumstance, and then it'll be calculated with that in mind. So there is flexibility from CSD in the calculation of that.
And
Wayne.
that was my exact question, because there are a lot of charter schools that just support at-risk students. And there are students who come and go throughout the year. They fluctuate. I was just talking to a charter school the other day. They lost from the time of COVID to coming back from COVID, they lost like 60 students. They just did not come back. Don't know where they are, whatever. There's probably a lot of reasons for that. But if that is flexible, that can, the school can work with CSD, and CSD understands that's what their population is, instead of just making it punitive towards those schools. Because I could see that right now, that some of those schools are going to be like, we just don't get the return students every year. We're lucky to get the students that we have, and we're supporting them as much as we possibly can while we have them, but we're not going to get them back. And whether they age out, family crisis, whatever, there's lots of reasons that the students aren't coming back. So, but to be able to have flexibility with the CSD does make more sense.
There's one school in my district that I know for sure. They have a lot of their population is in the system. So they get yanked out of placement homes and they have no control over it. So now they've lost students. So you have to be able to take those circumstances into consideration when you're looking at that recurrent enrollment. You have no control over that kid being placed someplace else all of a sudden.
All right, that is the academic portion of the performance framework. Those are the indicators for academic. And now I will pass it on to Patty.
And mine's fairly quick and easy. And you'll notice on the organizational that quite a few of them are meets or does not meet. I mean, it's simple. You're either doing it or you're not doing it. So the first thing that we look at, of course, is membership, and that's the number of governance council members are staying in the range that their bylaws, and of course, there's the mandatory, the 45, but the extension for the 75, so that the schools are staying within their reporting requirements for their membership. And of course, you know, we all know that under 5, it's their Board of Finance, so that you're running the risk of losing your Board of Finance if you're going under the 5. But it's also, to a great extent, it's also that reporting piece as well, that schools are making these changes. And one of those things that we've discussed moving forward in potentially the director's report is highlighting those schools that over time, over the last 6 months, there's been 4 governance council members changes. So maybe that's something that could be an indicator of some bigger concern going on. But that is important for us. The vexing training issue. And we nuance this to death in terms of, what is a reasonable amount of time for new board members to be able to get their training? And I know Missy had a lot of input on this. Well, you did it through meetings to look at, because there's so many more opportunities for training online now than there had been, so that it really isn't that valid an argument any longer that I couldn't get my training because I'm not fitting into this live training. You can just go on and get onboarded on with a lot of this. It's probably, and I might be wrong, it may be the financial piece that's less available online. Okay. So, there really isn't a great excuse for someone to say, I didn't have the opportunity to get that training, but I think we built in enough flexibility in there. We've served at least the 6 months, that there's flexibility in there for someone by the time the annual report is coming out and this rating is. So, once again, we did also build in flexibility in this one because you can get the workings to meet on this one. So it's not an all or none. There is that little bit of flexibility there. And I think one of the hardest things is the reporting on the meeting transparency and making sure that, agendas, that the meeting is being noticed, that the agendas and the minutes are being provided. Unfortunately, we can't make that mandate that agendas be online because the OMA doesn't, the OMA says it just has to be available. So that, that's unfortunate as far as I hope that's going to change. Okay, the next piece is the equitable enrollment process. And I think Commissioner Carrillo, I think this goes with some of his talking about the lottery, so that to making sure that the school has the enrollment policy that is certainly consistent with the lottery guidance that has been updated. And we spent a lot of time looking at that policy and that, making sure that schools are carrying out their lottery. So you are either doing it or you're not doing it, plain and simple. And perhaps looking at a uniform system, not necessarily saying all lotteries have to be on a certain day, but for the PEC to say, hey, we're going to provide the platform to do your lotteries, would help schools to comply with this, So I think it's something that merits looking into and would make it easier. Why am I losing this? This is, yeah, the annual, and I went through this before. Published within 30 days of the PEC public discussion. Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at. Annual compliance requirements is published within 30 days of the PEC public discussion. So that's just all, it doesn't make any, as I'm reading it, see, I was reading it, I thought I knew what it was, and then I'm reading it, it's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So are we saying that all of their, right?
So we
so
talked,
that
yeah, we
list
talked about
has to be-
CSD
so
will
why-
have a list of all the
Right.
compliance that'll
But
happen.
that doesn't read
It's a
well, it does.
We'll
That
look
has
at
to
that.
be- So these are all of the, you know, the safe schools. They're all of those everything that falls into the category of compliance with PED, but it doesn't read that well there. If I'm a lay person and like, it doesn't read right, because yeah, because I knew what it was, and then when I read that, it's like, I don't know what that is. So that doesn't make any sense to me, but.
And Becca, is there any way to attach a list of what those compliances?
Yeah, there will be,
Okay,
yes.
thank
So that's the intention, is
Yeah.
that it'll
We
be,
want to put it
yeah.
in here, but by not putting it in there, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, and it's like a new thing, right? So that's
Right.
also, so they'll be creating a list. And the reason why we're not attaching it to the performance framework is because sometimes it changed, legislation change. And so the compliance has to match. And so we're keeping it outside. That list will be done annually. And so, but it'll be done outside the performance framework. So we don't have to go back in and change the performance framework, but the annual compliance requirements may change. So that list will be gone through public and then given to all the schools. And then that's what they'll be held responsible to for that year.
Right.
But yeah, schools will be provided. Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that already
absolutely,
happens now
they'll have a
before,
list so that they know this year, this is everything that I have to comply with. Yes, yes.
That's also going to be an adjustment. I mean, I think the charter schools
Right.
probably have been waiting for something like that. And it'll, when we have that tied to dates, we'll be really golden. But it is a work in progress for sure. And I think what overall is happening here is that we've removed a lot of these compliance items that were in the performance framework, and we've put them under this indicator and allowed for changes that
Right.
inevitably happen, right? So,
Right, because I know there have been times when it's like, well, they haven't done this. Well, we haven't had to do that in, how many years? So why am I still doing this? Because it's in.
It's in the
It's in-
performance framework and it has
and
to
it's
get
like,
changed
I
and
don't-
approved. and- yeah.
PED isn't even asking for that anymore, but you're asking for it. So why do I have to do this? And hopefully it also, we cycle throughout the year, sometimes with division saying, hey, we haven't gotten this, we haven't gotten that. Well, why is it, February when we're hearing about this? So hopefully everyone gets in the cycle so that we know at one time, this is what schools haven't submitted, and let's find out why, as opposed to, throughout the year, all of a sudden, they're getting a notice that they haven't, it hasn't been submitted. And also sometimes it's schools say, "Oh, we've tried to submit it." But the platform that they have to submit it on is difficult for them to do the submission. I think we've heard that a lot with the safety plans. Schools were trying, it's like, I keep trying to submit it, so.
well, that's because we don't allow people to email safety plans
Yeah.
for reason, right? We don't want it in a format that is emailable.
I know. I know. I get that, but some people don't get that, apparently, so, this is one of the discussions that we had when we looked at the organizational and the financial is how many pieces make up these two, because we were trying to keep the academic have greater significance and weight than the organizational and the financial. So to parse out what becomes really important for us to put in here so that we don't have 15 pieces to this and only, 8 pieces to the academic, because we had to go back and parse out some pieces of both the organizational and the financial to keep the academic more important and driving the conversation. Not that those other pieces aren't important, but we did purposely try to weight the academic a little bit more. And these are the most important pieces that we felt that schools needed to comply with. Okay, so the financial framework. And this is probably the one that's changed more. And we do have data for that because, and once again, this does have a little bit more flexibility in terms of there's more workings to meet in this than there was in the organizational, because there's a little bit more of a gray area that schools, you don't want to put it just as your meeting or it does not meet, that there's got to be schools, it may not be good, but it's not awful. And that, I think we've tried to answer that. And of course, one of the biggest pieces of discussion was the day's cash on hand. We probably had the most input from schools and from business managers on that. And the bottom line is schools do need to have some cash on hand, So I think we've parsed this out enough so that there's, that the school has enough cash available. The schools have to be able to show that they can pay their bills, just plain and simple. Let's not, we ran around, you need 60 days, you need 90 days. So I think we allowed for the flexibility there in the meeting that if you don't have the 60 days, you can have a positive increase over the past 60 days. So if you're on an upward trajectory with that cash on hand, and, and part of that was an acknowledgement of how money flows out of PED.
That would be my exact question.
Right. And, that's part of the discussion when we work with folks from national organizations. They're not as familiar when they're working with other states with the fact that the money doesn't flow out of PED in a more regular basis. So they look at us and it's like, what are you talking about? And when we tell them, we have to acknowledge that schools often are in a cash situation that is absolutely not their fault. And fortunately, we did have, Mike V. Hill was there, and I think we had the business administrator from Media Arts that joined us once to also reinforce that and offer the input. So I think that in particular is helps out there. And schools are also offered the opportunity to provide a narrative. If they get a workings to meet or it does not meet, they can provide a narrative in there to help offset what may look like a glaring red. And I think, so maybe if we go to that Excel sheet now, that'll help, right, yeah. Sure,
So does that take into account the lease reimbursement delay also? Because it would seem to me that at the beginning of the year, the schools would be really operating at a deficit until they get their lease reimbursement, and then they would be more flush. And so does the timing that this is,
right. Because the awards aren't made until October.
I know, which is a long time into the school year.
I think
So
we
my
need to
answer
look
to
at the
that is
business rules.
I'm not sure if that does, and
Right. Yeah, that
Yes.
needs to be in the business rules.
right?
Yep.
Because, yeah, because this would, and thanks for bringing that up, because I think that's a good point. It wouldn't make, to me, number one, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for this to be done at the beginning of the school year anyway. You know, that this should be something that should not happen until, I would think, at least after,
Maybe the
January.
fourth quarter.
Yeah.
right? Because they haven't right-sized enrollment at the, so it would have to be at least after the 80th day, which would probably be January.
I think actually with the way that reimbursements are going to schools, that we would want to look at the final quarter reports and see how did they end the school year.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, to me, this reads as something that, did you do this throughout the year? So at the end of the school year, that final quarter, where are we sitting? And that's, but you're right, it would have to go into the business rules so that we would make sure that, this isn't someone doesn't come in September and take a look at this. I think it wouldn't be bad that eyes were on this as, a site visit.
right.
But it doesn't get codified and evaluated until, because there could be a problem. And we would want to see that. And I think a conversation with the school, so they would say, yeah, we haven't gotten our lease reimbursement yet, and things like that. And I think we all, understand that ridiculous awards cycle. Yeah, and this is, right. Yeah. Right. Because I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think when this was run, they didn't take out the new schools. I don't think and I think there may have only been one when this was, but I think there's a new school that sits in this. So and that's probably one of the
Does not.
two with the cash, right.
Well, what we did notice was it was the new schools who struggled with this. And
Right.
so we talked about a business rule that said, the first 2 years.
Right.
Right.
So,
If you were rich, this is where it would be. So they're still gonna have a conversation, but they won't be penalized.
but more than half of our schools meet the standard. So that, when we saw it, it was like, oh, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be.
So is your plan for like the academic portion of it, when will that evaluation be complete? Like what timing in the year?
So for academics, it's gonna be, depends on the PED releasing academic data. I mean, if they're picking option 3, that can be done sooner because the school's going to have the data within themselves. But for overall, annual reports likely won't be coming until, I mean, when the PED is on a good cycle of releasing data, I mean, annual reports still probably won't be coming until December or, like, I mean, because they'll be releasing data August, September, October, like.
So
October usually.
December from the prior fiscal year, right? And so, I mean, the financial data will be probably that as well, right? Will be financial data from the,
Except for the audit, which is always a year behind as
Sure.
well. But you also have to remember, even though we won't be looking at them until then, CSD reviews that, like, schools know during that school year pretty much where they're standing.
Well,
no, I understand. My point is that I don't think we'll have, we may not have as much of an issue with that, what time of the year we do that financial data, because it's going to be evaluating the previous year anyway, so.
well, I mean, I think, like we did this year, I also think that as soon as the financial audit is released, we should be making note and bringing information to the PEC and putting schools on corrective action plans if needed. But then it would be counted in a report that you would not see and approve for several months later.
Right.
And you can see in this, like, one of the things that we liked when we went through the financial indicators was it felt like this allowed us to really focus in on the schools who are struggling the most. So you could see, like, for the rest of the indicators, it's 2 schools do not meet, 0, 4. So we're really looking for the schools who are struggling the most to be able to pinpoint support and additional looking at, instead of it being everyone, all the time. And I think the other thing that I know it's so difficult for educators and for schools especially to, like, when you have green, yellow, red, like, you don't want to be a yellow. Nobody wants to be a yellow. But we did make the yellow to where it's not, like, you're not doing a bad if you got yellow. You're not doing a bad job, and you can still get a meets overall. Like, you can still get on track for renewal without conditions with yellows in the financial and the organizational, because we wanted them to not be, we wanted them to be honest, but not be so over the top, because we also know, like, the schools that are down there and that does not meet, those are schools that are really struggling with financials. And it allows for more targeted support for those schools who are really struggling.
And even the enrollment variance, schools came out pretty well with that. You've got well more than half of our schools met that standard, so that the concern over, those individual schools where they have the struggles, that we don't have that many schools that don't meet the enrollment variance. So I think we felt pretty well with that. And those are the schools that potentially, Karina and CSD may be, intervening a little bit, but they may not be, because those schools may be in the 10 that are workings to meet, so, not being able to look at exactly what those 5 schools are. It's tough to say if those 5 schools are any of the schools that we've expressed that have the concern. They may be fitting into the workings to meet, and those other 5 schools are schools that need to have a conversation about, because they're not meeting that need. So it'll allow us that opportunity, to have that conversation. So 4B is the audit. That's fairly simple. Although it's not simple for the schools. And it's the general accounting principles. But we are looking at schools. We did allow for a workings to meet, that a school, if they've had difficulties with their audit before, but they are demonstrating that they're improving from we're not looking at repeat, but we're looking at, oh, they've had different audit issues, but they're working to fix that. And this is probably the area that schools, I think, struggle with the most. And this is the area of the reporting and the compliance, that the governing board is effectively complying with with the budget process. I think the one area that we find that schools do not comply with is the public meetings on the budget.
But that being said, this is, if you, like on the Excel sheet, only two
Right.
schools got does not meet. This last fiscal year, the fiscal year before that, 0 got does not meet. I mean, there's
I don't know how that.
a lot more working to meet.
I think Missy will question that herself.
It's because we haven't been looking. And also all those 0, that column with the 0, that's gonna go up.
Yeah.
Which once again, one of the things that we want in the performance framework is to
Right.
shine the light and be honest
Right.
about how things are going. So
Right.
we're okay with
Because
it.
it's, we run into financial, when we entered into this conversation, it always is, we don't want to have how come we didn't know about this when we're sitting at a non-renewal or a revocation? Why couldn't we have known about this beforehand, that this was happening? So trying to find those pieces, and that piece, and I think the prior performance framework, some pieces of this sat in the organizational, because we struggled with that, because really felt that it's really trying to get that governing board to understand their responsibility and role in the fiscal responsibility of the school and the fiscal health of the school. So that not only having those public meetings there, but also making sure that the school is doing the best in terms of their fiscal oversight, and making sure that the school board and with their business manager, that they have the policies that they're supposed to have in place, that the audit committee is meeting as they should be and fulfilling their responsibility. I mean, PED had an audit finding from one of our schools because the audit committee wasn't doing what the audit committee is supposed to be doing. So that governing boards need to understand that there is a difference between that finance committee and the audit committee. And I think schools often kind of blend the two together, and they have two separate and distinct roles in the financial process of the school, and that at least, annually. And I think the lack of internal controls is one of those areas that's probably the most common audit finding that you see, is the lack of internal controls. And that's because schools aren't testing their internal controls. So that's, one of the reasons why that's in there. I think probably 90% of the audit findings that are there is, oh, they don't have good internal controls. And to get schools to understand and hopefully ask for help if they don't have that. And we've already discussed that enrollment variance.
So this is different than the recurrent enrollment.
Right.
Enrollment variance is that what they are actual enrollment versus their budgeted.
Right.
It's the fiscal part of it. And once again, it's very few schools that are not meeting these standards, but it allows us to focus in on the schools that are struggling the most. All right, that's the new proposed performance framework. So this is the last slide that I have for you all. So, I started with the stuff back from so this was the first reading. August on Tuesday, we'll start our outreach towards schools about this is what we're looking at voting on. Next month, our proposal is that we do a second final reading. We'll clean up some of the language parts and anything that we have in here that we need to kind of do cleanup on. And then we would like to put it as a vote for next month. And then that would allow, starting in September, for schools to look at opting in if they would like to. But July 1 of 2024 is when this would start being implemented. Oh yeah, sorry, we need to do the overall. So Missy, it's like slide 2, I don't know, 5, well, 2 on. So the overall, so you have all these indicators. So actually, I'm gonna have you go, could you go down to? So here's all the indicators. All of those get individually rated. Then back up to 2. Then a school would, if they have a meet or exceeds for all performance areas in all the frameworks, they get on track for expedited renewal. So it's meet or exceeds. They got green or blue on everything. These are schools that we feel like are right. I mean, are they gonna get non-renewed? Probably not, right? Like it's a pretty easy renewal. On track for renewal. So this is where, one of the things that we really did, as we talked about in the subcommittee, was really valuing the academic portion and showing that that's something that we deeply care about in the schools. So you're going to see where it's going to, start varying what that looks like. So on track for renewal, a school earns meet or exceeds in all the performance area of the academic framework. So they have to get green or blue in all of the academic, and a yellow or green in all the financial and operational. So you can get yellows in the financial and operational and still be on track for renewal with a green. Like you are and that's once again where we're trying to tell schools that yellow are not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world to get a yellow. You can still get on track for renewal, but we were not okay with anyone getting yellow in the academic to be on track, okay? So now for on track for renewal with conditions, the school earns a working to meet in one or more area of the academic performance in the academic area, but does not meet the does not meet. So you have to have, if you got one yellow, even in the academic, you are going to be on track for possible conditions. And as long as you don't have any red. Okay, now the not on track for renewal, we said in 1A or 1B. So I'm going to remind you that's the state accountability system and the student growth, the student group growth. If you earned a does not meet in either of those, you get a not on track for renewal. If like that's a red in 1A or 1B, or so there's 6 areas in the academic. If you got 3 in any combination, then it's not on track for renewal. So if you are half of your academics are red, you get overall red. Or if you got 8, which I believe there's 16 indicators overall, I'm pretty sure there's 16 indicators total. If 8 of them does not meet across the entire framework, it's a does not meet. It's a not on track for renewal overall. So once again, it allows for a lot of flexibility in the organizational and the financial. We're like, we can manage those. Let's support, getting them better at that. But there's not a lot of flexibility in the academic portion. And so it's really showing the value of the academics. But also if half of your indicators does not meet, it's a clear indication that there's a significant problem in your school, even if that's in just the financial and organizational. There's an issue in your school. So that's the overall evaluation. Then once again, in the first year of operation, a school will just get an NA. They'll be rated on everything so that they'll get an idea of where they're standing, but they will get an NA overall. So it won't count towards their they're not going to get a not on track for renewal in their first year, even if they're struggling in that first year. Yeah.
if in their first year, when they're, does that count? So you're giving them an opportunity to tell them, look, you have an issue here. In the second year, and they've done nothing to address that accountability, and they get it again. Does that, so the second year, you're,
They will get an overall rating. Mhm.
okay. All
Want
right.
to start over?
Well, okay. I just was asking if a school got in the first year with just the NA designation, but in the second year, you would expect them to have addressed those areas of concern. And if they don't, then that's the second year, they are definitely going to be tagged for that.
They are, yeah.
And there's, this is attached to the annual report. So this all ties into the annual report, and that we review the annual report. And we've already discussed the process of notifying schools of concerns. So that would tick the box automatically that a school didn't make improvement or fell in, in a certain area on the state accountability system or their mission specific goals. So that would be a box that would be ticked, and it would generate out of the annual report a concern raised by us, which would then potentially bring on a corrective action plan or something like that, so that in that year 3, if there hasn't been any positive movement, I think that would raise it to a different level.
So, and I'm just going to read, we did include a subtext in here about the designations for this. And so I'm just going to read it just so you guys, I think it's important. So it says a school may receive a designation of not on track for renewal if CSD finds one or more grounds for non-renewal in NMSA 22A, 12K are present. In addition to the other possible reasons for this designation, the school's framework's ratings can be a reason. While the not on track for renewal is a warning and should trigger action on the part of the school to improve its performance, actual non-renewal is a designation made by PEC at the time of renewal. So we did include that it's not automatic.
No, it's not.
But we did want the level of transparency
Right.
for the school to where, I do think that there's schools who have a really good performance record and they come up and they're nervous because they're like, what if they don't renew me? Like, they shouldn't be nervous. If they have a good performance record, they shouldn't be nervous at renewal time. If they've gotten not on track for renewal 3 or 4 years in a row, they should expect what comes. I mean, it shouldn't be like a surprise, right? And I think sometimes when schools are non-renewed, they act like they're surprised. Like, wait, what?
Like,
And
how
so,
come?
right.
How did
And so
you-
this is just provides the ultimate level of clarity and transparency for schools and for the PEC CSD to be able to, everyone knows where they stand.
I mean, we've always come in conflict with NACSA, in particular over the fact that we don't have an automatic closure. There are some states where if a school is a D for, or does not meet 2 years in a row, there's no discussion. It's automatically closed. And, I don't agree with that. But so it's not a guarantee here. It's just saying there's a very good chance that you may not be renewed because, this is the record of your performance. So that hopefully it just does, there should be absolutely no shock and awe when someone's sitting here for renewal, because it's like, oh, no one told me. It's like, oh, really? So it avoids that. But none of this takes the individual voice of a commissioner away from being able to vote however they feel, they want to vote when the time comes.
All right. Julia?
I just wondered, on the overall rating, it seems very specific. Have you all seen, can you not fall into one of the sets of things? For example, school on track for renewal with conditions, earns a working to meet in one or more performance of the academic, but does not meet performance expectations. Is there somebody that you're like, I don't fit in blue, I don't fit in green, I don't fit in yellow, and I don't fit in red? Because
I don't think so.
I don't,
Because
I don't see how that could happen.
no, because I think the green is that, so if they're a green overall, that means that they got a green or blue in all the academic. So a yellow is they got at least one yellow in the academic, but they're not in the not on track for renewal. It's a big window.
I can't see where a school could be a yellow in the academic. No,
Because this is that they're,
Maybe we should do a trial run on this one and see like, are the
if we
schools
have
with
the full
the-
breadth of all the indicators.
Oh, no, with our current performance framework. I mean, because we don't have we don't have the new one, but we could say with the annual reports that we have now, is there any outliers that these categories wouldn't match up to?
that's exactly what I would love to make sure doesn't happen.
I don't see, I honestly, I'm trying to picture this, where there'd be a school that, if we're looking at on track with renewal with conditions, that means you've got your working, your,
They have one yellow in academic.
Let me try to say it a different way. I haven't spoken to Naomi for a long time. But what I understand is that yellow in general doesn't meet green or red.
Right.
So does
Anything.
yellow, the way that it's written,
It's encompassing of everything between yellow, green and red.
okay.
Yes.
I haven't checked that that'll work.
We can
I don't
double check
want
with her,
to,
but
I don't
that's,
want a school that doesn't fit
they
somewhere.
can't, yeah. They
Okay.
can't.
I don't-
Not the way
I
it's
really don't
written.
think-
Okay.
It's literally if you're not green and you're not red, you're yellow.
yeah.
So I think the way it's written is all encompassing. Yeah. Okay,
And then back to what Karina said, if you can run it,
I don't think we can.
I don't,
And I don't know if we need to. That seems like a lot of work I don't think we need to. I don't see the need.
if I was a school, that'd be my first question. Where do I rate?
Well, yeah. No.
no, it's not. So I don't know how you would,
you can't
yeah,
simulate
it's
that.
apples and oranges. Yeah. So I think if you ran it, I think you're giving yourself a false sense of security.
Or despair,
Right, yeah.
you know?
Yeah, we could end up changing something when we don't need to change it. So I just don't see how you could,
But I think as we work with
How you
schools
can
who
come
start
out
adopting
purple.
this, we can start running simulations with them, right?
yeah.
Yes, and that, Karina, when do you start doing observations in schools?
So we definitely start with the renewal schools in October, November. We have been wanting to go to schools sooner than that, but that's when we,
So that would be a good time to do we could actually do real life and see how they're doing at that time.
Well, I've missed
with the
my
new-
drinks at Del Charo, so I
Because we're not, doesn't gonna go into effect until 2024
just got a
anyway.
text message saying, sorry, we're done.
I think that what
Do you
Commissioner
know where they're
Burt,
going? They're going to
and
Music on the
Commissioner
Plaza. That ain't
Gibson
happening.
would like is that schools could potentially use it for this school year, right?
I think if
23 to 24.
there's any school that's already been renewed and they'd like to opt in,
as a pilot or?
that's an interesting, we've talked about that. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
doing a parallel
Yes.
for like this year. Yeah, and then I think we need to talk about that as a commission. But I think that's probably the right way to do it, is allow them to do both of them and then then use which one. works out better for them,
And
not be
what's-
penalized for the first year.
Yeah, and when we talked about the pilot,
Mm.
I think the biggest concern was how much extra work is this going to ask a school to do? So that I've got no problem with it, but it's not my time, so I don't know, if we'd have to have a good sampling of the schools to get a decent idea of, with that pilot. So if you get these,
I don't think it's like a pilot to test out the performance framework. I think it's a pilot for them to determine whether they want to fully opt
right,
into it or not.
I get that.
And
but
that's
I
just
don't
individual
think-
schools.
I don't know whether a school has the capacity to do that.
Commissioners, I just got a text message from Chair Brower that he had been on. Up until now, he had to drop. So he's not
Okay.
in attendance.
Well, we're very close to done. But yeah, I think maybe we talk about like what it looks like for schools who opt in and some options for them. If they want, I mean, I guess because it's opting in anyway, so I'd like to incentivize them to try it out by not penalizing them if they do it like doing parallel tracks, like using the old performance framework and this new one for the first year.
You mean a school that's just opting in, not
Yes,
not a.
opting in, not a renewal
Yeah.
school. An opt-in school, like if they want to do it this year, like let's say the vote happens in August and a school hears about it and they're like, you know what, like we want to try it out. We think that this would be better for our school. Allow them to use the performance framework that they have is already in their contract,
But they don't have the RBA mission goals.
but we'd have to negotiate their whole thing.
Right. And I just don't know,
We could figure that. I just feel like we could maybe do, if a school wanted to, we're not gonna force anyone to do it, so it's gonna be the will of the school anyway to want to do it. But I would be open to them doing both for the first year.
Absolutely. But, my only concern is for the school.
Mhm.
What's the likelihood that a school's going to want to sit down and do contract negotiations again?
Maybe if they see the value, like I would say, if I don't know what, I don't know which of the, we have like 13 schools that we just, like in the past 2 years.
Right.
Maybe there's one or two that are like, I want to use option 3, or like, I really want to use option 2. I actually think that's going to show better results for me at the end of the day. They may want to put in the effort to go to this one because they're like, I don't want to use the state accountability system. I want to use this. So they may want to, it may be beneficial for them to put in the effort so that they can get a higher rating than what the state accountability.
Right,
I think we just have to.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if you're a small school, it's tough to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so just from my simplistic understanding, it would seem to me that a school that's struggling right now because their academic performance isn't up to par, because their population is a specific population, that they really need to show that their growth is what's really changing there, not the fact that they don't meet the academic standards. So it would seem to me that if what I was gonna ask is, would CSD be able to help them with some, as an incentive, to help them with some of the specifics of those different parameters, measures, other nationally recognized testing methods? If they could help them with it, it would seem to me, if you got a small school that's already struggling, it's a lot to ask them to jump into a whole new realm. But if they had some help, it might be an opportunity for them to pick up on that and also be able to demonstrate that to the rest of the schools that, hey, this does work if you're in that situation and you are doing well, but you don't, because I just look at some of the schools at APS that were making that case, trying to make that case to the school board, but there was no way for them to do that.
Yeah, I think it'd be an interesting proposition for, I think, like us to talk with Dr. Chavez, maybe with budget subcommittee, to see if we can get like a little pot of money for like a contractor to like help do some of this with, like, if a school wants to pilot, like because I know that, like Karina has some great data people that she uses on contract. And so maybe if they're willing to pilot, like we can use a contractor to help them figure out like what the data looks like, what would, like, let's look through these 3 options, like, and support them in the pilot year. That might be a good way to help
I
them.
think the bottom line is it becomes difficult for, and I don't want to use the word outsider, but an outsider to be looking at a school and saying, oh, this will work really. It really,
Yeah, they
the
have to talk.
decision for what's going to show our growth really has to come from the school itself to find the mechanism. I think they can be led to options, but ultimately the school has to make the decision on what's best gonna show that. But I think we could, right, right. And I think that's where a contract could be helpful in terms of being able to identify that, to lead them to, hey, look at these 4 options, because nationally they seem to show.
Or what are you, like, do an inventory. What are you already doing at your
Right.
school? Like, what are you doing? How are you doing formative assessments in your school? And they help them with like, you're already using NWA, like you're already using this, like, like help them do, because I still am like, not a big fan of them doing something more or different
Right.
to try to do it. It's like, what are you already doing at your school? Like, what's a inventory that you're already doing at your school that's showing success? And can that then be implemented in this?
Where's the professional development? Okay, you're using this, but how are you using it? And how is it informing your governance council in terms of decisions that are being made? So that, we've always tried to drive this conversation that we don't want schools to have to do more than what they're already, because I don't know a school that doesn't do formative assessment. So you're already doing that, but what are you doing with it? Or better yet, are you testing all the kids that need to be tested? That becomes the issue. So I think there's more than ample opportunity, and we've got the funds to be able to help guide that.
Okay, so more discussions to be had. But I think let's go ahead and move on. Yeah, great. Okay, next one. Actually, I think I could do this one really quick. So update on PED rulemaking. At 3:57, I got an email that the rule was adopted by the PED today and filed in NMAC and is going to be effective July 31st. So that's a rule update.
I had uploaded that version in the folder.
Of the rule. Great. So you can go in and look at it. And it did get adopted today. So there you go. All right, next one is budget subcommittee update. I think I could do that one really quick too. We didn't have a budget subcommittee update in the last month. But I did in the Google Drive, there is a spreadsheet for you that you can look at. We haven't looked at it as a budget subcommittee or with CSD yet, so we need to do that still. But you can look at, it's the accounting of the PED spending of the 2%. So based off the MOU, they receive 27% of it, and then they can sweep and use whatever's unencumbered at that time in March. So this is the accounting of that money that was spent this last fiscal year. And so you can take a look at it. There was one piece in there. There was an REC 9 charge in there for 400,000. And I did ask them for clarification on that one already. And they purchased the Dash software for schools with that. So just if there's any other questions, but I mean, I think this is exactly what the MOU describes. I think it falls exactly with what the MOU says. And just so like they've always said, like, we use a lot of it for salary. So just in case, because I know when I talked to Patty about it, and actually when I saw it first too, I was like, I know they're spending it on a lot of salaries, like, where is it? And it's the very first line at the top. It's the 200s. And I did ask them just to give me like an idea of which divisions in PED are using the salary money. It's 100% ASD. So it's finance people, school budget, purchasing, folks like that are that are being used. So all ASD. So I did make that note, like when they went through it and talked to me about it, I made that note in there. So that's the one note that you can see. I didn't make the note about the dash software before I gave it out. So that's it for budget. So we'll take a look at that. But I think, I mean, I was really happy and encouraged to like get this level of breakdown. I think it was really cool. All right. Next is reports from PEC liaisons. You guys are in the home stretch. We're almost done. All right, LEFC and LFC, Commissioner Gibson.
The LASC met in Taos at the same time the LFC was meeting in Las Cruces. So I went to the one in Las Cruces. But I did keep up with what happened at the LASC. And I think I mentioned at one of the community input hearings, one of the targeted areas of a study is chronic absenteeism. And they had someone come in and talk about it, and they're looking at potential legislation to take place, because, I mean, it's appalling what the, I mean, I think they're considering chronic absenteeism chronic absenteeism, I think right now is set at 15 days, or is it 8? But anyway, they're targeting chronic absenteeism. So that's something to keep our eye on. Between the LESC and the LFC, they are looking at the funding formula for school, the SEG, and whether that needs to be tweaked. And how it's divided out in terms of at risk or whatever else we're calling it at that time. So I think that's something that we need to be questioning schools as to where they see the main issues, because they are going to have recommendations for legislation potentially on the change of the SEG formula. So I think that's something that needs to stay, high on. They haven't had any discussion yet at the meetings. It's just been identified that this is the plan, but it has not been agended yet in terms of we're bringing people in. But I'm guessing once they wrap around to their meetings here in Santa Fe, that's when they'll really start to get into the meat of, let's look at this, because that'll be the fall. And they'll be looking at what LESC does not meet in August. They do take August off, and in September, they're in beautiful downtown Portales. So geez, the LFC also questioned, they brought up a question because there was funding for school behavioral health support, school social workers. They put extra money into that, and it was questioned how many schools have added, and they didn't have an answer. So I think that's important for charter schools to be included in that, not just oh, this is how many schools are, but I'd be interested in knowing how many charters have made use of it, because they didn't, at the last LFC meeting, they didn't have an answer as to how much of that money has been used at this point in time. And the school year's over. So I don't, there wasn't an answer how many schools availed themselves of that opportunity. So I think that's something that we need to be a piece of that conversation with that. And then, of course, they had a lengthy discussion on behavioral health overall at the LFC. So that's what drove that conversation, but then also highlighting the fact that they are looking at the SEG and how that's funded out, and not only is it enough, but what are all the pieces that go into it, that maybe that has to be tweaked so they don't have to add more money, but schools will benefit better if some pieces of that funding are changed. So I'll keep you posted on that. The LFC is actually meeting now.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and the LESC is meeting next week. So at the end of the charter conference. So the person who doesn't have any life apparently.
Yeah, you
You
can
know,
go. Great.
But honestly, there is nothing, they just posted that they've become very bad on posting their agendas. They just posted their agenda for next week. It's like, that is so much later than, LFC posts their agenda for the next month, like the day after they've met. They've got it set. I kept checking the LESC and it's like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they're not meeting, but they did just post it. There isn't anything that is charter specific on there. And because of where they're meeting, there's not even like a chart. Oh, yes, there's a district charter that's been invited to be part of that panel. So and I haven't been reimbursed, so I'm questioning about
All right. PSCOC. Commissioner Ingham?
Well, there are several controversial things happening there. We did vote to fund a school in Los Alamos that was at an enormous construction cost. And they're trying to figure out, they have made it so that God, I always forget I always lose the word. Any case, they've made it a lot more advantageous for the schools to apply for funding. But by the same token, the funding, they have a ton of money. They really want to spend it, but they can't find contractors that'll be, even getting contractors to bid work has been difficult. So they're very much struggling with that. They also, the other thing is the teacherages that they're talking about doing. They have a pilot project that they are going to start with. And that's going to, I think that's a very sticky wicket, because once you open that Pandora's box, it's going to be a really difficult thing to get the lid back on it. And again, we have all this money, but then we'll be spending it at the worst possible time because the construction costs are so high. The third thing is they signed the agreement with Lumen Technologies to get the first phase of the broadband project going. Very expensive and very big deal, but it should get started at least, and then they'll be, I'm sure, continuing on with that expense.
So it's Lumen is that the same Lumen that bought CenturyLink?
I believe so.
CenturyLink, who won't put any infrastructure increase the broadband in the areas that they service. I find that just like, oh, incredible.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ingham. NMIPSIA, Commissioner Manus?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Good. Okay, great. So we actually had our NIPSIA committee and board meeting yesterday and this morning before our meeting. So I have a few things that I can report related to charter schools in particular, and maybe just some items that are interesting to schools in general. There was, we approved a new charter school to be under NIPSIA, Explore Academy Rio Rancho. And so they got their approval, and something that was interesting that they noted, it was the 101st active charter school under NIPSIA. So that was an interesting note. It seemed like much of the things that we talked about were routine, but I had asked some questions related to some statistics from our Blue Cross Blue Shield partners because they're introducing some options as far as benefits go for primary care. And so with that, they're introducing a virtual primary care option that I thought was really interesting through NIPSIA, called Babylon Health Primary Care. And they're soft launching that, but as we all know, that healthcare is sometimes limited, especially in rural areas. And so access to primary care virtually will actually be a really, I think, a big game changer, especially for rural areas. So that was one thing that we had talked about. For the board meeting, some of the things that that we had talked about were some of the appropriations for schools and for benefits. The appropriations that NIPSI is requesting are actually pretty significant compared to the fiscal year 2024. They're asking for a 9% increase over fiscal year 2024 on the benefit side. And on the risk fund side, they're asking for right over a 32% increase over the fiscal year 2024. And so some of that relates to prescription drug costs, dental, primary care, all of those costs increasing for the benefit side. For the risk side, there's a huge increase in claims, 47% increase in claims that they're projecting, not only due to hail claims, but also sexual molestation, sexual abuse claims that have been recent. They gave us a sheet that I might have right here with me. I didn't have it in front of me, but it was pretty crazy, the statistics and some of the amount of money that had went to take care of some of these inappropriate conduct, sexual assault, sexual penetration in the schools over the past 4 years. There's been it's upwards of $15 million that's been awarded for some of these things. And so just as an idea of the number of incidents, it's $15 million over about 15 to 20 incidences. So, and that's over a 4-year period. So some of these, they gave us a list of these different incidences, and they're going to be targeting some of those schools that are in non-compliance. Thankfully, on this list, there were no charter schools, but just something to we're all, I think, very mindful of the fact that these things happen. But one thing that they had introduced that I was pretty impressed by, and what they're trying to promote is this. It's called Stop It. It's an anonymous reporting system, and NIPSIA is providing that free. They're fully funding that for any school that wants to include it as part of their school. So they're going to be having a huge promotion campaign via email. They'll try to get it to administrators, etc. But that's what they were talking about. Is it's supposed to be very easy to implement that system in the school without a lot of administrative effort. And for a lot of those anonymous reporting things, and especially in light of recent school shootings and different things like that, I think it would be very relevant for schools to be able to adopt something like this, especially if it's fully funded. They're getting it for free from NIPSIA. So if you know school leaders that you might contact in your area, whether it be charter schools or district schools, I think it would be important to encourage them to adopt something like this. They gave some numbers on how many have adopted it, but it's very few so far in the state. We just had approved this, us funding it recently, but some schools, they had been paying for the Stop It software themselves prior to this. And so they got rolled in, and they're getting it now paid for through NIPSIA. But some other schools, they have their own anonymous reporting software that they're already using. And so it's not necessarily that we're saying that they need to replace what they're doing. I think they're trying to work on like sharing some of the statistics between Stop It and what they're using if they don't want to adopt it, obviously. But I think if schools aren't adopting anything, this would be a really good choice to opt into, and they're going to provide us some more information as they roll this out further. So that was really the big takeaways from our meeting. But I think there's some really cool things that that can be adopted, especially considering charter schools with the range of population. Small schools can implement it, large schools can implement these things, and can be a really big benefit to stop issues before they become bigger problems. Thanks.
Thanks, KT. State Library Commission, Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but I have a lot of information to share. No, not really. We haven't met. No report.
That was mean. That was really mean. I was like, oh, okay, we're adjourned. See you tomorrow.